Good evening and welcome to the Sleep to Lore series. Tonight we will talk about the Fires of Heaven, the fifth entry in the Grand Saga, where the Dragon Reborn seeks to bind the desert nations and chase the shadow across the lands. We will explore the shifting sands, the traveling shows, and the high stakes of political maneuvering in the Westlands. If you enjoy relaxing lore dives like this, please consider subscribing or leaving a comment to support the channel. Before we begin, I have a simple question for you to answer in the comments below. If you had to leave your home tomorrow to travel with a circus for a year, what talent or skill would you perform for the crowd? Let me know your thoughts down below. Now let us transition to the world of the wheel. Prologue. The first sparks fall. The wheel of time turns and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. But before the legend fades to myth, the dread fires are born again. The ancient prophecies of the dragon speak of a salvation that comes only through destruction, a healing that requires the breaking of the world. It is within this paradox of hope and doom that our narrative resumes, centering first on the beating heart of power in the Westlands, the White Tower. We find ourselves in the Amirlin's study, a room of breathtaking history, panelled in pale carved wood and overlooking a garden thirsting for rain. Here sits Elida de Avrini Aroyhan. She wears the seven-striped stole of the Amirlin's seat. Yet the atmosphere is not one of serene authority but of brittle tension. The tower is fractured. While Elida ostensibly rules, the women gathered before her, representatives of the ages, seem more interested in the mundane rumors of the world than the apocalypse breathing down their necks. This scene is a masterclass in denial and political maneuvering. The room lacks the blue Aja, a stark reminder of the recent coup that placed Elida in power. The remaining sisters speak of skirmishes in the borderlands, of civil unrest in Shi'anar, and the unsettling movement of Chaldean armies. They worry over the escape of the false dragon, Mazrim Taim, and the political machinations of Queen Morgus in Andor, but these are merely symptoms. Elida, with a mind sharpened by paranoia and severity, realizes they are dancing around the fire. They are terrified to name the true source of the world's unraveling. Whatever unity the White Tower once projected is unraveling. Alviarin, the keeper of the chronicles from the White Aja, stands apart. Her coolness goes beyond the logical detachment of her Aja. She speaks with an icy composure that borders on insolence, holding a disturbing sway over Elida. It is a subtle psychological power play. Elida wears the stole, yet she feels usurped, her authority constantly checked by Alviarin's unyielding gaze. Finally, Elida shatters the polite facade. Driven by a mix of duty and a deep-seated fear that she masks as anger, she forces the council to confront the reality they wish to ignore. She points them to a painting of a young man with reddish hair fighting among the clouds. She forces them to speak his name, Rand al'Thor. To Elida, he is not a savior, but a chaotic force of nature, a man destined to go mad and break the world. Her tragic flaw is revealed here. She believes the Dragon Reborn can be caged, controlled, and used as a tool for the tower's glory. She demands his capture, prioritizing it above all else, unaware that trying to leash a hurricane only ensures one's own destruction. When the Aes Sedai are dismissed, leaving with trembling knees, a darker shadow creeps into the Amirlin's sanctuary. Padan Fain enters. He is a creature of rags and velvet, a man corrupted by the ancient evil of Shadar Logoth. He is no longer truly human, but a vessel of distilled hatred. The dynamic shifts instantly. Fain, sharp-nosed and cringing yet paradoxically arrogant, observes the tension between Elida and Alviarin. He sees the cracks in the ivory foundation of the tower, and like a fungus he seeks to widen them. He plays the role of the humble informant, but his internal monologue reveals a monstrous obsession. He hungers for the ruby-hilted dagger lost to him, and he burns with a consuming need to destroy Rand al'Thor. He feeds Elida's arrogance, confirming her belief that Rand can be manipulated, provided she pulls the right strings. It is a chilling interaction. The leader of the Aes Sedai, thinking she is a master strategist, being subtly guided by a creature of chaos who views her merely as a tool to reach his prey. Far from the intrigues of Tar Valon in the royal city of Caemlyn, we witness a different kind of power, the raw, corrupted power of the Forsaken. Ravin, masquerading as Lord Gabriel, lounges in opulence. We see the terrifying reality of the Shadow's influence as he casually uses compulsion on a spy, erasing her memories and rewriting her will. To him, humans are nothing more than puppets to be danced and discarded. But even the Chosen are not a unified front. The air in Ravin's chamber shimmers as gateways open, admitting his rivals. First comes Lanfear, the daughter of the night, beautiful and terrifying, mocking Ravin's crude methods. Then Samael, scarred and aggressive, radiating the bitterness of a soldier who feels eternally slighted. Finally, Grandal arrives, draped in luxury and feigned shallowness, accompanied by servants she has mentally enslaved, loyal pets made from stolen lives. This gathering offers a fascinating glimpse into the psychology of the Forsaken. They are immortal, wielding power that could crush nations, yet they are petty, jealous, and paranoid. They survived the War of Power, yet they still bicker like siblings. The ghost of Luz. Therin Telamon haunts them all. Samael touches his scar, a reminder of a defeat 3,000 years ago. Lanfear hides her obsession with her former lover behind a mask of scorn. Demandred and Morgadian are spoken of as threats in the shadows. They discuss Rand al'Thor not just as an enemy, but as a problem of management. They acknowledge that brute force failed for Ishamael. Lanfear, ever the manipulator, proposes a truce, a temporary alliance of four. They suspect other Forsaken are already moving against Rand, perhaps trying to kill him. Lanfear argues that they must instead be the ones to present the dragon, broken and kneeling, to the Dark One upon the day of return. It is a pact built on sand. They agree to stop Rand from consolidating his power, to draw him back into a position where he can be controlled. Yet, as they clink their goblets and weave their webs, the listener senses the futility of their arrogance. They see Rand as the naive shepherd, or the echo of the man they once knew, failing to grasp that he is becoming something new, something that the pattern itself is weaving to oppose them. As the prologue closes, the stage is set. The White Tower is blinded by its own hubris, led by a woman fearful of the storm. The shadow is divided, its greatest generals plotting against one another as much as against the light. And in the distance, the fires of heaven begin to kindle, promising a conflagration that will consume the unprepared. The tides of men run out, and the hours dwindle. The storm has broken. Chapter 1. Fanning the sparks. The wheel of time turns, and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend. Legend fades to myth, and even myth is long forgotten when the age that gave it birth comes again. But in this moment, in a time that is both distant past and inevitable future, the wind does not blow. The air is stagnant, heavy with the scent of charred stone and spilled blood. We begin in the aftermath of the breaking of the world. The setting is a palace that was once the pinnacle of architectural beauty, a testament to the age of legends, a time when men and women wielded the one power in harmony, achieving wonders of technology and magic that we can scarcely imagine. But that harmony has been shattered. The palace is ruined, its high vaulted ceilings scorched, its alabaster walls cracked. Wandering through this wreckage is a man named Luz Therin Telamon. He is known as the Dragon, the Lord of the Morning, the leader of the forces of light. He was the greatest Aes Sedai of his age, a man of immense power and prestige. Yet as we observe him now, He is a figure of pitiable tragedy. His once regal cloak is torn and grey with dust. His eyes, which should hold the wisdom of centuries, wander vacantly. He calls out a name, Ilyena, with a voice that is both tender and confused. He is looking for his wife, the woman he loves more than life itself, oblivious to the fact that he is stepping over the bodies of his own kin to find her. This is the insidious nature of the taint on Sidin. When Luz Therin and his 100 companions sealed the Dark One away in his prison, the Dark One struck back, poisoning the male half of the One Power. It is not merely a physical corruption. It is a psychological parasite. It does not just rot the flesh. It dismantles the mind. It constructs a false reality to protect the sufferer from the horror of their actions. Luz Therin is trapped in a waking dream, believing his family is merely hiding from him, believing he has returned victorious to a home that is still whole. It creates a heartbreaking juxtaposition. The most powerful man in the world, utterly powerless against his own fractured psyche. As he searches, a shadow materializes. The air seems to ripple with a wrongness that predates creation. This is Ilan Morin Tedranai, known to history as the betrayer of hope, Ishmael. He stands amidst the carnage, untouched by the dust, clad in darkness. Where Luz Therin represents the tragedy of the light corrupted, Ishmael represents the cold, calculated choice of the shadow. He was not forced into madness. He embraced a nihilistic philosophy that the light is a temporary aberration and the dark is the eternal truth. Ishmael watches Luz Therin with a mixture of contempt and twisted pity. He calls out to the dragon, mocking him. "Lord of the morning," he sneers, "I have come for you." But Luz Therin does not recognize his ancient enemy. The madness acts as a shield. He chatters amiably to the betrayer, asking if he has seen Ilyena, complaining that she is hiding from him. This interaction highlights the profound loneliness of the dragon. Even in the presence of his greatest adversary, he seeks connection. Ishmael, frustrated by Luz Therin's insanity, realizes that the dragon cannot suffer if he does not understand what has happened. The Dark One's servants do not merely desire death, they crave the generation of pain and despair. Suffering is their currency. To kill a madman who thinks he is happy is a waste. To restore his sanity so that he comprehends his own crimes is the true torture. Invoking the power, Ishmael does something horrific in its mercy. He heals Luz Therin. Not completely, the taint remains, but he burns away the fog of madness for a fleeting moment. He forces the dragon to see reality as it is, not as his broken mind wishes it to be. The transition is brutal. The golden sunlight of Luz Therin's delusion is replaced by the grey light of a ruined world. He looks down. He sees the body of a woman with sun-golden hair. Ilyena. She lies broken at his feet. And not just her, his children, his friends, everyone he ever loved, destroyed by his own hand during the madness that seized him. This is the defining moment of the law, the trauma that will echo through 3,000 years of history. The realization breaks Luz Therin more completely than the madness ever could. He screams, a sound not of a man, but of a soul being torn asunder. The psychological weight here is unimaginable. This is guilt in its absolute form, a burden so heavy it warps the fabric of the man's identity. The hero who saved the world has destroyed his own reason for living. Ishmael revels in this agony, taunting him, asking if he remembers now. He explains the futility of their struggle, how the wheel of time will turn, and this battle will be fought again and again. But the dragon has already failed. It is an assault on hope itself. But Luz Therin, in his grief, touches the source again. Not gently, as an Aes Sedai should, but with a violent, desperate grasp. He draws in Sidin, the male half of the power. He feels the oil-slick filth of the Dark One's taint, the very substance that drove him mad. But he also feels the raging torrent of the power beneath it. The sheer volume he channels is staggering, far beyond what a human frame can hold. He ignores Ishmael. The betrayer suddenly realizes that Luz Therin isn't attacking him. The dragon is fleeing. The land is empty, which is fortunate, for what happens next is a cataclysm. Luz Therin is not just seeking death, he is seeking erasure. He draws more and more of the One Power, becoming a conduit for energy that could scorch the stars. He screams his wife's name one last time, an apology directed into the void. The resulting explosion is not merely a detonation, it is a geological event. A column of lightning and fire pierces the earth, vaporizing the bedrock, fusing stone and soil. The power he releases is so immense that the earth heaves upward in protest. The ground ripples like water. When the dust settles, the flat plain is gone. In its place stands a mountain, a jagged spire of rock reaching miles into the atmosphere, taller than any other peak in the world. It is a tombstone made of the earth itself. This is Dragon Mount. The creation of this mountain is significant not just as a landmark, but as a symbol. It represents the duality of the dragon, the power to break the world and the power to shape it. It is a monument to a man who was both savior and destroyer. As the prologue closes, the perspective shifts slightly. We are left looking at this new scar on the world. The wheel of time turns. This death was not an ending. There are no endings and no beginnings to the turning of the wheel of time, but it was a beginning. The prophecy is thus set in stone, quite literally. The dragon will be reborn on the slopes of this very mountain in the fullness of time. He will be born to fight the Dark One again, carrying the trauma of Luz Therin Telamon in his soul, destined to go mad again, destined to break the world again. The horror of the prologue serves to set the stakes for everything that follows. We know, from the very first pages, what the cost of failure looks like, and worse, we know what the cost of victory looks like for the men who channel. And so, the shadow falls across the land, waiting for the cycle to restart. The age of the dragon has ended in fire and blood, leaving behind a world that fears his memory as much as it fears the dark. Chapter 2. Ruidian. High within the skeletal remains of Ruidian, Rand al'Thor stands at a gaping aperture in the stone, a window long stripped of its glass, gazing out over a city that feels less like a ruin and more like a tomb for a dream that never fully woke. The heat here is a physical weight, pressing down from the Ale Waste's relentless sun. Sweat slicks his skin, instantly evaporating in the bone-dry air, yet he remains draped in the trappings of authority, a red silk coat unlaced in a desperate concession to the temperature. Resting his hands against the stone frame, the sleeves fall back, unveiling the metallic, glittering scales of the creatures winding around his forearms. These are not mere tattoos. They are part of his flesh, shimmering gold and scarlet, seeming to breathe with a life of their own. To the Aiel, these marks proclaim him he who comes with the dawn. To the Wetlands, he is the Dragon Reborn. 2 titles, 2 burdens, yet both prophecies converge on a singular, grim purpose. He is here to unite, to save, and ultimately, to break the world again. We see here the isolation of the savior figure. Rand looks back on his boyhood not as a distant memory, but as a life stolen from him, replaced by the cold rains of duty. Below him lies the tragedy of Ruidian. It is a city of colossal, unfinished ambition, dotted with palaces that end abruptly in jagged masonry, and wide avenues of dirt where trees were meant to grow but never did. It is a monument to the Gen Aiel, the clan that is not, who died building a paradise they would never inhabit. Rand chuckles darkly at the hubris of it, the sheer pride required to begin such a work in this desolation. It mirrors his own path. He is attempting to build a future on the precipice of the apocalypse. In the plaza beneath, the scene is a chaotic juxtaposition of the sacred and the profane. Moiraine Damodred, the Aes Sedai, who has guided or manipulated his life since the beginning, moves through the dust in pristine blue silk. She directs men to load wagons with the scavenged treasures of the Age of Legends. Angreal and Terangreal, objects of the One Power left gathering dust for millennia. Among the workers is the merchant Hadnan Kadere, sweating and shouting while Moiraine exerts a control that requires no volume. She is gathering weapons for the White Tower, oblivious to the irony that the greatest weapon of all stands, watching from the tower above. Rand turns from the window to face the reality of his command. 6 clan chiefs of the Aiel wait for him, reclining on cushions in a room furnished with rotting splendor. The tension in the air is thicker than the heat. These men, lethal warriors veiled in the Cadenzor, are grappling with a psychological cataclysm known as the bleakness. Rand has revealed the secret history of their people, that the fierce, war-loving Aiel were once sworn pacifists, followers of the Way of the Leaf, who failed their vows during the breaking of the world. The revelation has shattered their society. Thousands of warriors have cast down their spears and fled, unable to reconcile their honor with the truth of their origins. Ruark, the steady chief of the Tardad, counsels patience, but the bitterness in the room is palpable. Han of the Tomanele spits his disdain for those who fled, while others acknowledge the terrifying weight of the truth. We see the profound cost of uncovering history. The Aiel identity was built on a lie, and the truth is destroying them from the inside out. Compounding this fracture is the threat of the Shido clan. Their leader, Couladin, refuses to accept Rand or the truth of the columns. He is gathering power, claiming the title of Chief of Chiefs for himself, a false messiah offering a comfortable lie over Rand's painful truth. The chiefs debate the honor of spying on their own people, their rigid code of Jieto, honor and obligation, making them hesitate even in the face of civil war. The meeting disperses, leaving Rand with the feeling that he is balancing on a blade's edge. But peace is fleeting. Moiraine returns, accompanied by Egwene Alvear. Egwene, once his childhood sweetheart, now stands with the Aes Sedai, a visible symbol of how far they have drifted apart. She wears Aiel garb and the ring of the Great Serpent, her loyalty shifting toward the White Tower. Suddenly, a weave of the One Power strikes Rand like a hickory stick across the shoulders. He spins, seizing Saidin, the male half of the true source. The power floods him, a torrent of molten life tainted by the Dark One's oily corruption. It is a constant battle to hold the power without being consumed by the filth that coats it, a struggle for sanity that rages beneath his skin every second he channels. He masks his turmoil behind a mask of ice, refusing to give Moiraine the satisfaction of a reaction, though he cannot tell if it was her or Egwene who struck him. Moiraine has not come for idle discipline, however. She reveals a terrifying object, one of the 7 seals on the Dark One's prison. It is made of Quendiyar, heartstone, a substance that should be indestructible, yet she scrapes a flake from it with a simple knife. The seal is rotting. The metaphysical barrier between the world and the shadow is physically decaying. It is a stark, horrific visualization of the encroaching doom. The cage is rusting, and the beast inside is waking up. They argue over strategy. Moiraine urges him to hunt the Forsaken to cut off the heads of the shadow. But Rand has evolved. He is no longer the farm boy who reacts. He has his own grand strategy. He intends to unite the Isle and impose a terrifying peace upon the warring nations of the Wetlands, by force if necessary. He plans to break the cycle of petty wars so humanity can survive the last battle. He is becoming harder, colder, a man willing to be a tyrant to save his people. The stress fractures in Rand's own mind begin to show. When Egwene berates him for his arrogance, invoking the memory of their childhood, Rand's thoughts glitch. For a split second, he thinks of a woman named Ilyena, expecting her to soothe him. But Ilyena is not from his life. She was the wife of Luz Therin Telamon, the man Rand was in a past life, the man who murdered her in his madness. The boundaries between Rand and the dead kinslayer inside his head are blurring. He covers the slip, but the terror of it lingers. Egwene leaves him with a final, confusing parting shot, a message that Elaine Trakand loves him. It is a human complication in a world of inhuman stakes. As the women depart, Rand is left alone with the gleeman Jasin Natael, frustration boiling over, a man holding the weight of the world while losing his grip on himself. Chapter 3. Pale Shadows. The weight of destiny hangs heavy in the fading light of Ruidian, but inside the private chambers of the Dragon Reborn, the tension is physical. Rand al'Thor, seeking mastery over the volatile force of Saidin, lashes out with weaves of air. He pins Jasin Natael against the wall, suspending the man helplessly above the floor. Natael, clutching his gilded harp, is not merely a gleeman. He is Asmodean, one of the Forsaken, bound to Rand not by loyalty, but by a shield of spirit woven by Lanfear herself. This interaction reveals the perilous tightrope Rand walks. He is a man trying to learn to swim by holding onto a shark. Asmodean, despite his immense age and power, is currently neutered, his connection to the true source throttled to a trickle. He warns Rand desperately, never channel when others are present. Specifically, Moiraine must not see. If the Aes Sedai discovers Asmodean's true identity, both teacher and student are doomed, Rand to be gentled or controlled, Asmodean to a swift execution. There is a profound psychological dissonance here. Asmodean attempts to maintain the facade of a court bard, smoothing his ruffled feathers and claiming he was merely tending to his lord's thirst. Yet beneath the performance, there is a bleak, nihilistic acceptance. He teaches Rand because he has no choice. The Dark One's punishment for his betrayal would be eternal, and his former allies, the other Forsaken, would kill him on sight. He is a man who has already fallen off the cliff and is clutching a tuft of grass he knows will give way. The lessons are frustratingly abstract. Asmodean explains that men and women cannot link their powers in a circle without a woman present to bridge the gap. It is a fundamental law of the one power, a balance in the pattern. Men are generally stronger in raw power, but women possess the ability to link, granting them a collective strength that can overwhelm any male channeler. This law is vital. It underscores why the Aes Sedai, even weakened, remain a threat to Rand. 13 weak women can overcome the strongest man. Rand eventually releases the Forsaken, disgusted by the ease of manhandling him. Before leaving, Rand weaves a trap of spirit and fire around the room. It is a ward that allows anyone to pass, unless they can channel Saidin. To Asmodean, in his weakened state, the doorway becomes a wall of solid flame. It is a cage of magic, ensuring the gleeman stays put. Outside, the Maidens of the Spear wait. The culture of the Aiel creates a stark contrast to the duplicity of the Forsaken. Here, everything is about honor and directness. Adeline and Enila greet Rand, their conversation revolving around a spreading illness, marriage. A maiden named Joinde is giving up the spear to wed a Gaishine. To the maidens, this is a tragedy, a loss of a sister to the domestic life, yet they accept Rand's leadership with a fierce, possessive loyalty. They are his honor guard, a concept Rand struggles to accept as they trail him through the twilight streets. Elsewhere in the darkening city, Mat Cawthon balances precariously on the rim of a dry fountain, drunk on Isle Usquai. He sings Jack o' the Shadows, a song of death and defiance that hasn't been heard since the fall of Aldershar centuries ago. Mat is a man fracturing under the weight of gifts he never asked for. The redstone doorway in Ruidian filled the holes in his memory, but it filled them with the lives of other men, soldiers, generals, and dancers from ages past. He remembers dying 100 times. The alcohol blunts the buzzing of these foreign memories, but it cannot dull his tavern luck. To prove a point to the skepticism of the Isle Watchers, Matt binds his eyes with a scarf. He throws a knife blindly into the dark, aiming for a scrap of wood. The blade strikes true, dead center. It is a terrifying manifestation of the pattern bending around him. The Isle are unnerved. They sense the uncanny nature of his luck. Matt is left alone with his winnings and his new artifacts, the silver foxhead medallion that hangs cold against his chest, and the Ashandare, the black-hafted spear inscribed with the ravens of the Shonchan, a receipt for the price he paid to the Eelfin. A Shido maiden, Melindra, interrupts his brooding. She is tall, golden-haired, and predatory in her flirtation. Matt, ever the gambler, reads the situation and gifts her a sapphire necklace from his winnings. There is a dangerous allure to her, a cat playing with a mouse. But Matt, seeking distraction from the ghosts in his head, accepts her advances. The mood shifts when Matt spots Rand walking with his escort. The gap between the two friends from the two rivers has become a chasm. Matt is terrified of the man Rand has become, a channeler, a magnet for danger, a figure of prophecy. When he finally approaches, he calls Rand Luz Therin, a slip that cuts deep. Matt speaks of leaving, of joining the merchant Kadere's wagons to escape the waste. Rand, weary and isolated, does not stop him. He only offers a warning. Do not trust Kadere. Rand knows the merchant is dangerous, likely a dark friend, but he is trapped by the need for secrecy. Chapter 4. Twilight. Rand approaches the roof of the Maidens. This building, with its spiral columns and mosaics of a long-forgotten peaceful age, has been claimed by Far Dare Smai. By Isle custom, men are forbidden to enter, but Rand is the Kara Khan, the chief of chiefs. He is the exception to every rule. The maidens inside do not treat him as a king, however, but as a wayward brother or son. They fuss over his hunger and his clothing, a collective mothering that both comforts and stifles him. He retreats to his quarters on the upper levels, a solitary room where he can drop the mask of command. But solitude is rare. Avienda enters, bearing armfuls of blankets. The relationship between Rand and Avienda is a tangle of prickly honor and suppressed emotion. She is training to be a wise one, yet she retains the fierce demeanor of a maiden. She confronts him about the fact that the wise ones know he has shielded his dreams. She admits with angry humiliation that she was the one who inadvertently tipped them off. Avienda's behavior is a study in the Isle concept of Jieto. She feels she has incurred to, obligation toward Rand, and she hates it. She presents him with a dragon-shaped belt buckle, not as a gift of affection, but to cancel the debt of an ivory bracelet he gave her. She claims to hate him, stating she was ordered to give gifts to those she despises most to learn humility. Yet beneath the venom, there is a rigid sense of duty. She is watching him for Elaine Trakand, her near sister. She views Rand as property belonging to Elaine, a rationalization that allows her to stay close to him while denying her own confusing feelings. Their argument is interrupted by Isendre. The beautiful, pale-skinned woman from Kadere's caravan enters with wine, draped in jewelry that isn't hers. Isendre is a tragic, pathetic figure here, a woman attempting to use her sexuality to survive in a city of warriors who despise her. She has already been punished by the maidens for theft, yet she persists in trying to seduce Rand. Avienda's reaction is immediate and savage. She sees Isendre as a sworder, a useless rat. She acts as the enforcer of the maiden's laws, terrifying the other woman into fleeing. Rand's reaction, however, reveals his own fatal flaw. He knows Isendre is a dark friend. He knows she is allied with Kadere and possibly the Forsaken, yet he cannot bring himself to harm her or allow her to be killed. The memory of killing a woman in the past haunts him, paralyzing his hand. He saves Isendre from Avienda's wrath an act of mercy that is also a weakness. He is trapped by his own morality, forced to harbor enemies because he cannot bear to execute them. As the chapter closes, Rand lies in the dark, shivering in the desert cold because he refuses to use the power for simple comforts like lighting a fire. He wards his dreams, locking out the wise ones. But he cannot ward out his own subconscious. As sleep takes him, his mind drifts to the three women who are slowly binding his fate. Elaine, the princess who claims his heart, Min, the seer who sees the man beneath the title, and Avienda, the warrior who fights her own destiny as hard as she fights him. In the silence of Ruidian, the Dragon Reborn is not a conqueror, but a young man cold, tired, and dreaming of connection in a world that wants to turn him into a weapon. Chapter 5. Among the Wise Ones. The bitter cold of the Isle waste at night is a physical weight, pressing against the canvas of the tents near Ruidian. Inside her shelter, Egwene Alvear stands shivering, caught in a private battle between physical discomfort and the seductive lure of the One Power. She uses the true source to heat her washing water, a small, guilty act of rebellion against the harsh discipline of the Wise Ones. There is a profound psychological tension here. Egwene feels like an imposter, knowing that Amys or Bear would accept the freezing water without complaint. Her reliance on Saidar is not just for warmth, but a symptom of the addiction that threatens all channelers, the desire to draw more, to feel that wondrous rush of life, even when self-discipline demands abstinence. Her introspection is interrupted by Cowinda, a Guy Shine. This interaction highlights the shattering societal impact of Rand al'Thor's revelations in Ruidaean. Cowinda is not merely a servant. She is a former maiden of the spear who has succumbed to the bleakness. Her time of service is over, yet she refuses to shed the white robes, her identity crushed by the truth of Aiel history. Egwene tries to spark some spirit in the woman, but the Aiel's cultural collapse is too deep for simple words to mend. Summoned to the sweat tent, Egwene transitions from bone-chilling cold to suffocating, steamy heat. The atmosphere within is heavy, with more than just vapor. It is thick with political maneuvering. The three Wise Ones, Bear, Amys, and Melaine, sit in nudity and sweat, radiating an authority that rivals the White Tower. Moiraine Damadred is present as well, maintaining a regal, icy composure, despite the humiliating circumstances. The Aes Sedai attempts to warn the Wise Ones that Rand's plan to unite the clans will incite a global war, mirroring the devastation of the Aiel War years prior. Here we see the shifting tides of power. The Wise Ones dismiss Moiraine's concerns with terrifying calm. They are not beholden to the White Tower's long-laid plans. They serve the Kara Khan, he who comes with the dawn. It is a stark reminder to Moiraine that in the Waste, an Aes Sedai ring commands no automatic obedience. The Aiel are prepared to break the world if prophecy demands it, viewing life itself as a dream from which all must eventually wake. The focus shifts to Avienda, who is struggling under the weight of her own apprenticeship. The dynamic between the women reveals the Wise Ones' masterful, if ruthless, pedagogy. They are forcing Avienda into proximity with Rand, ordering her to sleep in his chambers, not his bed, but close enough to ignite scandal and rumor. While they claim this is to teach her discipline and acceptance of the pattern, there is a clear undercurrent of matchmaking. They are manipulating fate, pushing the former maiden toward her destiny with the Dragon Reborn. Avienda's fierce reaction, jealousy disguised as honor, betrays her feelings. She despises Isandre, a woman hanging around Rand, and the Wise Ones use this emotional volatility to hammer her into a shape capable of wielding power. The tension breaks briefly for a moment of startling cultural dissonance. Melaine, usually prickly and fierce, bashfully admits she wishes to marry the clan chief Bael. She asks Amys and Bear to approach Bael's current wife, Dorinda, to propose a sister-wife arrangement. To Egwene, this polygamous custom is alien and baffling, yet the older wise ones dissolve into giggles like schoolgirls, celebrating the prospect of a new marriage. It serves as a reminder that these terrifying women are also human, bound by a social fabric entirely different from the Wetlands. The chapter closes with a return to physical hardship. For the crime of being slow and stubborn, Egwene and Aviendha are banished from the warmth and ordered to run 50 laps around the camp in the freezing darkness, naked and vulnerable. As they run, the shared suffering creates a bond. Aviendha points out a subtle truth. While Egwene claims not to understand Gieto, she lives by it. She scrubs pots and endures freezing runs because she has surrendered her pride to achieve a higher goal, learning to dream walk. In the harsh silence of the waste, beneath the moon shadows of Ruidian, the Wetlander and the Aiel run side by side, forging a sisterhood in the fires of exhaustion and the ice of the desert night. Chapter 6. Gateways. The silence of the sleeping city of Ruidian was not truly silent for the Dragon Reborn. Rand al'Thor awoke not to sound, but to a sensory intrusion, a foulness pressing against his mind, a psychic miasma that smelled of stagnant water and ancient death. It was the scent of the shadow. He did not panic. Panic is a luxury denied to those who channel Saidin. Instead, he embraced the void, wrapping himself in the male half of the true source. The cold detachment of the power flooded him, pushing away the physical chill of the night. Stepping into the corridor, he sensed the source of the wrongness. It was something evil, and it was hunting. Rand made a tactical decision, one that reflected the lessons of his warder teachers and the harsh pragmatism of the Aiel wastes. He would not fight near the sleeping maidens of the spear. He would choose his ground. He ascended to the highest floor of the building, a domed chamber bathed in moonlight, and took his stance upon a mosaic of the ancient Aes Sedai symbol. There is a profound symbolism here, for Rand stood with one boot on the white flame of Tar Valon and the other on the black dragon's fang, a man literally straddling the divide between salvation and destruction, light and dark. The enemy revealed itself. 3 darkhounds, massive and blacker than the night, coalesced from the shadows. These were not mere beasts. They were shadow spawn, creatures of the Dark One that ran the wild hunt. Rand engaged them with the power-wrought sword of fire, moving through the Blademaster forms, whirlwind on the mountain unfolding the fan. He cut them down with lethal precision. But this was a lesson in the resilience of the shadow. The severed pieces of the beasts melted into pools of darkness and reformed, undamaged and enraged. Physical violence, even magically enhanced, was useless. Here Rand crossed a threshold. He instinctively reached for a weaving he remembered from a past life, the life of Luz Therin Telemon. He unleashed a bar of liquid white fire. This was balefire. It did not merely burn the Darkhounds, it erased them. They were scoured from the pattern itself. Their existence terminated backwards in time. The very reality of the room seemed to scream in the afterimage of that terrible light. Moiraine Damodred arrived, breathless and terrified, not of the beasts, but of what they represented. She checked him frantically for any sign of saliva or blood, for the touch of a Darkhound is a death that even the One Power cannot heal. But upon seeing the evidence of balefire, the missing slices of stone columns where the beam had passed, her fear shifted. She explained the cosmic horror of what Rand had done. Balefire burns a thread out of the pattern before the moment of destruction. If a man kills another and is then hit by balefire, the victim returns to life because the killer ceased to exist before the murder happened. Moiraine warned that during the War of Power, entire cities were erased, threatening to unravel the very fabric of existence. It is a weapon that breaks the laws of causality, risking the stability of the wheel itself. Rand, however, had little time for metaphysics. His thoughts went to Mat Cawthon. If the Darkhounds were here, His Tavarin friend was a target. They rushed to the ruins where Matt slept. They found him alive, cowering behind a bronze-sheathed door that had been chewed through by jaws strong enough to shear metal. But there was a discrepancy in reality. Matt remembered the beast slobbering on his arm through a hole in the door, yet the hole was gone, erased by Rand's balefire moments earlier. The injury to Matt's arm, however, remained as a burning irritation. When Moiraine attempted to heal Matt, the one power failed. It washed over him without taking hold. The culprit was the silver foxhead medallion Matt wore, a ter'angreal he had gained from the Finn. It was a chaotic negation of magic, rendering the wearer immune to the flows of the power. Only when Matt removed it could Moiraine heal the poison of the Shadowspawn. This moment cements Matt's unique position in the coming conflicts. He is the one piece on the board that the Aes Sedai cannot touch, a rogue element protected from the very magic that drives the world. Later, in the privacy of the night, the dynamic between the Aes Sedai and the Dragon Reborn shattered and reformed. Moiraine, realizing that her attempts to control Rand were only driving him away, did the unthinkable. She begged. She pledged not only to cease her manipulations, but to obey him. It was a surrender of pride from a woman who had spent her life pulling the strings of kings and queens. Rand accepted her pledge, though his trust remained fragile. He saw the desperation in her, the willingness to be a servant if it meant the dragon would survive to fight the last battle. After checking on Asmodean to ensure the Forsaken teacher was still secure, Rand returned to his room, only to find another visitor, Lanfear. The contrast between Moiraine and Lanfear was stark. Where Moiraine offered servitude for the sake of the world, Lanfear offered partnership for the sake of dominion. She spoke of the two great saangreal statues, the Chuedan Kal, powerful enough to challenge the Creator. She played the part of the scorned lover, insisting that Rand was Luz Therin, claiming she loved him. But her love was a twisted thing, inseparable from her ambition. She revealed that the Darkhounds were sent by Ravin, another Forsaken who had ensnared Queen Morgus in Andor. Lanfear's information was a gift, but a poisoned one. She sought to isolate Rand, to make him distrust everyone but her, positioning herself as the only queen fit for the Emperor of the world. The night ended with the arrival of the Aiel clan chiefs. The Shido clan was moving, heading for the Jangai Pass to invade the Wetlands. The time for waiting in the waste was over. Chapter 7. A Departure. The sun rose over Ruidaean, turning the baked clay and stone into an oven, a harsh reminder of the unforgiving nature of the waste. The camp was a hive of activity as the Aiel prepared to move. Egwene Alver, nursing the soreness that comes from a lack of riding practice, observed the departure with the keen eyes of a budding dreamwalker. Egwene had spent her night traversing the world of dreams, Tel Aranriod. She had shared tea with the wise ones in their dreams, and had even attempted to breach the wards around Rand's mind, finding them an impenetrable wall of nothingness. Her growing confidence was matched by her curiosity, though the sight of Isendre, the Dark Friend, trudging in black robes as a beast of burden, offered a grim reminder of Aiel justice. The Aiel do not imprison, they shame, they punish, or they kill. The column began to form. Rand appeared, dressed in blue silk and gold, looking every inch the Wetlander king, yet surrounded by the fierce maidens of the spear. There was a palpable tension in the air, particularly regarding Avienda. The warrior woman walked beside Rand's horse, radiating a mixture of duty and frustration. She wore the ivory bracelet Egwene had given her, a symbol of their bond, yet she seemed weighed down by a secret burden regarding the Karakan. Egwene, having glimpsed Avienda's dreams of running from a giant Rand, sensed the fear behind the warrior's stoic mask, a fear not of violence, but of destiny. Before they left the city, Rand performed one final act of restoration. He reached into the earth with the power. Suddenly, water erupted. The ancient fountains of Ruidian, dry for millennia, burst into life. Porpoises of stone spewed clear streams, statues fanned water into the dry air. The isles stared in stunned silence. Water, the most precious commodity in the threefold land, now flowed freely. It was a statement. He was not just a warlord leading them to conquest. He was he who comes with the dawn, bringing life back to the dead past. He was changing their world before he even led them out of it. As the caravan began the long trek toward the Dragon Wall, Moiraine lingered, looking back at the glass columns of the plaza. Her mind was heavy with the knowledge she had gained from the rings of Ruidian. The ter'angreal that had shown her possible futures, myriad paths her life could take. She knew that most of those paths led to failure or death. She had seen that trying to control Rand would lead to disaster, a vision that had forced her humility the night before. Lan, her warder, sensed her fear. It was a rare emotion for Moiraine, a woman of iron control. She confessed to him that she was afraid, not of the enemy, but of the inevitability of the pattern. She had sworn to obey Rand because the rings had shown her it was the only narrow path that might leave a chance for victory. She was a woman walking a tightrope over an abyss, guiding a man who held the power to shatter the world, armed only with fragments of foreknowledge and her own desperate determination. The columns snaked away from the city, climbing the slopes of Chaindair. They left the mist-shrouded, water-blessed ruins behind, marching toward the west, toward war, and toward a destiny that the wheel had already begun to weave. Chapter 8. Over the Border. The journey away from Tanchico is a grueling test of endurance, defined not by the glamour of magic, but by the relentless, suffocating reality of travel. We find Nynaeve Almeara perched precariously on the back of a jouncing wagon, clutching her straw hat against the wind. Behind them, a massive dust storm recedes, a meteorological anomaly birthed not by nature, but by Nynaeve herself. It serves as a potent reminder of her unique and frustrating limitation regarding the One Power. She requires fury to break through her block. The storm was a manifestation of her anger at bandits, a violent defense mechanism that frightened even her companion, the daughter heir Elaine Trakand. Now, as the anger fades, so does her connection to the true source, leaving her merely a woman holding onto a lurching wagon in the sweltering heat. The landscape is a bleak tapestry of withered grass and heat waves, the road beneath them hard-packed by a history of trade that has since evaporated. They are refugees in disguise, fleeing the chaos of Tarabon for the relative safety of the White Tower. Their cover is that of simple merchants, a ruse supported by the rough-hewn appearance of Tom Merrilin and the tyrant thief-catcher Julin Sandar, who looks perpetually uncomfortable on a horse, wearing a ridiculous conical red hat that offends Nynaeve's sensible aesthetics. Tension mounts as the road reveals a column of 50 mounted soldiers in snowy cloaks and burnished mail, the children of the light. For Nynaeve and Elaine, concealment is not just a matter of privacy but of survival. To the white cloaks they are Tar Valon witches, worthy only of execution. As the patrol intercepts them, Nynaeve forces a mask of civility over her pride. She spins a tale of selling rare Tarabona dyes, playing to the arrogance of the white cloak officer. Here, we see the psychological strain on the women. Elaine, struggling to suppress her noble upbringing, nearly ruins the charade with a haughty question about borders. Nynaeve, quick-witted and desperate, covers the slip by painting Elaine as a flighty, boy-crazy niece sent away for discipline. It is a humiliating improvisation, but effective. The officer, disgusted by the mundane domestic drama, dismisses them with a warning to obey the law in Amadicia. The encounter leaves them shaken, highlighting the perilous tightrope they walk between their true power as Aes Sedai initiates and the necessity of playing the helpless commoner. As they cross the stone pillars marking the border into Amaditia, the group dynamics fray. Nynaeve is irritable, snapping at Elaine's questionable acting, while Elaine retreats into a strange, clinging behavior toward Tom. They decide to rest near the town of Mardesin, a pause in their flight that feels both necessary and dangerous. Chapter 9. A Signal. In the quiet of a thicket outside Mardesin, the domestic side of the adventure takes over, providing a stark contrast to the high stakes of their mission. While Tom and Juilin tend to the horses, Nynaeve examines their hidden cargo. Beneath the wagon floorboards lies a fortune in gold and jewels, gifts from the Panarch of Tarabon, but more importantly, a simple wooden box containing terangriel and a seal on the Dark One's prison. The proximity of the seal unsettles Nynaeve. She senses the Dark One's touch upon it, a creeping malice that fuels her urgency to reach Tar Valon. We delve into Nynaeve's internal landscape here. Her motivations are complex. She hunts the Black Aja not just for duty, but to protect the young villagers she feels responsible for. She harbors a fierce desire to heal, viewing her ability to cure with the power as her true calling, far more than the destructive potential she wielded in the dust storm. Yet, beneath her determination lies fear of the forsaken Mogedion, who she humiliated in Tanchico. The knowledge that an ancient, malevolent being might be hunting her personally is a heavy burden, manifesting as a phantom sensation of being watched. The friction between the women comes to a head. Nynaeve confronts Elaine about her bizarre flirtation with the elderly Tom. Elaine admits the truth. It is a displacement of her anxiety over Rand al'Thor. Separated by thousands of leagues and fearful of a prophecy that she must share her love, Elaine clings to Tom as a safe, fatherly figure, though she fiercely denies the paternal aspect. It is a moment of vulnerability that humanizes the daughter heir, stripping away the royal facade to reveal a frightened young woman in love. Seeking distraction and supplies, the two women venture into Mardesin. The town is a depressing husk, its economy strangled by the cessation of trade with Tarabon. Poverty is visible in the empty shops and the lethargy of the populace. White cloaks patrol the streets, a constant reminder of the enemy territory they occupy. Amidst the decay, Nynaeve spots something that stops her cold. A bunch of broomweed tied with a yellow ribbon, hanging outside a seamstress's shop. To the uninitiated, it is garbage. To Nynaeve, it is an archaic emergency signal of the Yellow Aja, a cry for help from the tower's eyes and ears. Trusting in the sisterhood of the Aes Sedai, Nynaeve decides to investigate. They enter the shop of Rond Makura, a nervous, fluttering woman who seems terrified of her own shadow. Nynaeve and Elaine reveal themselves as initiates of the tower, expecting to receive a message or offer aid. Makura, trembling, invites them into her back kitchen for tea, claiming the message is too dangerous to speak aloud. The atmosphere in the kitchen is suffocatingly tense. Makura serves them Tarabona tea, mentioning a message that all sisters must return to the tower to make it whole. It seems a plausible, if vague, command from the Amerlin seat. However, as the tea takes effect, the trap snaps shut. This is not a sanctuary. The tea is laced with fork root, a herb that deadens the ability to channel and induces paralysis. As Nynaeve presses for the true urgency of the message, her body betrays her. Heaviness crashes down, her tongue swelling, her limbs turning to lead. She watches in horror as Elaine slumps onto the table, unconscious. The realization of betrayal hits Nynaeve a second too late. They have not found an ally. They have walked willingly into the hands of an enemy who knows exactly how to neutralize Aes Sedai. As darkness claims Nynaeve's consciousness, the nervous seamstress transforms, her fear replaced by the cold satisfaction of a hunter who has successfully bagged her prey. Chapter 10. Figs and Mice. Consciousness returns to Elaine Trakand, not with a snap, but with a sluggish, terrifying realization of helplessness. She's being dragged up a staircase, her body a dead weight, her mind stuffed with cotton. This is the insidious horror of forkroot tea, a weapon that strips an Aes Sedai or accepted of their defining strength. Elaine can sense the true source, that eternal river of energy, but reaching for it is like trying to grasp a needle through a sheet of ice with numb fingers. The disconnect is absolute. For a woman defined by her ability to channel, this paralysis strikes deeper than physical fear. It is an existential silencing. Her captors, the seamstress Rond Makura and her assistant Lucy, are not dark friends, as Elaine initially fears, but something perhaps more confusing, agents of the Yellow Aja. As Elaine is dumped onto a bed next to a paralyzed, raging Nynaeve, the irony of their situation becomes sharp. They are not victims of the shadow, but of the White Tower's own fractured politics. Makura reveals she is acting on orders that seemingly originate from the Amirlin seat herself, orders to capture Elaine and return her to the tower by any means necessary. The psychological toll on Elaine is immense. She watches an hourglass drain, each grain of sand marking a moment of failure as she struggles to lift a finger or seize Saidar. She is the daughter heir of Andor, yet she feels reduced to a whimpering child, internally shaming herself for not possessing Nynaeve's indomitable, angry will. It is a moment that strips away the pretenses of royalty and leaves only human fragility. Just as Lucy returns to administer another dose of the tea, the door crashes open. It is not the one power that saves them, but the mundane, lethal competence of Tom Merrilin and Juilin Sandar. Tom, looking every bit the hero from his own Gleam and Tales, subdues Lucy with the mere threat of a knife. The rescue highlights a recurring theme in this saga: the potent capabilities of ordinary men in a world dominated by magic. As the women slowly recover their motor functions, the interrogation of Mistress Makura begins. Here, we see the darker edge of their protectors. Juilin Sandar, the thief-catcher, terrifies the seamstress not with physical violence, but with the power of suggestion. He mentions figs and mice, a torture method never explained, leaving the victim's imagination to conjure a horror far worse than reality. It is a grim reminder that while our heroes walk in the light, the shadows they move through require brutal methods. Makura breaks, revealing her contact is Narenwin Barda of the Yellow Aja in Tar Valon. The confusion is palpable. The women know the tower is split, but the idea that the Amerlin wants them captured suggests deep conspiracies, or perhaps that their cover is blown. To escape, they must shed their identities. Using white hen pepper, Elaine dyes her red-gold curls black. They abandon the persona of merchants for that of noblewomen, fleeing in a purchased coach. Behind them, a terrified Rhonda Makura, desperate to cover her tracks, sends pigeon reports to everyone she knows, the Yellow Aja and her other contacts. In her fear, she inadvertently spreads the ripples of chaos further, a small cog turning the great wheel of unintended consequences. Chapter 11. The Nine-Horse Hitch. The narrative shifts to the dusty, decaying city of Lugard in Mirandi. Here, the former Amirlin Siat, Siwan Sanche, rides a shaggy mare, exhausted and hiding beneath a straw hat. The dynamic of her group has shifted drastically. Logain, the false dragon, has assumed command of their travel, barking orders and managing the coin. Siwan allows this, a tactical submission. She is a master manipulator playing a long game, letting the man feel powerful while she steers the ship. Lugard is a city of crumbling walls and unpaved streets, surviving on trade and corruption. It is a fitting backdrop for Siwan's current state. Once a fortress of power, now weathered and forced to scrape by. They stable their horses at an inn called the Nine-Horse Hitch, but Siwan has business elsewhere. She must make contact with the Blue Aja's eyes and ears. This mission forces Siwan to confront her new reality in a brutal fashion. Having been stilled and stripped of the ageless look of an Aes Sedai, she now appears to be a young woman of perhaps 20. When she enters a rowdy, low-class establishment to find the agent, Duranda Tharn, she's not greeted with the deference due an Amirlin. Instead, Tharn, a formidable woman with dyed red hair and a sharp tongue, mistakes Siwan for a fresh recruit or a serving girl. Tharn mocks Siwan, demanding to see her legs and treating her with a rough, hazing disrespect that would have been unthinkable months ago. Siwan must swallow her pride, her anger, and her ingrained authority. It is a profound psychological humiliation. She retains the mind and memories of a world leader, yet she is treated like a naive child. This dissonance defines her current existence. She is a queen in a beggar's mask, screaming silently for respect she can no longer command. However, the humiliation yields fruit. Tharn passes on a code phrase intended for any lost blue sister. Sally Daera. To the uninitiated, it is a name. To Siwan Sanche, who knows the history of the tower, it is a location. Salidar, the birthplace of the legendary Dean Ahriman, a place to rebuild from ruin. It is the beacon in the storm. While Siwan navigates the treacherous waters of espionage, her companions deal with more carnal matters back at the inn. Liane, formerly the keeper of the chronicles and a woman of icy reserve, is reinventing herself. She practices her wiles on the local men, discovering a newfound power in seduction. Min, watching from the sidelines, feels a pang of envy. She possesses the heart of the Dragon Reborn, yet she struggles with the traditional femininity that Liane wields so effortlessly. It is a moment of vulnerability for Min, who wishes she could capture Rand's attention the way Liane captures the room. Siwan returns, rattled by a near miss with white cloaks, a reminder that her new face does not grant her immunity from old enemies, and gathers her party. They must leave immediately. The clue has been found. The shattered remnants of the tower have a gathering point. As they ride south into the night, the stage is set for the reformation of the White Tower, not within its marble walls, but in exile, driven by the will of women who refuse to break. Chapter 12. An Old Pipe. We begin in the clamorous, dusty streets of Lugard, a city in Mirandi where the law is loose and the dirt is hard-packed. We follow Gareth Brine, the former Captain General of the Queen's Guards of Andor, a man whose fortunes have taken a steep and muddy turn. A gust of wind steals his velvet hat, sweeping it beneath the iron rim of a passing wagon wheel. It is a small, humiliating moment that serves as a perfect metaphor for Brine's recent life. A man of high station and unyielding honor, now crushed into the clay of a foreign street, ignored by the drivers who curse him. Brine is a man out of his element. He is not used to the anonymity of a ragged coat or the stains of travel, yet he presses on, driven by a compulsion that is as much about his own fractured identity as it is about justice. He enters an inn called the Wagon Seat, a place of noise, cheap ale, and groping hands, the antithesis of the disciplined military camps he commanded for decades. He finds his men, Joni and Barim, old soldiers whose loyalty to Brine outweighs their retirement. They are remnants of a life Brine has lost, clinging to him because he defines their purpose. They bring news of the quarry. 3 young women, Siwan Sanche, Liane Sharif, and Min Farshaw, though Brine knows them by different names and disguises. They have moved on, heading west toward the Johanna Road. But there is a complication, a shadow falling over the chase. The White Cloaks, the fanatical children of the light, are also asking questions about a girl matching Min's description. This shifts the stakes immediately. Brine is no longer just a disgruntled lord chasing a servant who broke an oath. He is potentially chasing women who are being hunted by an organization known for torture and summary execution. It is here that we see the core of Gareth Brine. He gathers his small troop of aging soldiers in a thicket of oak. He looks at them, Grey hair, bald heads, men who should be bouncing grandchildren on their knees, and wrestles with his conscience. He knows he should turn back. To chase these women into Altara or beyond is foolishness. But Brine is a man defined by the oaths he swears and the oaths sworn to him. When he sits on his horse, lighting an old pipe with the rose crown carved into the bowl, he tells a story of his own humiliation, how Queen Morgase, manipulated by Aes Sedai, cast him aside. He uses his own fall from grace to bond with his men, masking his pain with humor. He decides they will ride west. He will find these women not just to punish an oathbreaker, but perhaps to prove to himself that the codes of honor he has lived by still mean something in a chaotic world. Chapter 13. A small room in Sienda. The narrative shifts to the objects of Brine's pursuit, rattling inside a coach, traveling through the rolling forested hills of Amadisia. The dynamic between Elaine Trakand and Nynaeve Almeara provides a study in role reversal and class friction. Elaine, the daughter-heir of Andor, is playing the role of a noblewoman, Lady Moralin, which comes to her as naturally as breathing. Nynaeve, the former wisdom of Emansfield, a position of absolute local authority, is forced to play the maid, Nana. The psychological strain on Nynaeve is palpable. She is a woman of immense power and pride, now reduced to curtsying and being ordered about by a girl she once babysat. Every bounce of the carriage seems to rattle her patience. They bicker over the speed of the coach, over money, over manners. It is a comedic layer concealing deep anxiety. They are in the heart of Amadisia, the stronghold of the White Cloaks, carrying secrets that could get them stilled or hanged. Their journey is interrupted by a surreal spectacle, a traveling menagerie. We are introduced to Valan Luca, a showman of supreme confidence and questionable reality. He presents a circus of wonders, including giant boar horses from Shara. To the reader, these are clearly Seredit, or elephants, creatures the Shonchan brought to Falme. The presence of these animals is a subtle reminder of the global upheaval caused by the events of the last year. The world is shrinking, and the strange is becoming commonplace. Luca is a peacock, flirting with Elaine and boasting of his show, unaware he is speaking to an Aes Sedai and a queen-in-waiting. Elaine, ever the diplomat and aristocrat, offers him charity. Nynaeve, ever the frugal village wisdom who knows the value of a copper, grudgingly hands over a pittance. It highlights their fundamental difference. Elaine solves problems with grace and resources. Nynaeve solves them with suspicion and thrift. They arrive in the village of Sienda, finding it swarming with white cloaks. The tension rises. They secure a room at an inn, the Light of Truth, where Nynaeve's humiliation continues, as she must pretend to be a servant, even in their private sleeping arrangements to maintain their cover. But the physical world is about to be left behind. Nynaeve prepares for bed, but not for sleep. She places a twisted stone ring, a terrangrail, on a thong around her neck. This is the key to Tel'aran'rhiod, the world of dreams. It is a dangerous tool, allowing those without the specific talent of dreaming to enter the unseen world, a dimension where thoughts define reality and death is permanent. Chapter 14. Meetings. Nynaeve shifts from the waking world to the dream. She stands in the heart of the stone, the great central chamber of the fortress in Tyr. The atmosphere is heavy, filled with the impossible pale light of Tel'aran'rhiod. Callandor, the sword that is not a sword, the darkly powerful sa'angrael, stands driven into the floorstones. Nynaeve knows enough to keep her distance. The weapon is trapped with the one power, a lethal lure left by the Dragon Reborn. In this realm, the subconscious rules. Nynaeve's clothes shift without her volition, betraying her inner thoughts. One moment she is in sturdy woolens, the next in clinging silks that reveal more than they hide. This is Nynaeve's secret vulnerability, a desire to be seen as beautiful, specifically by Lan Mandragoran, warring with her need to be taken seriously as a figure of authority. She calls out to Birgitte, one of the heroes of the Horn, a legendary archer currently waiting in the dream for the wheel of time to spin her out into a new life. Birgitte appears, shimmering with the confidence of centuries. Their conversation is a bridge between the present struggle and the ancient past. Birgitte reveals that the Forsaken, the ancient leaders of the Shadow, are active in the dream. They are plotting, stalking one another, a cabal of demigods playing a game of chess with the world. There is a tragedy to Birgitte's existence here. She is fading, her memories of past lives dimming like old books. She warns Nynaeve of Moghedien, the spider, a Forsaken who prefers to strike from the shadows. The danger is acute. Moghedien is a master of this realm, and Nynaeve is an intruder. Birgitte departs, and Nynaeve is joined by Egwene and the Isle Wise One, Melaine. The power dynamic shifts dramatically. In the waking world, Nynaeve was the wisdom, the teacher. Here, she is the novice. Melaine, with the blunt, brutal honesty of the Isle, confronts Nynaeve. They discuss Rand's sanity and his arrogance, but the conversation turns hostile when Melaine realizes Nynaeve is exploring the dream without training. To the wise ones, who treat the dream with sacred caution, Nynaeve is a wilder, a term of disparagement for someone who taught themselves to channel. They see her recklessness as a danger to herself and others. Nynaeve, whose pride is her armor, refuses to submit to their authority or promise to ask permission before entering the dream. She claims she is careful, but her shifting clothes, betraying her insecurity, argue otherwise. The chapter ends with a stinging rebuke. Melaine uses her mastery of the dream to strip Nynaeve of her agency. She transforms Nynaeve's sultry gown into the clothes of a child, a short skirt, hair in ribbons, a rag doll at her feet. It is a psychological dismantling. The Wise One is telling her, "You may be strong in the power, but here you are an infant." Nynaeve is left furious, humiliated, and deeply vulnerable, standing in the vast, silent hall, a powerful woman reduced to a tantrum-throwing child by those who understand the rules of this reality far better than she does. Chapter 15. What can be learned in dreams? The world of dreams, Teleran Rayod, is a reflection of the waking world, but it is also a mirror of the subconscious, a place where intent battles against stray thought. Nynaeve Almiara, seeking to spy upon the White Tower, attempts to visualize the Amirlin study, yet the unseen world is treacherous for the untrained. Instead of the seat of power, her mind betrays her, pulling her to the study of the mistress of novices. This is a profound psychological slip. Despite her strength and her defiance, deep within Nynaeve lies a lingering fear of authority and the memory of humiliation. She finds herself staring into the very mirror where novices are forced to confront their tear-stained faces, a symbol of the submission she has always fought so hard against. Understanding the danger of being recognized, Nynaeve shifts her appearance, a skill of the dream. She cycles through disguises, a Tarabona, then an accepted, before settling on a representation of the White Arja. It is a necessary deception. The tower is no longer the sanctuary it once was. The stolen Terangriel are in play, and the Black Arja could be lurking in any shadow of the dream. When she finally forces her will upon the environment and ascends to the Amerlin study, the room is wrong. The furniture is stiff, grandiose, and lacks the fisherman's simplicity that Siwan Sanche favored. Nynaeve brushes against a nightmare manifestation of Elida wearing the Amerlin stole, a vision she dismisses as a mere bad dream. But the room's details, the rigid arrangement of roses, the painting of Bonwyn, and Amerlin disastrously stripped of her title centuries ago, suggest a terrifying reality. The atmosphere here is one of severity and warning, a stark departure from Siwan's practical governance. Then, the balance of power shifts abruptly. Egwene Alvere appears, No longer the apprentice, Egwene stands in Tel'aran'rhiod with the confidence of a wolf in its own territory. The dynamic between the two women is painfully inverted. Nynaeve, accustomed to being the wisdom, the authority figure, finds herself being dressed down by the younger woman. Egwene, trained by the Aiel Wise Ones, treats Nynaeve not as a superior, but as a child playing with a candle in a barn. To drive the lesson home, Egwene manifests a nightmare, monstrous melting men who seize Nynaeve. It is a brutal, visceral teaching method, highlighting how much the Aiel culture has hardened Egwene. She is willing to inflict terror to ensure Nynaeve understands the lethal reality of this dimension. When the horror subsides, Nynaeve is left shaken, her pride wounded, forcing her to confront her own inadequacies in this realm. Together, they investigate the room's papers, and the nightmare becomes truth. They find a document signed by Elida as the Amirlin seat. The revelation is cataclysmic. Siuan Sanche has been deposed, an event that has only happened twice in 3,000 years. The tower has fractured. The document demands the arrest of Moiraine Damodred for treason. This confirms that the coup was not merely internal politics, but a rejection of the path Siuan and Moiraine forged regarding the Dragon Reborn. The White Tower, the world's bulwark against the shadow, is now divided against itself. In the wake of this shock, the conversation turns personal. Egwene corners Nynaeve regarding the events in Tanchico, specifically the capture by the Yellow Aja agent. Nynaeve, who values her image of competence above all else, is forced to confess she was drugged with forkroot tea. It is a moment of vulnerability Nynaeve despises. Egwene, relentless, conjures a cup of vile sludge, a physical manifestation of a lie, and almost forces Nynaeve to drink it to ensure future honesty. It is a harsh discipline, stripping away Nynaeve's defenses, forcing her to admit her fallibility. Egwene returns to her body in the Aiel camp, the transition jarring. She wakes in the biting cold of the waste, a sharp contrast to the malleability of the dream. Her anxiety is palpable. She fears the Wise Ones discovering her unauthorized excursion more than the dangers of the dream itself. Stepping out into the freezing night, she checks on Rand. The Dragon Reborn sits awake, surrounded by the sleeping forms of his advisors. He reads the prophecies of the dragon, laughing bitterly. This is not the laughter of joy, but of a man seeing the iron rails of destiny closing in. The darkness in him is growing. He treats the holy texts as a grim joke, highlighting the immense psychological strain of his burden. He is a man running a race against madness and the Dark One simultaneously. Egwene then seeks Moiraine. The Aes Sedai is awake, channeling, her calm demeanor a mask of iron control. When Egwene reveals Elida's ascension and the warrant for Moiraine's arrest, the Blue Sister does not panic. Instead, she exhibits the quintessential Aes Sedai pragmatism. She mourns the unity of the tower, but accepts the reality. To Moiraine, the mission is all that matters. If the tower falls, she will stand alone if she must. In this quiet tent, Moiraine treats Egwene as an equal for the first time, signaling that the apprentice is rapidly becoming a master in her own right. Chapter 16. An unexpected offer. The narrative shifts to the waking world in Sienda Amadisia. The morning sun brings heat, a stark difference from the freezing ale waste. Nynaeve and Elaine Trakand are refugees in disguise, fleeing the shadow of the Black Aja and the turmoil of the tower. Tension simmers between them regarding their travel plans. Elaine's aristocratic preference for a riverboat clashes with Nynaeve's distrust of water and desire for the overland coach. They descend to the inn's common room for breakfast. The description of the meal, spicy muffins, yellow pears, and strange red berries called strawberries, grounds the story in sensory detail, a brief respite of normalcy. However, the peace is shattered by the arrival of Galad Damodred. Galad, Elaine's half-brother, is a figure of terrifying perfection. His physical beauty is breathtaking, distracting even Nynaeve, but it masks a dangerous moral rigidity. He is now a high-ranking officer in the White Cloaks, the Children of the Light. The tragedy of Galad is that he is not evil. He is simply incapable of seeing grey areas. He does what he believes is right, regardless of the cost to himself or those he loves. He approaches them not with malice, but with a suffocating desire to save them. He knows they are not merely doing penance on a farm. He, too, knows of the coup in the White Tower, referring to Siwan Sanche's execution and the corruption of the Aes Sedai. To Galad, the tower is a den of witches, and his duty, his absolute moral imperative, is to drag Elaine and Nynaeve back to Caemlyn for their own safety. He offers protection, but it is the protection of a cage. His love is genuine, which makes him all the more dangerous. He cannot be bribed or reasoned with, for he believes he holds the moral high ground. The situation escalates when Tom Merrilin and Julin Sandar arrive. Tom, the grizzled gleeman, recognizes Galad. There is a history here that goes beyond the immediate danger. Galad represents the life Elaine left behind, the royal obligations, and the tangled family dynamics of House Trakand. Faced with the prospect of Galad reporting them to the White Cloaks, or worse, rescuing them by force, Nynaeve concocts a desperate plan. They cannot use the coach, it is too conspicuous. Instead, they must hide in plain sight. They will seek out Valan Luca's travelling menagerie. A circus is a place of chaos and colour, the perfect camouflage for two women trying to vanish. It is a humiliating step down for the daughter-heir of Andor and the former wisdom. But survival dictates humility. As they pack, a layer of Elaine's psyche is peeled back. She reveals that Tom was once her mother's lover, the court bard of Caemlyn. This admission reframes her relationship with the old gleeman. Her attachment to him is a complex weave of needing a father figure, her own father having died when she was an infant, and a young woman's confusing desire to emulate and perhaps compete with her mother, Morghys. She sees Tom not just as a protector, but as a tangible link to a past and a parent she struggles to understand. It adds a poignant, melancholy undertone to their flight. They are not just running from enemies, but carrying the heavy baggage of their personal histories. Galad remains outside, a sentinel of righteous doom. He is paralyzed by his own logic, torn between the duty to report Aes Sedai and the duty to protect his family. This hesitation is the only thing that gives the women a window of escape. They prepare to slip away, trading the dignity of nobility for the anonymity of the show wagons, stepping further into a world where their titles mean nothing and their wits mean everything. Chapter 17. Heading west. The suffocating heat of Sienda serves as the backdrop for a desperate flight, as the tension of being discovered by Galad Damodred hangs heavy over Nynaeve and Elaine. In the stifling confines of their inn-room, a transformation takes place, not of magic, but of cloth and deception. Elaine, ever the picture of grace even when plotting, prepares for the role of a lady in hiding, while Nynaeve struggles with the needlework required for her disguise as a maid. A small, prickly detail that Robert Jordan uses to highlight Nynaeve's perpetual struggle between her pride and her lack of domestic patience. They execute their escape with the precision of women used to looking over their shoulders. Nynaeve, clad in green wool that mocks the weather, and Elaine, radiating the invisible confidence of royalty, slip past the inn's defences. It is a moment that underscores the precarious nature of their journey. They are powerful channelers, reduced to sneaking through alleyways and dodging dung carts to avoid political entanglement. When Tom Merrilin and Julin Sandar arrive, they bring with them a drab green wagon and a cover story about fetching berries. Here, we see the depth of Tom's experience. He is not merely a gleeman, but a former court bard who understands the great game of houses. He shrewdly deduces that Pedron Neil is maneuvering to unite the nations against Randall Thor, using the chaos of the world to solidify White Cloak power. It is a grim realization that the shadow of Amadisia reaches far beyond its borders. The group eventually rendezvous with Val and Luca's traveling menagerie. Luca, a peacock of a man draped in a red silk cape, is a study in arrogant showmanship. He attempts to extort them, but he finds himself outmatched by Elaine. Dropping the facade of a refugee, she channels the imperious haughtiness of the Trakan line, negotiating passage to Gialdan. To prove their worth and protect their coin, Elaine engages in a breathtaking display of recklessness. She volunteers to walk the high rope. Using the one power to weave a platform of air, Elaine strolls across the chasm with terrifying ease, even turning cartwheels. It is a stark reminder of the dichotomy in Elaine's character, the cautious diplomat and the reckless adventurer. Juilin, forced to follow without the aid of Saida, offers a contrast of grim, human bravery. Yet the most significant encounter within the circus is not with Luca, but with the beasts. Nynaeve discovers Seredit, massive creatures from Shara, or so it is claimed. The handler, Serendine, reveals herself to be Shonchan, left behind after the battle at Falme. When Elaine exerts her authority, Serendine's reaction is instantaneous and absolute submission, prostrating herself before a high lady. This interaction offers a chilling glimpse into the Shonchan psyche, a culture where hierarchy is not just law, but a physical compulsion, foreshadowing the complex cultural clashes that loom on the horizon. Chapter 18. A Hound of Darkness. The narrative shifts abruptly to the perspective of the shadow, nestled in the heart of the Light's fortress. In Amador, the capital of the White Cloaks, Liandrin of the Black Aja rides through the streets. Her internal monologue reveals a staggering depth of narcissism. She despises the city, the fashions, and the merchant's livery of the Dark Friend safe house she enters. She views herself as a queen in waiting, promised eternal life and power, oblivious to her status as a mere pawn. Liandrin enters the safe house expecting to bully her fellow black sisters, only to find the atmosphere thick with terror. The source of this fear is a woman Liandrin previously knew as a servant named Gildin. The revelation is sudden and terrifying. Gildin is Mogedion, the Spider, one of the Forsaken. Here, the brutal hierarchy of the Dark is exposed. Liandrin, who believed herself powerful, is instantly shielded from the true source. Yet, her hubris is suicidal. Believing she can outwit a legend of the Age of Legends, Liandrin feigns submission, begging to be a faithful hound, only to launch a surprise attack with the one power. It is a moment of pitiful delusion. Mogedion does not merely deflect the attack. She crushes Liandrin with the casual indifference of a boot stepping on an insect. The description of the retaliation is visceral, a distinct psychological flaying where Liandrin is subjected to agony that transcends the physical. Mogedion demonstrates the difference between a modern Aes Sedai and one of the Chosen. She breaks Liandrin's mind, forcing the Black Sister to grovel in genuine, weeping adoration. The chapter closes with a chilling directive. Mogedion, having asserted her dominance over the Coven, assigns Liandrin and a select few a specific task. They are not to conquer nations or steal artifacts. They are to hunt Nynaeve Almiara. The Spider has woven her web, and the hunt is on, setting the stage for a confrontation between the raw, stubborn power of the wisdom of Eamon's Field and the calculated malice of the Shadow's most patient predator. Chapter 19. Memories. The atmosphere in the royal palace of Caemlyn is suffocating, a heavy, stagnant heat that mirrors the mental fog descended upon Queen Morgus. She sits in her sitting room, the air thick and motionless, ostensibly reading a book. Yet she cannot recall a single word she has processed in the last hour. This is the insidious nature of the compulsion woven by Gabriel, or the Forsaken Ravin, as we know him. It does not merely command, it erodes. It strips away continuity, leaving Morgus trapped in a hazy loop where her own agency feels like a distant memory, easily dismissed as the result of the oppressive weather. Into this stifling lethargy steps a spark of the old reality. Lieutenant Martin Talonvor. He is a young officer of her guards, kneeling on the red and gold carpet. Morgaze struggles to place him, her mind slippery and uncooperative, but his presence cuts through the haze. He is angry, a burning, quiet fury that Morgus initially misinterprets as disrespect. But Talonvor's anger is born of desperate loyalty. He is furious for his queen, not at her. He brings news that should shatter the world: rebellion. The banner of the Red Eagle, the ancient sigil of Manetheren, has been raised in the Two Rivers. This information tugs at Morgus. It sparks a flash of her former political acumen. The Two Rivers is a region barely under the crown's thumb, valuable for wool and tabak, but historically independent in spirit. An unchecked rebellion there could ignite the entire realm. For a fleeting moment, the Queen returns. She demands to know if Lord Gabriel has been informed. Talonvor's report is chilling. Gabriel laughed it off. He called it a minor annoyance. This dismissiveness jolts Morgus. It contradicts her artificially implanted belief that Gabriel's counsel is always perfect. Driven by a sudden surge of royal indignation, she marches to the colonnaded court to confront him. The scene in the courtyard is a tableau of corruption. Gabriel holds court like a king in all but name, surrounded by the very nobles who opposed Morgaze during the succession, figures like Elenia Sarand and Nyan Aron. They are sycophants now, fawning over the man who has usurped the Queen's power. When Morgaze demands privacy, Gabriel dismisses her with a terrifyingly casual dominance, calling her "my dear" in front of her enemies. She tries to stand her ground. She threatens exile. But then Ravin's power slams into her. It is described not as a spell, but as an overwhelming force of personality that bypasses the will. He commands her to go wait for him, and to her horror, she obeys. The psychological horror here is profound. As Morgaze walks away, she is fully aware of her humiliation. She sees the smirks of the courtiers. She feels the urge to be his obedient lapdog, and she hates herself for it. She rationalizes it as being besotted, a tragic misdiagnosis of her own victimization. She believes she is failing as a woman and a ruler, unaware she is battling a power from the Age of Legends. Desperate for an anchor, she instinctively heads to the pensioners' quarters to find Lini, her old nurse. Lini is the one constant in Morgus's life, the voice of hard truths, and Lini delivers the hardest truth of all. Gabriel is not just usurping her throne, he is unfaithful. He keeps other women, including Altema, whom he visits in secret. This revelation shatters the compulsion in a way political treason could not. The betrayal of the heart pierces the fog where the betrayal of the state could not. The rage of the lover wakes the queen. Morgus realizes the depth of the trap. Her allies have been exiled or alienated. She is alone. Morgus makes a decision. She cannot stay. She commands Lini to fetch Talonvor, the only loyal sword left to her. When Talonvor arrives, his devotion is absolute. He reveals that the guards have sworn a new oath, to throne and law, not to the queen. But Talonvor, in secret, wept and swore the ancient oath to Morgus personally, binding his life to hers. It is a moment of pure chivalry amidst the rot of Camelin. They plan an escape. Morgus must shed her identity to save it. She disguises herself in rough wool and soot, transforming from the Lion of Andor into a common farm woman. The symbolism is potent. She must descend to the level of the people to rise again. They flee to the Queen's blessing, an inn in the new city run by Basil Gill, a man loyal to the bone. There a motley resistance forms: the portly innkeeper Gill, the street-tough Lamgwin, and the noble refugee Brain, who has fallen in love with Lamgwin. Along with Lini and Talonvor, This is the retinue of the Queen of Andor. They cannot stay in Camelin. Morghese decides to ride for Gareth Bryne, the Captain General she exiled. It is a bitter pill to swallow, admitting she needs the man she cast aside, but survival demands it. As the sun sets, the true Queen of Andor rides into the night, leaving her crown behind to save her kingdom. But the darkness in the world is not limited to Camelin. We shift our gaze to the White Tower, where a different kind of predator stalks. Padan Fain, corrupt and evolving into something new and terrible, moves through the tower's corridors. He is no longer just a dark friend. He is a chaotic element, an amalgamation of Mordeth's evil from Shadar Logoth and the Dark One's touch. He seeks his missing piece, the ruby-hilted dagger. He picks the lock of the repository with ease, laughing at the Aes Sedai's arrogance in trusting metal wards. When he grasps the dagger, he becomes whole again. But he is interrupted. An Accepted catches him, and Fain, with casual cruelty, drags her into the room and murders her. However, he is trapped by Alviarin, the Keeper of the Chronicles and a leader of the Black Aja. She weaves the one power to bind him, expecting to intimidate a common thief. But Fain is not common. He recognizes her allegiance to the Shadow immediately. The scene is a tense standoff between institutional evil and chaotic evil. Alviarin serves the Forsaken. Fain hates them. He mocks her, boasting of his time in the pit of doom at Shaiol Ghul. He is terrified of the Dark One, yet defiant of the Chosen. Alviarin, shaken by his knowledge and his resistance to her pressure, releases him, likely fearing he is a secret agent of the Forsaken she doesn't know about. Fain slips away into the night, the dagger reclaimed, his hatred for Rand al'Thor pulsing like a second heartbeat. The corruption has breached the heart of Tar Valon. Chapter 20. Jangai Pass. We leave the shadows of the cities for the blinding expanse of the Dragon Wall. Rand al'Thor and his caravan are ascending the Jangai Pass, the massive geographical scar separating the Aiel Waste from the wetlands of Caerleon. The landscape here is epic in scale, mocking human endeavor. The peaks pierce the clouds, and the air grows thin. As they climb, Moiraine Damodred continues her relentless tutelage. She lectures Rand on politics, history, and the game of houses. There is a palpable tension here. Rand, now the acknowledged Chief of Chiefs, is growing into his power, yet Moiraine tries to smooth his rough edges, preparing him for the courts he must conquer. She drops a bombshell. Elada has become the Amoylin seat. She refuses to reveal her source, but it highlights that Moiraine's spy network remains formidable. Rand listens, but he is distracted by the landscape and the ruins. Robert Jordan weaves in deep lore here. High in the mountains, Rand spots ancient structures, a massive snake and staff carved into a cliff, and shockingly, what looks like a stone dock. This implies that before the breaking of the world, this sky-high mountain pass was once at sea level. It is a haunting reminder of the cataclysm that reshaped the earth 3,000 years ago. But the ancient dead are overshadowed by the fresh dead. They reach Tyen, a town at the mouth of the pass. It is a place of silence and death. Vultures and ravens cloud the sky. The walls of the town are festooned with corpses, hanging in a gruesome row. The smell of corruption and char battles the crisp mountain air. This is the work of the Shadow. Matt Cawthon, ever the sharp eye, notices the tactical impossibility of the Aiels surprising the town, but the survivors, 3 ragged, traumatized civilians named Tal, Arul, and Anda, reveal the truth. The Shadow didn't just attack. They swarmed over the walls in the night like demons. The survivors' testimony paints a horrific picture of Couladin. The Shadow leader is not just waging war, he is mimicking the Dragon Reborn. The survivors describe Couladin having the dragons marked on his arms, fakes, but effective enough to terrorize. Couladin left the hanging bodies as a direct message to Rand. Look at what I will do to the lands beyond the mountains. Even worse is the revelation of what happened to the townspeople. The Shido stripped them and herded them away. Ruark and the other Aiel chiefs with Rand are visibly shaken. In Aiel culture, Jieto, honor and obligation, is the foundation of existence. To take Gaishain, prisoners of war who serve meekly, is a holy compact. But Gaishain can only be Aiel, those who understand the code. To enslave wetlanders in this manner is a blasphemous perversion of their customs. Couladin has not just broken the peace, he has abandoned the very soul of the Aiel. He has become a tree killer in spirit as well as deed. The trauma of the survivors is palpable. When Rand reveals who he is, and the golden-eyed Aiel veil themselves nearby, the survivors flee in terror, unable to distinguish between the Dragon Reborn and the monster Couladin. Rand is left with the weight of this massacre. He orders the dead buried, a small act of order in the chaos. He is hardening, his voice described as icy iron. He decides to camp there, amidst the carnage, to ensure the pass is safe. He is a leader who must walk through atrocities, committed in his name or in mockery of it. As night falls over the Jangai Pass, the contrast is stark. The grandeur of the mountains, the ancient ruins of a lost age, and the fresh, bloody stain of the war to come. The dragon has come to the west, and the shadow of violence stretches out before him. Chapter 21, The Gift of a Blade. The Grand Aiel encampment settles into the mouth of the Jangai Pass, a sprawling, hidden city of tents that blends almost supernaturally into the stony, thorn-littered hills. To an outsider, the landscape might look barren, but the Aiel are masters of camouflage, disappearing into the dragon wall's shadow. Yet the air carries a scent that cannot be hidden, the heavy, cloying odor of death rising from the ruins of Tyen below. Rand al'Thor watches the aftermath of the Shido's brutality. Gaishain works silently, clearing bodies and burning the gorged ravens that litter the ground, a grim task that highlights the cost of the Dragon's Reborn's ascent. Egwene and Aviendha arrive, a striking pair, despite their differences, united in their concern for him. Egwene, her eyes full of pity, tries to absolve Rand of the guilt for the town's destruction, but Rand's burden is not so easily shed. He listens as they ride away, overhearing Aviendha's sharp observation. Men seek control because they fear the chaos of reality, whereas women accept that control is an illusion. It is a moment that highlights the growing distance between Rand and those who care for him. He retreats into the armor of duty, resenting their pity, even as he craves their understanding. Seeking solitude, Rand finds Asmodean masquerading as the gleeman Jacin Natael, playing his harp near the ruins. The music is melancholic, and the Forsaken hints that the scattered stones of the mountains might be the remnants of Shorel, a port city from the age of legends. It is a chilling reminder of how much the world has broken and changed since the breaking. Rand, hardening his heart against the man who is both his teacher and his prisoner, threatens Asmodean with death, should he ever turn traitor. The relationship is a razor's edge, balancing necessity against the sheer evil of the man's soul. Night falls, and Rand engages in the ritual that has become his lifeline and his curse. Clutching the angriel of the fat little man, he seizes Saidin. The One Power floods him with conflicting torrents of filth and ecstasy, the taint trying to scour him away while the power makes him a god. He weaves complex wards around the camp, a net to catch Shadowspawn. It is a terrifying exercise in self-control, floating in the void, detached yet hyper-aware of the smell of ashes and the warmth of Aviendha nearby. Aviendha approaches him, not with words of comfort, but with a dead blood snake she killed with a knife, refusing to use the power for such a mundane threat. But she has brought something else, a bundle wrapped in blankets. It is a sword, and not just any weapon, but the sword of Laman-Damodred, the tree killer, the king whose sins sparked the Isle War. The scabbard is encrusted with rubies and moonstones, a king's ransom in gems. Aviendha offers it to Rand to cancel the debt of the ivory bracelet he gave her. Rand, recognizing the heron mark on the blade, a power-wrought weapon of the pre-breaking era, accepts the steel but refuses the jeweled hilt and scabbard. He tries to be generous, returning the wealth to her, but he fundamentally misunderstands Gieto. To Aviendha, this is not a gift. It is a transaction of honor. By refusing the value of the gems, Rand fails to clear the ledger, leaving her still in his debt, which to an Aiel is a source of profound shame and frustration. She storms off to sleep, leaving Rand baffled by the intricate dance of Aiel honor. Later, in the darkness of the tent, they lie separately. Aviendha, still fulfilling her duty to teach him, explains the odd phrase teaching a man to sing. It is a euphemism for a man who allows himself to be captured, made Gaishain, because he has fallen in love with a maiden of the spear. It is a rare moment of cultural intimacy, softened further when she admits the snowflake necklace she carries was given to her by a friend. She will not say his name, but they both know it is Rand. He drifts to sleep, his dreams haunted by the confusion of his feelings and the women who pull at the threads of his destiny. Chapter 22. Bird Calls by Night. The perspective shifts to Mat Cawthon, who is enjoying the benefits of his own complicated relationship with the Isle. In his tent, Melindra, a maiden of the Shido, massages the knots from his back. Mat's internal monologue is a chaotic mix of denial and dread. He rejects the idea of being a hero or a husband, specifically dreading the prophecy of the daughter of the 9 moons. Yet as he relaxes, fragments of memories that are not his own surface, tactics of Marcin of Erharon, a king dead for 2,000 years. The holes in his memory are being filled by the lives of dead soldiers, a side effect of his journey through the ter'angreal in Ruidian. The intimacy is shattered by the call of a redwing and a blackbird, signals Rand arranged to warn of Shadowspawn. Mat's instincts, sharpened by the ancient memories swirling in his head, take over. He grabs his raven-marked spear and the silver foxhead medallion. Outside, the night erupts into chaos. Trollocs and dark friends have breached the perimeter. Mat is no longer the farm boy from the 2 rivers. He moves with a lethal grace, his spear becoming an extension of his will. He faces a Myrddraal, a creature of nightmare. The halfman's eyeless gaze radiates fear, but Mat meets it with cold precision. His fox-head medallion protects him from the creature's paralyzing aura, and his power-wrought spear shears through the Fade's Thakandar forged steel. In the heat of victory, Mat shouts, "Karai and Kaldazar," the ancient battle cry of Manetheren. It is the old blood singing through him, a legacy he tries to deny even as he embodies it. Meanwhile, Rand awakes to the same alarm, but the attack on the camp is a diversion. In the shadows near his tent, a far more subtle and deadly threat emerges. Aviendha stands entranced, walking slowly toward a Drakkar, its crooning song luring her to a soul-draining death. Reacting on pure instinct, Rand channels. He unleashes a bar of balefire, a forbidden weave that burns the creature backward out of time. The Drakkar vanishes. Aviendha, snapped out of her trance, reacts with the warrior's reflex, unleashing a torrent of fire at a second Drakkar that Rand hadn't even seen, nearly incinerating Rand in the process. The adrenaline crashes into anger. Rand, terrified by how close she came to dying, screams at her. Aviendha, equally shaken and defensive, snaps back and retreats into the tent. It is a collision of 2 people who care too deeply to be polite, their fear masking itself as fury. The Wise Ones and Moiraine arrive in the aftermath. Moiraine is calm, almost disturbingly so, noting that Rand handled the threat without her. It is a stark reminder that the dragon is outgrowing his mentors. The maidens of the spear who guard Rand are devastated. They were lured away by the diversion, leaving the Karakan exposed. Adeline offers Rand her spear, a ritual offer of her life to pay for the failure. Rand, exhausted and frustrated by the endless demands of Gieto, refuses to play the role of executioner or judge, ordering them simply to return to their duties. He cannot understand that by refusing their penance, he denies them their honor. Finally, Rand seeks out Asmodean. They sit in the dark, analyzing the attack. It bears the mark of Samael, a diversionary, chaotic strike. But as they talk, the psychological toll on Rand becomes terrifyingly clear. Rand mentions Samael, describing him as a compact man with a specific look. Asmodean pauses, noting he never described Samael that way. Rand realizes with a jolt that the memory did not come from Asmodean, nor from his own life. It came from Luz Therin Telemon. The dead man inside his head is no longer just a voice. He is bleeding into Rand's reality, overlaying the past onto the present. The chapter closes on this chilling note of madness, as the line between the Dragon Reborn and the Kinslayer begins to blur. Chapter 23. The fifth, I give you. The transition from the scorched alien waste into the wetlands of Kyrian is jarring, not just for the characters, but for the world itself. Egwene Alvear watches from a hilltop as the Isle nations pour through the Jangai Pass like water finally breaking a dam. It is a spectacle of thousands, clans, septs, and societies, a migration that feels less like an army and more like a force of nature reclaiming the land. The environment shifts dramatically here. The dry, cracked earth gives way to the lush humidity of the wetlands, a sensory shock of green oaks and moisture that the Aiel find baffling. Yet the beauty of the landscape is marred by the brutality of the Shido. Couladin has passed this way before them, leaving a trail of atrocities in his wake. Egwene observes the grim markers of his passage, men and women impaled on stakes, the charred skeletons of farmhouses, and the silent ruins of the town of Celian. It serves as a grim reminder of the stakes. The Shido are not just conquering, they are violating the land, acting as agents of chaos. This destruction forces a psychological wedge between the Aiel following Rand and those following Couladin. While they share blood and custom, their moral compasses are rapidly diverging. We see Rand al'Thor amidst this chaotic migration, and he is no longer the shepherd boy of Emon's Field. He rides with the clan chiefs, and the dynamic has shifted. He is becoming the steel that binds these disparate warriors. He issues a decree regarding the looting of Carrion, a concept known as the Fifth. By Aiel custom, the victors take a fifth of the spoils. Rand, however, twists this custom to serve a higher law. He grants them the fifth, but forbids the taking of food or the killing of anyone not offering resistance. It is a masterful stroke of leadership, blending the hard expectations of the Aiel with the moral rigidity of a Wetlander king. He threatens to hang any man, chief, or spear brother who defies this. It is a moment of terrifying clarity. The Dragon Reborn is forging himself into a weapon of justice, cold and unyielding, willing to execute his own followers to save the nations he conquers. Amidst this hardening of heavy politics, we find the personal turmoil of Avienda. She is a woman at war with herself, caught between the rigid dictates of Gieto, honor and obligation, and her confusing, terrifying feelings for Rand. She refuses to ride near him, tormented by the gift of Laman's sword he forced upon her, a symbol of a bond she desperate tries to deny. The complexity of Aiel hierarchy is further explored through the arrival of Sorelea, the wise one of Shendehold. Sorelea represents the absolute pinnacle of social power among the Aiel women. She is a force that even the terrifying Amys and Bear defer to. She corners Avienda, questioning her about Rand and the jewels he gave her. There is a layer of matchmaking here that is both pragmatic and ruthless. Sorilea views Rand as a resource to be bound to the Aiel, and Avienda is the rope. Yet with typical Aiel misdirection, the conversation shifts to other potential husbands, leaving Avienda stumbling and flustered. It highlights the dichotomy of the maidens of the spear, lethal warriors on the battlefield who can be reduced to awkward adolescents by the machinations of the wise ones. Chapter 24. A Message Sent. As the sun sets, the Aiel camp spreads out like a vast flickering city blending into the woodlands. Egwene retires to her tent, seeking solace in a book of stories, the flame, the blade, and the heart. It is a telling moment of characterization. Despite her rapid ascent to power and her grueling training, she still clings to romantic tales of adventure and love, stories of Birgitta Silverbow and Gaidal Kane. It reveals her hidden desire to be a hero in the classical sense, brave and invincible, a stark contrast to the subtle, dangerous political maneuvering she is actually learning. But sleep is for work, not rest. Egwene shifts into Teleran Ryod, the world of dreams. She manifests in the heart of the stone, surrounded by the massive redstone columns. Here, reality is fluid, controlled only by will. She spots Elaine Trakan deep in conversation with a woman who should not exist, a figure with a golden braid and a silver bow. It is Birgitta herself, one of the heroes of the Horn, dwelling in the dream world between lives. This sighting confirms that the legends are real and present, though Elaine, bound by a promise of secrecy, refuses to confirm the identity of her companion when Egwene presses her. The meeting is interrupted by the arrival of the Wise Ones, Amys and Bear. The dynamic immediately shifts from a meeting of peers to a schoolroom scolding. The Wise Ones treat the accepted Aes Sedai like foolish apprentices, berating Elaine for entering the dream world alone. It is a clash of authorities, the White Tower's arrogance against the brutal pragmatism of the Waste. Elaine brings news from the waking world, where she and Nynaeve travel with Valen Luca's menagerie. The comedic absurdity of their disguise, traveling with a circus, is juxtaposed with the very real danger they face. Nynaeve, struggling with her temper, has gotten into a physical brawl with a circus performer, a breach of decorum that shocks the Aiel women. But the darker news concerns the Shonchan. Elaine reveals they have encountered a refugee carrying an Aedam, the collar used to enslave channelers. This revelation strikes at Egwene's deepest trauma. The mere mention of the Shonchan shatters her composure, bringing back the visceral horror of her captivity at Fulm. While Elaine views the Aedam with academic curiosity and confidence, Egwene reacts with the terror of a former slave. It is a poignant reminder that for all her strength, Egwene carries scars that have not healed. She masks her fear with anger, warning Elaine of the danger, but the Wise Ones see through to the fragility beneath. The chapter closes with the sense that while the shadow is the ultimate enemy, the return of the Shonchan represents a personal hell for Egwene that she may not be ready to face again. Chapter 25. Dreams of Galad. Egwene remains in the world of dreams after the others depart, intending to spy on the White Tower. This decision marks a dangerous overconfidence. She believes she has mastered this domain, but Teleran Hyod is treacherous, responding to subconscious desires as readily as conscious thought. She travels to the reflection of the White Tower, rifling through Elida's papers in the Amelin study. The intelligence she gathers is fragmented but vital. The tower is fracturing, reports are failing, and the Red Aja is hunting for Elaine and Nynaeve. We see the chaos Elida's coup has wrought. The efficient network of the Aes Sedai is crumbling into paranoia and incompetence. However, the dream world begins to bleed into her reality. She creates an illusion of Galad Damodred, the beautiful and moralistic half-brother of Elaine. It is a fleeting, embarrassing fantasy that exposes her lingering, girlish infatuation, quickly shattered by the sudden, subconscious manifestation of Liane and Siwan Sanchi scolding her. Fleeing the tower, Egwene attempts to ground herself in the safety of Eamon's field. But she loses focus, and the dream traps her. She finds herself in an idealized version of home, married not to Galad, but to Garwin Trakand. In this fabrication, they have a child, and life is simple, idyllic, and completely devoid of the destiny she has chosen. It is a seductive nightmare, a what-if scenario, that offers her the happiness she sacrificed for power. The presence of a red eagle and a wolf's head banner in the dream hints at the rising influence of Perrin and Manetheren bleeding into her subconscious. Panic sets in as the dream solidified around her, a sweet prison. She barely manages to rip herself free, waking in her tent with her heart pounding. She dismisses it as her own foolishness, a result of reading romance novels before bed. But she was not alone. From the shadows of the dream, Moghedien steps forward. The Forsaken, known as the Spider, has been watching. The terrifying reality is that Egwene's private dream was a stage observed by a predator. Moghedien is not merely lurking, she is hunting. She has identified her targets, Nynaeve, Elaine, and the hero, Birgitte. The chapter ends on a chilling note of predatory intent. While Egwene worries about embarrassment and romance, an ancient evil is plotting to turn their dreams into eternal nightmares. The safety of the dream world is a lie, and the spider is patiently waiting for the flies to return. Chapter 26. Salidira. The heat of the day presses down on the borderlands between Altara and Gealden, a stifling weight that seems to mirror the oppressive burden carried by the four travelers. We find Min Farshaw riding alongside a figure who is the very portrait of defeat, Logain Ablar. Once a false dragon who commanded armies and terrified nations, he now rides slumped in his saddle, his eyes fixed on the weeds before his stallion's hooves. Yet the pattern mocks him. Min, with her cursed ability to see the truth of things, watches a halo of greatness, blue and gold, flickering fitfully around his head. It is a paradox of destiny. A man utterly broken, stripped of the one power, yet marked for a glory he no longer desires. Ahead of them ride the fallen mighty, Siwan Sanche and Liane Sharif. Their dynamic has shifted in the dust of the road. Siwan, once the Amerlin seat, sits awkwardly on the shaggy mare Bella, yet she retains the rigid determination of a captain steering a ship through a gale. Liane, however, has shed the icy reserve of the keeper of the chronicles. She rides with a newfound sultry grace, a physical transformation that Min finds both fascinating and unnerving. Liane has decided that if she cannot be Aes Sedai, she will master the one art the tower denied her, the art of being a woman in the eyes of men. She practices her smiles and touches on the catatonic Logain, a grim rehearsal for the manipulation she intends to wield later. It is a desperate reinvention of self, a psychological armor forged from the trauma of stilling. They have been riding for 15 days from Lugard, guided only by Siwan's secret knowledge. The landscape is a withered tapestry of dry ferns and dying leaves, the heat unyielding. As they pass through the tangled woodlands, Min's doubts begin to fester. She wonders if Siwan is truly leading them to salvation, or merely chasing a phantom hope to fill the void where Saidar used to be. But the wilderness abruptly gives way to the impossible. They stumble upon a village that should not exist, or rather one that is being reborn from the grave. This is Salidar. The architecture is a confused mix of ancient stone ruins and fresh thatch, but the inhabitants are the true shock. Amidst the crumbling buildings, Min sees women in silk and fine wool, Aes Sedai in their hundreds, refugees from the coup in the White Tower. The air shimmers with the invisible weight of the one power. Min is nearly overwhelmed by the barrage of auras and images, the visual noise of so much destiny gathered in one forgotten place. The reception is far from warm. The silence that greets them is heavy with suspicion. Siwan leads them to the center of the village, to an inn with an unreadable sign, moving with an authority she no longer legally possesses. Inside, the atmosphere is a hive of organized chaos, but the eyes that turn to them are cold. Sheriam, Karlinya, Anaya, and Myrel, leaders of this rebellion, descend upon them. There is no reverence here for the former Amirlin. They look upon Siwan and Liane and see only failure, and perhaps the uncomfortable reminder of their own vulnerability. The interrogation is brutal in its efficiency. They demand to know how Siwan found them, but more importantly, they demand proof of identity. Stilling changes a woman's face, stripping away the ageless look of the Aes Sedai, leaving Siwan and Liane looking like young women. To prove they are who they claim, they are forced to recite the indignities of their novice years, pranks played, punishments endured, the trivial history of their youth. It is a humbling ritual, stripping Siwan of her last shreds of dignity, forcing her to be a naughty child again, before she can be accepted as an ally. Once their identities are accepted, the practicalities of survival take over. Siwan reveals her first card. She may be stilled, but she still holds the keys to the Blue Arja's eyes and ears. She has the intelligence network, and in this war of shadows, information is as valuable as the power. While Siwan and Liane are whisked away to be debriefed, Min is left to observe. She sits with the vacant Logain, watching the Aes Sedai and their warders. She sees an image around the yellow sister Edicina, a silvery collar that snaps into existence around her neck and then shatters. It is a chilling premonition of Shonchan captivity, a reminder that the world outside this sanctuary is growing darker by the hour. Min realizes she is trapped in a web of Aes Sedai scheming, far from Rand al'Thor, the man she loves, the man she knows she is destined to share. Chapter 27. The Practice of Diffidence. We move from the common room to the council chamber, a room of mismatched furniture that perfectly symbolizes the precarious nature of this rebellion. Siwan Sanche faces the 6 leaders of the Salidar Aes Sedai, Sheriam, Anaya, Karlinya, Myrel, Bionin, and Morvrin. The power dynamic in this room is a complex dance of ego and necessity. Siwan is rudderless, a woman cut off from the source of her life, yet she possesses a clarity of vision that these full sisters lack. Siwan begins on the offensive, her tongue as sharp as ever. She berates them for their passivity, accusing them of hiding and gardening while Elida ruins the tower. But she quickly learns the limits of her new reality. They remind her, with the cold cruelty of facts, that she is no longer Aes Sedai. She is a pitiable thing to them, an object of charity to be cared for, perhaps married off to a farmer to live out her shortened days. The horror of this pity stings Siwan more than their anger. To survive, to remain relevant, Siwan must play a role she despises, the diffident servant. She swallows her pride, a bitter pill, and offers them her true value. She reveals that she can redirect her spy network to report to them, but only if they allow her to manage it. It is a tenuous leverage, but it works. They need her eyes, even if they look down on her face. Then, Siwan plays her masterstroke, the reason she dragged a broken man halfway across the continent. She reveals the truth about Logain. He was not merely a false dragon who arose naturally. He was a puppet. The Red Arja found him, shielded him, and then deliberately set him up to proclaim himself the Dragon Reborn, solely so they could tear him down and claim the glory. This revelation hits the council like a physical blow. It shatters the moral foundation of the tower. It is not just a political coup Elida has staged. It is a corruption of the tower's sacred duty. This gives the rebels the moral high ground they desperately needed. They are no longer just dissidents. They are the guardians of the tower's integrity. Leonie, playing her part in the duet, suggests the next step. They must elect a new Amelin seat here in exile. A true Amelin to rival the usurper in Tar Valon. Siwan, manipulating from the shadows of her feigned meekness, guides their thinking. She argues against choosing one of the leaders present, which would only cause infighting. She suggests they need someone who was not in the tower during the coup, someone with clean hands, someone strong in the power. Subtly, skillfully, Siwan is painting a portrait of the perfect candidate without naming her. She is guiding them toward Egwene Alver, though the Aes Sedai believe they are coming to their own conclusions. It is Siwan's genius on display. Stripped of sorcery, she weaves the minds of others with terrifying precision. The conversation turns to the Dragon Reborn. Siwan, using logic where the others use speculation, deduces that Rand al'Thor has gone to the Aiel Waste. It is a gamble based on obscure texts and rumors, but her certainty sways them. The council decides to send two Green sisters, Kiruna and Bera, to find him. It is a critical moment of decision, shifting the focus of the rebellion from mere survival to active engagement with the prophecies. But just as the meeting seems to be concluding with Siwan having secured her place, the outside world crashes in. A warder enters with news that 20 riders have been spotted. Most have been stopped, but one man has ridden through, a man of iron will and legendary reputation. Gareth Bryne. The colour drains from Siwan's face. She knows why he is here. It is not for the rebellion, or the dragon, or the tower. He has ridden nearly 2,000 miles because she burned down a barn in Core Springs and broke her oath to him. It is a moment of supreme irony. Siwan is maneuvering to save the world, playing three-dimensional chess with the fate of nations, yet she is terrified of a single Andorran lord coming to collect a debt for a pile of ash. The Aes Sedai, however, see opportunity. They need a general, and the great captains of the world are few, while Siwan urges them to send him away or even kill him, a measure of her desperation. The council sees a gift from the pattern. They order Bryne to be brought in. Siwan is left to stew in her panic, realizing that while she may be pulling the strings of the White Tower in exile, she cannot escape the consequences of her own actions on the road. The past, in the form of a stern man with a square jaw, has just walked through the door. Chapter 28. Trapped. The narrative shifts to the perspective of Gareth Bryne, the exiled Captain General of Andor, as he rides into the village of Saladar. It is a place that should have been reclaimed by the forest long ago, yet Bryne finds it teeming with life, and not just any life. He immediately spots the distinct, lethal grace of a warder in a grey-green coat. Even without the sea of ageless female faces watching him from the shadows, Bryne knows exactly where he has arrived. This is a nest of Aes Sedai. We must pause to appreciate the sheer tactical intuition of Bryne here. He realizes instantly that this is not merely a hideout, it is a mobilization. With white cloaks nearby and rumors of war, the presence of so many sisters suggests a significant organized rebellion. He has tracked 3 women here for breaking an oath, but he has stumbled into history in the making. A warder named Nuhel Dromand intercepts him. The man knows Bryne's name, suggesting that the former general's arrival was not only expected, but perhaps hoped for. Bryne is escorted to a makeshift headquarters, an inn repurposed for command. Here, the game of houses, that subtle, dangerous maneuvering of political influence, is palpable in the air. He sees the women he chased, the one he knows as Serenla, who is actually Min, the Damani woman Amaina, and Mara, the blue-eyed fearsome woman who burned his barn. But the facade is about to crumble. Bryne is introduced to the leadership of this rebel faction, including Sheriam Sedai. The Aes Sedai drop the veil of deception, revealing a truth that shakes the seasoned soldier to his core. The woman he chased as a servant, Mara, is Siwan Sanche, the former Amirlin Siat. Amayina is Liane Sharif, the former keeper. They have been stilled, cut off from the true source and cast down, yet they stand here at the center of a rebellion against the White Tower itself. The psychological weight of this moment is immense. Brine is a man of rigid honor and tradition. Finding out he has been hunting the most powerful woman in the world, now brought low, forces a total re-evaluation of his anger. The Aes Sedai attempt to manipulate him, offering the services of Siwan and Liane to satisfy the debt they owe him. But they also pivot to their true need. They require a general. The White Tower is broken. The Arjas are split. The rebels have the power, but they lack the steel to wield an army. They need Brine. Brine, however, is no puppet. He demonstrates why he is legendary, turning the tables on the Aes Sedai. He agrees to lead their army, but only on his terms. He demands total control over tactics and discipline. If they want him to put his head in a noose for their cause, they must commit to the end. It is a clash of wills, the indomitable force of the Aes Sedai against the immovable object of Brine's military pragmatism. Reluctantly, they submit. He has trapped himself in their cause, but he has ensnared them in his command. The chapter closes with a fiery confrontation between Brine and Siwan. The dynamic has shifted. She is no longer the Amirlin, and he is no longer just a pursuer. She is furious, humiliated by her reduced station, yet her defiance remains unbroken. Min, possessing the talent of foretelling, views Brine's aura and delivers a chilling warning to Siwan. If she wishes to live, she must stay close to this man. If they separate, they both die. It is a binding of fates, weaving two strong threads together in the pattern. Chapter 29. Memories of Saldea. We descend into the suffocating heat of a wagon in Cairn, occupied by the dark friend Hadnan Kadere. The atmosphere here is thick with paranoia and sweat, a stark contrast to Kadere's longing memories of the cool, snowy winters of his homeland, Saldea. This sensory dichotomy serves to highlight his current misery. He is a man trapped in a web of shadows, serving masters who view him as disposable. Kadere finds a note slipped into his wagon. A way has been chosen. The vagueness is a weapon in itself. He fears it comes from Lanfear, or perhaps another of the Forsaken. The shadow does not offer clarity to its servants, only dread. His anxiety is interrupted by the arrival of Isendre, the woman he brought to seduce the Dragon Reborn. Isendre is a broken shell of a woman. The narrative here takes a grim turn, showcasing the ruthless efficiency of the Isle culture when dealing with threats. Isendre has been caught trying to approach Rand al'Thor. The Maidens of the Spear have punished her not with death, but with humiliation and pain, shaving her head and beating her with nettles. She is terrified, sobbing, and utterly defeated. She confesses that she cannot go back, that the maidens will give her to Avienda next time. Kadere listens with a cold, detached pragmatism. He realizes that Isendre is no longer an asset. She is a loose thread. A woman this broken will eventually confess her true allegiance to the shadow. In the world of the Dark Friends, liability is a death sentence. The scene that follows is chilling in its intimacy. Kadere comforts her with his voice while his hands prepare a weapon. He twirls a kerchief, his mind drifting back to his sister Theodora and the lullabies of his childhood. As he strangles Isendre, he hums a soft tune, dissociating completely from the violence of his hands. It is a profound look into the banality of evil, how a man can sentimentalize his past while extinguishing a life in the present to save his own skin. He disposes of her, his mind already moving to the next move in the great game, indifferent to the tragedy of the pawn he just sacrificed. Chapter 30. A Wager. The perspective returns to Rand al'Thor, standing on a bridge in the town of Ironrod. The night is quiet, but the air around the Dragon Reborn is heavy with the weight of Tavarin. we get a fascinating insight into the reality of being a focal point of the pattern. Rand reflects on the random probabilities warping around him, men tripping and breaking necks on flat ground, or enemies falling into viper pits but suffering no bites. It is a chaotic, uncontrollable force that isolates him. He is dangerous to be around, a walking storm of chance. He is guarded by the Maidens of the Spear, specifically Sulin, who mothers him in her gruff, lethal way. This relationship underscores Rand's strange place in Aiel society. He is their prophesied leader, the Kara Khan, yet he is an outsider they feel compelled to protect and educate. The silence of the night is broken by the arrival of refugees, Tyran and Caerhinin nobles who have ridden hard from the city of Cairhien. Among them are Lords Estian and Adorian. They bring dire news. The city is under siege by the Shido Isle and their false dragon Kuladin. The city is holding, but time is running out. Here we see the clash of cultures that defines much of this era. The Wetlander lords are exhausted, believing that the distance to Cairhien is too great to cover in time to save the city, especially for an army on foot. They view war through the lens of cavalry and supply lines. They do not understand the Aiel. Rand makes the decision to march immediately. When the nobles express doubt, a wager is proposed. Adorian bets that Rand cannot bring his forces to the city in 7 days. It is a moment of levity amidst the tension, but it leads to a significant revelation for Rand. Sulin informs him that as the conqueror of the Stone of Tyr, he is fabulously wealthy, entitled to 1/10 of the spoils. This realization of wealth is a subtle but important step in Rand's evolution. He is a shepherd who has struggled with the concept of authority and resources. Discovering he has the funds of a king allows him to operate on a new level, freeing him from reliance on others' charity. The chapter concludes with the mobilization of the Aiel. The Shido are burning the land, and the Dragon Reborn is coming to meet them. The contrast is stark. The exhausted, cynical nobles on their horses against the relentless, tireless endurance of the Aiel who will run across the world to follow their chief. Rand stands on the precipice of a massive conflict, the threads of the pattern tightening around Cairhien as he prepares to unleash the Aiel on their own kin to save a city of tree killers. Chapter 31. The Far Snows. The narrative brings us to Ironrod, a city of rigid geometry and terraced stone, now scarred by the chaotic flow of war. The streets, once defined by the sharp right angles of Cairhienin architecture, are littered with the detritus of lives interrupted, shattered glass, single boots, and charred beams. It is a testament to the senselessness of the conflict, where the city changed hands from house to house, and finally to brigands before Rand al'Thor arrived. The Dragon Reborn walks through this devastation, not as a conqueror reveling in victory, but as a tired young man desperate for a simple luxury, a bed. Rand selects a merchant's grey marble house, largely intact, yearning for a night of solitude. His weariness is palpable, a heavy cloak he wishes to shed. To ensure privacy from the ever-vigilant Maidens of the Spear, he employs a bit of Two Rivers wit, declaring the building the roof of the Winespring Brothers, a sanctuary only for those who have drunk from the wine spring in Eamon's Field. It is a rare moment of levity for Rand, a clinging to his past identity, to carve out a space for himself amidst his destiny. Sulin sees through the ruse but obeys the letter of his law, leaving Rand to the mercy of the Gaishain, who serve with a stubborn dedication that cannot be commanded away. He ascends to a bedchamber, anticipating rest, only to find the one person he is trying hardest to avoid. Avienda is there, naked, washing herself. The scene is one of paralyzed shock. For Avienda, a woman of the Aiel, this is a catastrophe of honor. Her fierce modesty clashes violently with the situation. Panic overrides reason. She cannot merely cover herself or shout. The intensity of her emotion triggers the one power. A gateway spins open in the air, a feat of instinct rather than training, tearing a hole in reality. A blizzard howls from the other side. Driven by a desperate need to flee her shame, Avienda plunges naked into the swirling snow. Rand does not hesitate. He is the shepherd again, protecting the flock, or perhaps simply a man terrified for the woman he is trying not to love. He grabs bundles of blankets and dives into the unknown after her. They arrive in a white void, a forest gripped by a storm far more savage than anything in the Wetlands. Rand chases her through the biting wind, his connection to Sidene, the male half of the source, barely keeping the cold at bay. He is forced to channel fire to melt a path, the heat of the power warring with the freezing reality of the storm. He finds her eventually, fallen into icy water, her life fading. The desperation of the moment strips away titles and prophecies. There is only the primal struggle for survival. Rand constructs a shelter of snow, compacting it into ice with the power, a technique born of necessity. Inside, he finds Avienda freezing, her heart barely beating. Survival demands body heat. He strips and joins her under the blankets, an act of medical necessity that inevitably shifts into something deeper. As the warmth returns to her, the barriers between them, the Giotto, the prophecies, the confusing letters from Elaine, dissolve in the dark intimacy of the snow hut. The void that Rand uses to hold back the taint and his own emotions shatters. For a time, they are not the Karakan and the maiden. They are simply a man and a woman finding life in the midst of a frozen desolation. When they wake, the complexity of their world crashes back in. Avienda, ever the warrior, retreats immediately into her cultural armor. She speaks of tow, of debt to Elaine, and refuses Rand's bewildered suggestion of marriage. To her, the protocols are clear and unyielding. Without the permission of mothers and wise ones, a union is impossible. It is a stark reminder of the cultural chasm between them. Rand, looking for the simple morality of the two rivers, and Avienda, bound by the intricate web of Aiel obligation. Chapter 32. A short spear. The reality of their location begins to dawn on them as they prepare to leave the shelter. It is morning, yet the geography is alien. To the west, jagged mountains pierce the clouds. To the east, an ocean stretches to the horizon. For Rand, who knows the maps of the Westlands, this is impossible, unless they have traveled further than he dared imagine. The realization solidifies when a creature drifts across the sky, a Raken, a leathery flying beast utilized by the Shonchan. Avienda's panic-fueled gateway has transported them across the Arith Ocean to the continent of Shonchan itself. They must return to the gateway before it closes, but the path is blocked. A Shonchan patrol is investigating the anomaly. Rand sees the terrifying structure of their society laid bare. Suldam holding the silvery leashes of domain, women enslaved to be used as weapons. Among them is a face from Rand's past nightmares. Lady Morsa, a noblewoman he saw during the disaster at Falme. The encounter is a tense standoff of magic and will. Rand and Avienda must work in perfect synchronization. Avienda, displaying her rapid growth in the power, shields the domain and Suldam, cutting them off from the source before they can strike. She does not kill them, but she neutralizes the threat with a terrifying efficiency. Rand binds the soldiers with flows of air. It is a moment of restraint. He could destroy them, but he refuses to be a butcher, even against an enemy as implacable as the Shonchan. However, the Seeker for Truth, a terrifying agent of the Shonchan police state named Jalindin, reveals that the return, the invasion of the Westlands, is currently paused, though the threat remains. Morsa, terrified of the Seeker, seems almost resigned to her fate, illustrating the psychological stranglehold the Shonchan Empire maintains on its subjects. The gateway is failing. It is shrinking, the weave being manipulated from the other side. Rand realizes this is not natural decay. Someone is tampering with the exit. With moments to spare, They abandon the Shonchan patrol, leaving them alive but bound, and leap through the narrowing portal into the unknown. They tumble back into the bedroom in Ironrod. The gateway snaps shut, severing a spear thrown by a Shonchan soldier at the last second. Rand holds the shortened shaft, a physical reminder of the enemies that lurk on the edge of the world. Waiting for them is Asmodean. The Forsaken turned bard admits to masking the gateway, claiming he did it to hide Rand's disappearance from the maidens. There is a sinister ambiguity to his actions. Was he protecting Rand or trapping him? The dynamic is precarious. Rand holds the power of life and death over one of the chosen, yet relies on him for knowledge. The aftermath of the night is social as well as magical. Asmodean reveals that the maidens know exactly what happened, thanks to Avienda's sister Niella, who is among the Gaishain. The secret intimacy is public knowledge, adding another layer of complexity to Rand's relationship with the Isle. Avienda, furious and humiliated, storms out, leaving Rand to contemplate the future. The chapter closes with a shift in Rand's psychology. The softness of the two rivers is being abraded away. He looks at the severed spear, and then at Asmodean. He realizes he cannot afford to be passive or trusting. He threatens Asmodean with cold precision, demanding to be taught not just how to channel, but how to detect and counter the subtle weaves of the Forsaken. Rand is accepting that to survive the last battle, he must become as hard as the steel of the spear he holds, protecting his humanity deep within, but armoring himself against a world that seeks to break him. Chapter 33. A Question of Crimson. The narrative resumes amidst the tension of a blade slicing through air. We find Nynaeve Almiara standing blindfolded, her senses narrowed down to the terrifying thwack of knives embedding themselves into the wood just inches from her skin. She's acting as the target for Tom Merrilin in Valen Luca's traveling menagerie, a role she accepted only to stop Luca's incessant pestering. It is a moment of acute vulnerability for the usually dominant wisdom. Deprived of sight, she is forced to trust a man with weapons, a situation that grates against her need for control. The darkness behind the scarf amplifies her fear, yet her stubborn pride keeps her rooted to the spot, balancing pears in her hands and even atop her head, cursing her own foolishness with every breath. When the ordeal ends, Nynaeve's relief instantly converts into aggression, a classic defense mechanism for her. She confronts Tom and Luca, but Luca, ever the showman, deflects her anger with flamboyant compliments. He dubs the act Rose Among Thorns, a title that wraps danger in romance. He presses her again to wear a revealing crimson silk dress, a garment Nynaeve views with puritanical horror. To Luca, the dress is showmanship. To Nynaeve, it is an indecency that exposes too much skin and, symbolically, too much of herself. She staunchly refuses, her modesty warring with the necessity of their disguise. We learn that Nynaeve is sporting a black eye, a physical manifestation of her recent humbling. She claims she bit a mirror, but the truth is far more bruising to her ego. She picked a fight with Serendin, the Shonchan beast handler, trying to bully information about Domain out of her. Serendin, a woman of practical strength, easily overpowered Nynaeve, treating her like a rebellious child. It is a harsh lesson for Nynaeve, who is used to cowing people with the sheer force of her will. Here she finds that will alone cannot alter physical reality or the skills of others. The precariousness of their situation in Samara is escalating. The prophet, Masema, controls the city across the river with a chaotic mob, while White Cloaks patrol the near bank. To make matters worse, Juilin Sandar brings news that Galad Damadred is in the city. The trap is closing. They are boxed in by zealots on one side, White Cloaks on the other, and a man who would dutifully turn them in for their own good in the middle. Amidst this external pressure, Elaine reveals a frightening new talent. She has been studying the Adam, the Shonchan leash for channelers, and believes she can reproduce it. More than that, she is beginning to understand the creation of Terang Grail entirely, a talent lost since the Age of Legends. While Elaine sees the wonder of creation and the potential to craft useful tools, Nynaeve sees only the horror of the Adam. This highlights the fundamental difference between them. Elaine is an adventurer and a scholar, eager to push boundaries, while Nynaeve is a protector, wary of anything that can cause harm or enslavement. Chapter 34. A Silver Arrow. Night falls over the menagerie camp, bringing a false sense of peace. Elaine has prepared a delicate, fancy meal, too refined for the rugged setting, while Valen Luca continues his relentless, flowery courtship of Nynaeve. He sits too close, whispering bad poetry about moonlit walks. Nynaeve is annoyed, yet she does not violently rebuff him, a nuance Elaine points out later. Elaine suggests that Nynaeve's lack of a definitive no is being read as encouragement. It is a subtle insight into Nynaeve's loneliness. Despite her irritation and her loyalty to Lan, the attention of a handsome man perhaps offers a fleeting distraction from the crushing weight of her responsibilities. But the true danger of the night lies in sleep. Nynaeve uses the twisted stone ring to enter Dragon Reborn, the world of dreams. She seeks Birgitte, the legendary hero waiting in the reflection of the world. Nynaeve's self-image in the dream betrays her subconscious thoughts. For a moment, she appears in the scandalous red dress Luca suggested, hinting that perhaps a small, buried part of her wonders what it would be like to be that woman, before she hastily shifts back to her stout Two Rivers woolens. Birgitte appears, a figure of silver light and ancient competence, and leads Nynaeve to a terrifying discovery. They spy upon a conclave of the Forsaken. Floating in the infinite dark void of the dream, 4 chairs rest on a tiled floor. Gryendal, Ravin, Samael, and Lanfear. Robert Jordan paints a surreal tableau of evil here. Gryendal lounges in a chair composed of living, contorted human servants, a grotesque display of her domination over humanity. Samael, scarred and aggressive, argues with the others. They discuss their plans to manipulate Rand al'Thor, speaking of trust while clearly plotting each other's downfalls. It is a snake pit of egos, held together only by mutual ambition and fear. Nynaeve watches terrified, realizing the sheer scale of the power arrayed against them. However, the observers are being observed. Moghedien, the spider, has been hunting Nynaeve. The trap springs with nightmarish speed. Birgitte tries to fire a silver arrow, but Moghedien blasts her out of the dream's reflection, hurling her violently back toward the waking world. Nynaeve is instantly bound. Moghedien's retribution is psychological as much as physical. She strips away Nynaeve's clothes, humiliates her, and then begins to warp her reality. Moghedien threatens to transform Nynaeve into a beast, a horse to be ridden, permanently in the dream. This is a violation of the self that goes beyond simple torture. Moghedien intends to break Nynaeve's mind, to use compulsion to force her to betray Elaine. The spider delights in the slow squeeze, the stripping of agency. Nynaeve, cut off from the One Power by a shield and paralyzed by the dream's reality, is utterly helpless. She is forced to beg, her pride shattered. Just as Moghedien prepares to fully enslave Nynaeve's will, a silver arrow blossoms from her chest. Birgitte, though fading and gravely injured, did not flee. She returned. The hero of legend strikes a blow against the shadow, shattering Moghedien's concentration and forcing the Forsaken to flee. It is a moment of supreme heroism. A woman who is already dead risks her very soul to save her friend. Nynaeve is left weeping in the dream, clutching the bow of the woman who may have just sacrificed her eternal existence for her. The perspective shifts to the waking world, to the pain-racked physical form of Moghedien. The Forsaken stumbles into her chambers in Amador, bleeding and weak. She is attended by her secret cabal of Black Arja sisters, Chesmol, Tamael, and Liandrin. Chesmol heals her, but the weakness remains. Sensing an opportunity, Liandrin, ever the opportunist and bully, attempts to strike. She lashes out with the one power, hoping to kill her weakened master and perhaps rise in the hierarchy of the shadow. But she continuously underestimates the gulf between a third-age Aes Sedai and one of the Chosen. Even drained and wounded, Mogedian's reflex is faster, her strength greater. She shields Liandrin effortlessly and pins her against the wall. What follows is a punishment far worse than death. Mogedian, channeling the cruelty of her rival Semihage, decides that Liandrin will not die. Instead, she employs a complex compulsion. She commands Liandrin to live. She weaves a web of the mind that forces Liandrin to desire life even while suffering, to hope for escape that will never come. She hands Liandrin over to Timael, a woman with a fox-like smile and a taste for torture, to be used as a scullery maid and a plaything. The horror of Liandrin's fate is total. She tried to reach for the sun and was burned not by fire but by the cold, crushing weight of a power she could never hope to match. As Liandrin is dragged away screaming, promising to be a faithful dog, we see the true nature of the shadow. A hierarchy where failure is met not with mercy, but with eternal, agonizing utility. Chapter 35. Ripped Away. The atmosphere in the menagerie wagon is stifling, a microcosm of anxiety, as Elaine Trakand watches over the sleeping Nynaeve. It is a vigil of frustration. While Nynaeve traverses the dangerous, mutable landscape of Tel'aran'rhiod, the world of dreams, Elaine is left with the mundane torture of waiting. She studies the Adam, the slave collar of the Shonchan, and reflects on the delicate, dangerous game they are playing with the Forsaken. There is a profound irony here. Elaine, the heir to the throne of Andor, is surrounded by the trappings of a circus, yet her mind is occupied with high statecraft and ancient magic. She muses on the lessons of the game of houses learned from Tom Merrilin, realizing that the political maneuvering of the great game is a luxury that the hard-pressed borderlands cannot afford. It is a moment of maturity for Elaine, recognizing that wisdom, like that of her nurse Linny, often lies in watching the path rather than just the destination. The silence is shattered not by a scream, but by the quiet, terrifying weeping of the sleeping wisdom. Nynaeve, a woman defined by her iron will and prickling pride, is reduced to whimpering sobs. Before Elaine can intervene, Nynaeve wakes in a panic, crying out that she has killed her. The ambiguity is horrifying, but the answer arrives with a pounding at the door. Tom and Juilin, the girl's protectors, stumble in from the night bearing a burden that defies all logic. It is Birgitte, not the transparent, shifting image of the hero of the Horn from the dream world, but a flesh-and-blood woman, unconscious and wrapped in a cloak. The impossible has happened. A spirit bound to the wheel of time, destined to wait in Tel'aran'rhiod for her next rebirth, has been violently ripped into the waking world. She is physically perfect, yet fading rapidly, her connection to the pattern severed too abruptly. Nynaeve's reaction is a tempest of guilt and channeled power. She attempts to heal the legendary archer, weaving flows of spirit, water and air with a desperation that lights up the room. But this is not a physical wound, it is a metaphysical severance. Nynaeve's guilt is a tangible weight here. She believes her own arrogance in hunting the Forsaken Mogedian led to this tragedy. She was the bait, and Birgitte the casualty. Seeing that traditional healing is failing, Elaine makes a decision that crosses every line of White Tower doctrine. She realizes that Birgitte needs an anchor to this world, a source of vitality to replace what was torn away. Elaine dismisses Nynaeve's frantic efforts and takes hold of the situation. Drawing on knowledge she gleaned from spying on the Aes Sedai, Elaine weaves the bond of a warder. It is a forbidden act for an accepted and unheard of for a woman to bond another woman, but necessity overrides law. The bond snaps into place, not healing the injury, but lending Birgitte the supernatural stamina of a warder. The fading stops. In the aftermath, Nynaeve collapses into self-flagellation. She reveals that Mogedion, the spider, trapped them. The Forsaken didn't just defeat them. She humiliated Nynaeve, playing with her like a toy before ripping Birgitte out of the dream as punishment. It is a psychological flaying designed to break the wisdom spirit. Elaine, however, refuses to let Nynaeve drown in pity. She adopts the mantle of command, reminding Nynaeve that they are soldiers in a war. This is a crucial shift in their dynamic. Elaine is no longer the little sister to be protected, but a peer offering the cold comfort of reality. They must hide, dye their hair, and prepare, for the spider is surely wounded, but still venomous. Chapter 36. A New Name. The night stretches on, heavy with the consequences of the previous hour. While Nynaeve keeps a penance-filled vigil over the sleeping Birgitte, Elaine steps outside to manage the men. Tom and Julian are shaken. They have found a silver arrow, physical proof of the impossible, and are struggling to comprehend the reality of myths walking among them. Elaine realizes that keeping them in the dark is no longer a kindness. It is a liability. She sits them down and for the first time lays out the full, terrifying truth. She speaks of the Black Aja, the Forsaken, and the specific threat of Mogedion. It is a gamble, treating these men not as guardians to be hoodwinked for their own safety, but as allies capable of informed consent. She offers them a way out, a chance to leave, though she deftly manipulates their honor to ensure they stay. It is a masterful stroke of diplomacy, blending regal authority with genuine affection. She is becoming a queen in truth, learning that leadership often requires hard truths rather than soft lies. Back inside, Elaine forces a sullen Nynaeve to sleep, taking the watch herself. Drifting into dreams, Elaine's subconscious processes the night's trauma through fantasies of bonding Rand al'Thor, foreshadowing her desire to tie the Dragon Reborn to her just as she tied Birgitte. The morning brings a harsh awakening. Birgitte is conscious, and the tragedy of her situation crashes down upon her. She remembers everything, her past lives and, crucially, her eternal love, Gaidal Kain. The horror of her exile is revealed. Gaidal has already been spun out into the pattern as an infant or young boy. She has been ripped out of time to be a grown woman while he is a child. The eternal cycle of the heroes, born together, loving together, dying together, has been broken by Mogedion's cruelty. She weeps, not just for herself, but for the cosmic loneliness of being a half without its whole. Yet Birgitte is a soldier of infinite experience. She accepts the warder bond with a grim pragmatism, though she teasingly warns Elaine that she remembers a story of an accepted who bonded a warder and was punished with years of kitchen drudgery. It is a moment of levity that cements their new partnership, the naive princess and the ancient warrior bound by spirit and secrets. The reality of their cover story intrudes in the form of Val and Luca. The showman is in a frenzy, demanding they prepare for the day's performance to outshine his rivals in Samara. He is dismissive, sexist, and arrogant, mocking the women and specifically targeting the sickly-looking Birgitte. He demands she play the fool or clean cages. Birgitte, however, is not a woman to be trifled with even when recovering from metaphysical severance. When Luca mocks her claim to be an archer, she challenges him. The scene that follows is a vindication of skill over bluster. Luca, a peacock of a man, sets up a target at a reasonable distance. Birgitte, borrowing a bow and discarding the imperfect arrows with the eye of a master, steps back to a distance that seems impossible. With a casual lethality that silences the camp, she looses 4 arrows. The first strikes the center, the second kisses the first, the third and fourth split the shafts of those before them. It is a display of supernatural competence that leaves Luca gaping and the audience in awe. She wins the wager, and a spot in the show, not as a fool, but as a star. But she refuses to use her real name, which belongs to the ages and the stories. She chooses Marion, a name from a past life, signaling her acceptance of this strange, new, mortal existence. She asks for a red dress, ready to hide her broken heart behind the bright colors of the menagerie, a legend hiding in plain sight. Chapter 37. Performances in Samara. The heat inside the wagon is stifling, but for Nynaeve Almiara, the temperature is the least of her discomforts. We find her in a moment of rare vulnerability, trapped not by physical bars, but by a disguise that strips away her identity as a wisdom. She holds a lock of her hair, now dyed a brassy, unnatural red, and sighs. Outside, the cacophony of Valan Luca's grand travelling show presses in, the roar of the crowds, the blare of music. But inside, Nynaeve is fighting a war with a mirror. She is dressed in a garment that makes her want to curl into a ball. A dress of scarlet silk with a neckline so plunging she feels practically naked. This isn't just vanity. For a woman of the two rivers, where modesty is woven into the very wool of their character, this exposure feels like a physical assault. She wraps herself tightly in a grey shawl, a desperate attempt to reclaim some shred of her former dignity. Then the door opens, and the contrast walks in. Birgitta Silverbow, the legendary hero of the Horn, now ripped into flesh and blood, enters wearing the exact duplicate of Nynaeve's dress. Yet where Nynaeve cowers, Birgitta inhabits the space with a casual, devastating confidence. Her black-dyed braid rests in the valley of her bosom, and she seems utterly unbothered by the skin she shows. This interaction reveals the shifting tectonic plates of their relationship. Birgitta challenges Nynaeve's modesty, urging her to be proud of her womanhood. But the conversation quickly cuts deeper than fashion. When Nynaeve tries to serve her, fetching wine, offering to wash her back, Birgitta snaps. She sees through Nynaeve's solicitude to the guilt rotting underneath. Nynaeve blames herself for Birgitta's expulsion from Tel'aran'rhiod, and in her penance, she is trying to turn the legendary archer into an invalid or a child. Birgitta, fierce and feral, refuses to be diminished. In a moment of sharp psychological insight, she rejects Nynaeve's martyrdom. She asserts her own agency. She chose to help. She chose to fight Moghedien, and she accepts the consequences. She demands a friendship of equals, not a servant and a master, threatening to make Nynaeve's life miserable if she continues this snivelling guilt trip. It is a harsh lesson for Nynaeve, who is used to being the authority figure, the one who protects. Now, she must learn to simply be a friend. Driven from the wagon by Birgitta's tough love, Nynaeve ventures into the sensory overload of the showgrounds. Robert Jordan paints a chaotic masterpiece here. The smell of animals, the press of unwashed bodies, the sheer spectacle of Luca's menagerie. There are boar horses, the Shonchan Lopar, and exotic creatures from across the world. She finds herself at the high-wire act, where Valan Luca watches with the anxiety of a new father. First, the thief-catcher Juilin Sandar performs. He plays the fool, staggering across the rope as if drunk, a performance of incompetence that requires immense skill. But it is Elaine Trakand who steals the breath from Nynaeve's lungs, the daughter heir of Andor, clad in sparkling white breeches and coat, takes to the rope. Nynaeve watches in terror, knowing that Elaine is not channeling to save herself. This is pure physical prowess and reckless bravery. Elaine walks the rope, pivots, and then, to Nynaeve's horror, begins to cartwheel across the abyss. It is a display of regal arrogance and freedom. Elaine, usually so bound by protocol, is physically risking her neck for the applause of peasants. It suggests a girl desperate to test her own limits outside the constraints of the White Tower or the Lion Throne. When Elaine finishes her heart-stopping routine, the crowd erupts. But amidst the cheering, Nynaeve spots a face that doesn't belong. A man with a topknot, a villainous scar, and a painted eye patch. He looks rough, dangerous, and strangely familiar. Ignoring the celebrations, Nynaeve pushes through the throng, following the one-eyed man away from the spectacle. Chapter 38. An old acquaintance. Nynaeve pursues the man through the press of the crowd, finally cornering him near the Seredit, the massive elephants. It is, of course, Uno Nomesta. The veteran Shienaran soldier whom she last saw at Falme is as gruff and scarred as ever. Their reunion highlights the comedic and cultural friction between them. Uno, hard-bitten and accustomed to the grim realities of the Blight, immediately tries to take charge of Nynaeve. He assumes she is helpless, a pretty face, in need of protection, completely ignoring the fact that she is an Aes Sedai in all but name who has faced down the Forsaken. He tries to shield her from the crowds, cursing with every other breath, flaming this and bloody that, while Nynaeve scolds him for his language like a disapproving schoolmarm. This dynamic serves a dual purpose. It provides levity, but also underscores how men in this world consistently underestimate the women of the White Tower, often to their own peril. Uno reveals that he and the other Shienarans have been stranded, waiting for orders from Moiraine that never came. In the vacuum of purpose, they have attached themselves to a new leader, a man who preaches the glory of the Dragon Reborn. They are with the Prophet. As they walk toward the city of Samara, Uno explains their precarious situation. They are surviving on the scraps of the Prophet's influence. He warns Nynaeve to keep her connection to Tar Valon a secret, for the Prophet trusts no one from the tower. The irony is palpable. These Shienerans, sworn to fight the Dark One, are now drifting in the wake of a fanaticism that feels almost as dangerous as the shadow itself. Uno mentions the Prophet's name, Masema. Nynaeve remembers him, a soldier with a perpetual scowl and a deep hatred for ale. That this man has become the voice of the dragon is a testament to how Rand al'Thor's presence warps the pattern around him, twisting ordinary men into caricatures of their former selves. Masema has gone from a disciplined soldier to a rabble-rouser capable of inciting riots and toppling local governments. Uno also drops a terrifying detail about the chaos in the region. A woman from another traveling show was torn apart by a mob because they suspected her of being Aes Sedai. It is a stark reminder that outside the tower and away from the protection of the show, Nynaeve is walking through a field of dry tinder with a torch in her hand. Nynaeve, stubborn as ever, refuses to be shepherded to safety. She demands to see this prophet, hoping he can secure a boat for their journey downriver. She is pragmatic, willing to deal with a madman if it speeds her mission. Uno and another Shienaran, Rhaegon, eventually agree to take her, though they treat her like a grenade likely to go off at any moment. They enter the city, passing white cloak guards who watch the crowds with cold, predatory eyes, a foreshadowing of the tightening noose. Chapter 39. Encounters in Samara. Samara is a city under siege by its own population. The streets are a crush of humanity, a melting pot of refugees, fanatics, and opportunists. Nynaeve, flanked by her Shienaran bodyguards, navigates this urban labyrinth. The atmosphere is suffocating, a mix of religious fervor and desperate poverty. They arrive at a fine house that has been commandeered by the Prophet. The interior speaks of neglect. Dust covers the fine lacquer furniture, symbolizing how the old order of Gealdan is being allowed to rot under the new regime of the dragon. Here we meet Masema. He has shaved his head, leaving only a top knot, and his eyes burn with the terrifying light of zealotry. The transformation is chilling. The soldier is gone. Only the vessel remains. Nynaeve witnesses him interacting with a noblewoman, demanding she strip herself of her jewelry for the poor. It is revealed that this noblewoman is actually Aleandra, the Queen of Gealdan. This is a crucial moment of political realism. Alejandra is not a fool. She is a survivor. She bends like a willow in the wind, submitting to Masema's madness to keep her throne and prevent civil war. She understands that power has shifted, and to fight the storm is to break. It is a lesson in statecraft that Nynaeve, often rigid and uncompromising, observes with a mix of horror and confusion. When Masema turns his attention to Nynaeve, the tension spikes. He is disgusted by her revealing dress, launching into a tirade about virtue and the sins of the flesh. The hypocrisy is staggering, a mass murderer lecturing a wisdom on morality. Nynaeve's temper flares, her pride stinging at the rebuke. She wants to box his ears, to channel, to assert her dominance, but fear and a rare survival instinct stays her hand. She realizes that Masema is not just a man. He is a force of nature, backed by a mob that would tear her to pieces on his command. Instead of fighting, Nynaeve improvises. She uses the only currency Masema respects, her connection to Rand. She reveals she knew the Lord Dragon as a child. The effect is instantaneous. Masema's demeanor shifts from contempt to awed reverence. He sees her now as a holy figure, a witness to the miracles of the dragon's youth. Nynaeve, uncomfortable with the lie but desperate for the result, plays along. She doesn't correct his delusions of Rand's divinity. She feeds them just enough to get what she wants. She asks for a boat. Masema, lost in his visions, agrees to help, viewing her departure as a holy pilgrimage to Tyr. As they leave the presence of the prophet, Nynaeve is shaken. She realizes the scale of the madness Rand has unleashed. Masema is a monster of Rand's own making, a distortion of the dragon's purpose. Uno and Regan hustle her away, relieved to have escaped without Masema ordering an execution. They explain that Masema's justice is arbitrary and brutal, floggings and beheadings for the slightest perceived insult to the dragon's name. But the danger in Samara is not limited to the prophet. As they move through the crowded streets trying to blend in, Uno spots a tail. A white cloak is following them. Nynaeve risks a glance, and her heart stops. It is not just any child of the light. It is Galad Damodred, Elaine's half-brother, the man who always does what is right, no matter the cost. In a city where simply being a woman who can channel is a death sentence, Galad is the ultimate threat. He is beautiful, he is deadly, and if he finds them, his twisted sense of moral absolutism could bring their entire world crashing down. The chapter ends with the realization that the past has caught up to them, and the walls of Samara are closing in. Chapter 40. The Wheel Weaves. The streets of Samara are a suffocating labyrinth of dust and desperation, a place where the heat of the day seems to bake the tension right into the cobblestones. Here, Nynaeve Almiara finds herself playing a game of cat and mouse, though she is furious to realize she has cast herself as the mouse. As the pristine, white-clad form of Galad Damodred vanishes behind a building, Nynaeve does not freeze. She bolts. Her internal landscape is a storm of self-reproach. We see here the classic Nynaeve mechanism, fear transmuting instantly into anger. She berates herself for her own foolishness, for believing she could treat with the prophet and simply fly away before one of the forsaken Mogedion descended upon the city. She dives into an alleyway, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She is not alone, however. The one-eyed Shiennaran, Uno, and his companion Regan are there instantly, pressing her into the shadows. There is a profound irony in this moment. Nynaeve, who prides herself on her strength and independence, who can channel the one power to heal the unhealable, is rendered powerless in this mundane alley. She cannot channel here without alerting Mogedion or the Black Aja. She is reduced to relying on the steel of two mortal men, a dependency that grinds against her pride like grit in a boot. And then, the worst possible outcome occurs. Galad does not pass by. With a hunter's instinct that belies his courtly appearance, he turns, his gaze piercing the gloom of the alley. He sees them. Robert Jordan paints Galad not merely as a threat, but as a figure of terrifying perfection. He stands at the mouth of the alley, hand resting casually on his sword, looking for all the world like he is at a palace ball, rather than a grimy backstreet in a riotous city. Uno and Reagan, hardened veterans of the borderlands, draw their steel, but Galad looks at them with the calm assessment of a wolfhound watching cur dogs. It is a chilling reminder that Galad's reputation with the blade is not exaggerated. He is a lethal instrument of grace. But the conversation that follows upends Nynaeve's expectations, serving as a reminder that in the wheel of time, prejudice can blind one to reality. Nynaeve expects arrest. She expects the zealotry of the White Cloaks. Instead, she finds a worried brother. Galad is not here to capture a witch. He is terrified for the safety of the women he grew up with. He lectures her, certainly. Galad cannot help but be self-righteous, but his distress is genuine. He seeks to secure them passage on a riverboat, to get them away from the mob violence of the Prophet and the looming war. This scene complicates the reader's view of the White Cloaks. While the organization is often monstrous, Galad represents the blinding purity of their ideal. He truly believes in doing what is right, even if it conflicts with his order's dogma. He swears by his mother, the lost Tigraine, that he means them no harm. It is an oath that Elaine later notes is unbreakable for him. Nynaeve, recovering her wits, realizes she must play this dangerous game carefully. She cannot reveal the true stakes, the hunt for the Black Aja, so she weaves a mix of truth and deflection. She admits they are hiding with Valan Luca's menagerie, a chaotic sanctuary that Galad finds distasteful. He agrees to find them a ship, and Nynaeve, ever the tactician, uses his own nobility against him, making him promise to keep their location secret and to stay away to avoid drawing attention. When Galad departs, melting back into the crowd, the tension snaps, leaving Nynaeve with her Shienaran bodyguards. She turns her frustration on them, reasserting control. We see here the beginnings of Nynaeve's own strange little army. She learns that there are 15 Shienarans in total left in the city, 15 swords. In her mind, the calculation shifts instantly. If the riverboat fails, she has a squad of borderlanders. Her fear recedes, replaced by the practical logistics of a village wisdom. How much food will 15 soldiers eat? Returning to the menagerie, the atmosphere shifts from the gritty tension of the streets to the surreal fever dream quality of the circus. We are treated to the sight of a contortionist, Muelin, twisting her body into impossible knots, a visceral reflection of the knots Nynaeve feels in her own stomach regarding Moghedien. But the true horror of the day is yet to come. Nynaeve reunites with Elaine and Birgitte, only to find that her earlier rashness, running off to see the Prophet, has consequences. The narrative punishingly places Nynaeve in a position of ultimate vulnerability. She must stand as the target for Birgitte's archery act. The scene is both comedic and terrifying. Nynaeve, stripped of her shawl and her dignity, stands against a wooden fence while Birgitte, the legendary hero of the Horn, now living in flesh, looses arrows at her. Every thwack of an arrow vibrating next to her wrist or ear is a visceral shock. Nynaeve yelps, and the crowd cheers, mistaking her genuine terror for performance. It is a humiliation that serves a narrative purpose. It grounds Nynaeve, forcing her to trust her companion with her life in the most literal sense, stripping away her control completely. The sun blinds her, the arrows box her in, and the wheel weaves a lesson in humility that she survives, albeit with trembling knees. Chapter 41. The Craft of Kin Tovere. The perspective shifts drastically, moving from the claustrophobic alleys of Samara to a windswept hilltop overlooking the ravaged nation of Cairhien. Here stands the Dragon Reborn, Rand al'Thor, and the atmosphere is heavy with the weight of command and the brooding silence before violence. Rand surveys his forces, and the scene is a masterclass in the friction of mismatched cultures. Below him lie three distinct encampments. First, the Tyrens, resplendent in their black and gold arrogance, led by the High Lord Wyraman. They are armored, disciplined in appearance, and utterly disdainful of the savages they fight alongside. Then, the Cairhienin, a ragged remnant of a civil war, deeply divided and subdued. Finally, the Aiel, camped apart, lethal and silent. Wyraman is presented as the archetype of the foolish noble, brave perhaps, but blindingly stupid in his vanity. He dismisses the Aiel threat, believing a simple cavalry charge will sweep away the Shaido. Rand listens to the High Lord's bluster with a hardened patience. We see the toll leadership is taking on Rand. The wound in his side, a souvenir from his battle with Ishamael, throbs in sympathy with his stress. He is becoming like steel, harder, colder, yet brittle. The interactions on the hilltop highlight Rand's isolation. He is surrounded by people, maidens of the spear ready to die for him, wise ones seeking to guide him, and clan chiefs who respect him, yet he stands apart. His relationship with Avienda is a source of constant, low-level anxiety. She is there, acting the part of the friendly advisor, yet the intimacy and confusion between them create a static charge that Rand, for all his power, cannot navigate. He admits to himself that he will never understand women, a recurring refrain that underscores his youth and inexperience despite his godlike power. The central set piece of this chapter is the construction of an observation tower, a marvel of engineering by the craftsman Kin Tovere. It is a wooden spire rising above the trees, fitted with looking glasses, telescopes. This represents the intrusion of technology and innovation into a world dominated by magic and medieval stasis. Rand climbs the tower, ascending above the squabbles of his followers. Through the lenses, the tragedy of Cairhien is brought into sharp, painful focus. The topless towers are scaffolding-clad ruins, still rebuilding from the last war, now besieged again. The city is a grid of desperation, flying the banners of the dragon and Tyr, but curiously devoid of the rising sun of Cairhien. The telescope allows Rand to see the horror of war without the smell of blood, a detached view that is chilling in its clarity. He spots the burning granaries, the floating blockades on the river. But then, the lens reveals the enemy. On a distant hill, he spots the Shaido leadership. He sees a man with bare arms that glitter in the sun. Couladin, the false dragon, wearing the markings Asmodean marked him with to mock Rand. It is a moment of confrontation across miles. And then, the impossible happens. Rand witnesses a spear, or a projectile moving with the speed of a spear, streak from the city walls and strike the Shaido group, skewering two men. It is a display of force that baffles Rand. It suggests that the city is not as helpless as it seems, foreshadowing the deadly innovations of the Illuminators or the raw power of unbridled channeling. The chapter closes with Rand stepping back from the looking glass, his resolve hardening. He sees the death of enemies, the suffering of a city, and the inevitability of the slaughter to come. He touches his sword hilt, a gesture of acceptance. He tells himself he can be as hard as he must be. It is a chilling mantra. The shepherd from the two rivers is being chiseled away, leaving behind a weapon of destiny ready to break the Shaido against the walls of Cairhien. The wind on the tower top carries the scent of fire and ash, and the wheel grinds on toward Tamon Gaidon. Chapter 42. Before the arrow. The interior of a tent, no matter how luxuriously appointed with scarlet-tasseled cushions, eventually becomes a prison of boredom. We find Matt Carthan here, staring at the grey-brown canvas, a goblet of expensive Cairhienin wine in hand. He isn't drinking, merely swirling the vintage, lost in a labyrinth of dark thoughts. To Matt, the situation has moved beyond serious, serious is a Trolloc attack you can react to with instinct. This, however, is the slow, grinding dread of a looming battle. He sits in the eye of the storm, knowing thousands of arrows are being fletched, spears sharpened, and plans laid for slaughter. There is a profound psychological dissonance in Matt here. He fiercely suppresses memories that are not his own, phantom recollections of walking fortress walls and commanding desperate reserves. He rejects the identity of a soldier. In his mind, he is a gambler, a lover of taverns and dice. He clutches the silver foxhead medallion around his neck, a ter'angreal that renders him immune to the one power, his only true shield against the Aes Sedai. But he knows that no medallion can protect him from the pattern itself, or from the pull of being ta'veren. He feels the threads of destiny tightening, turning men who want to kill him into followers, and he resents it. He wants the luck without the responsibility, the coin without the cost. Deciding he has had enough of waiting to die, Matt resolves to leave. He convinces himself that Rand, surrounded by an Isle army and wise ones, no longer needs a nursemaid. He packs his gear, hiding knives and donning his scarf to hide the rope scar on his neck, a grim reminder of the price he has already paid. As he steps out into the sweltering heat of the Caer Hienin forest, the stark reality of the camp hits him. The Isle are everywhere, blending into the terrain like piles of dead leaves. He passes the wagon circle of the peddler Cadere, guarded by watchful Aiel, who seem to know that the peddler is more than he appears. Matt makes his way to the dragon's tent, intending to say his goodbyes. He finds only Natael, the forsaken Asmodean, in the guise of a gleeman, lounging with his harp. Matt's distaste for the man is instinctive. Natael is too polished, too cynical, his music always hiding a dark joke. When Lan enters, followed eventually by Rand, the atmosphere shifts from waiting to planning. Maps are spread across the floor, detailing the disposition of the Shido army led by Couladin and the 4 undecided clans. A massive force, the likes of which hasn't been seen since the days of Arthur Hawkwing. Here we see the tragedy of Matt's character. He tries to leave, yet his eyes are drawn to the maps. The chaotic memories of dead generals that were stuffed into his head by the Ilfin begin to bleed into his consciousness. When Lan asks for an opinion, Matt cannot help himself. He dismantles the existing plan. He points out that trapping Couladin against the city will only force the Shadow to fight with the desperation of the doomed, potentially ruining Caerhien in the process. Instead, Matt outlines a classic hammer and anvil strategy. Leave the enemy a way out across the bridges of the River Galin, then harry their retreat. He speaks of blocking forces and light cavalry with the ease of a veteran commander, channeling the ghosts of wars long forgotten. He advises splitting the forces to account for the undecided clans, predicting their hesitation. The music of Natael's harp stops. The room goes silent. Matt realizes he has exposed the very part of himself he tries to hide. He looks at Rand, who is twisting a tasseled spearhead, and blurts out his resignation. He is leaving at first light. Rand does not argue. He simply says he will be sorry to see Matt go, acknowledging that, like Perrin, Matt must follow his own path. But there's a sorrow in the handshake they exchange. The heron brand on Rand's palm is a tactile reminder of how hard the shepherd has become. Matt leaves, feeling a surge of relief, whistling "Dance with Jack of the Shadows," unaware of the irony. He thinks he is walking away from the dance, but the music follows him. Inside the tent, the facade drops. Rand knew exactly what he was doing. He admits to Lan that he sent the warder in to trigger Matt's tactical insights. It is a chilling moment of manipulation. Rand is learning to use his friends as assets in the last battle. He orders Natael to play the March of Death, embracing the grim necessity of what is to come. The clan chiefs arrive, and Rand adopts the mask of the Kara Khan, ready to execute the very plan Matt inadvertently refined. Chapter 43. This Place. This Day. The morning of the battle arrives in darkness. Rand has not slept, his mind racing with the possibilities of the pattern. Could this day have been avoided? It is a question that haunts him, but the wheel weaves as it wills. The Ale chiefs report that the spears are ready. They speak of the battle with a mix of somberness and strange ebullience, adhering to their philosophy that life is a dream, and today many will wake from it. There is a significant moment regarding Rand's choice of weaponry. He straps on a sword, intending to face Couladin personally. Lan, ever the pragmatic mentor, confronts him. He reminds Rand that he is not a common soldier to die in the mud. He is the Dragon Reborn. The fate of the world rests on his survival, not his dueling prowess. It is a stark reminder that Rand's desires, his need for personal justice against the man who ruined the Isle, must be sacrificed for the greater good. As they step out into the pre-dawn gloom, Rand is ambushed not by enemies, but by loyalty. A massive ring of maidens of the spear surrounds his tent, shoulder to shoulder. Sulin, their leader, alongside Egwene and Avienda, refuses to let him pass. They have decided that the Kara Khan must be protected, and his power used strategically from a high observation tower. When Rand tries to pull rank, the maidens begin a rhythmic chant. Far Dares Mai carries the honor of the Kara Khan. It is a wall of sound and will. Rand, who can break nations with the power, is defeated by the stubborn devotion of these women. He concedes, realizing the logic in their plan. It is a rare moment of humility. He allows himself to be guarded, to be the piece on the board rather than the piece in the fray. At the observation tower, the air crackles with tension and ozone. The battle begins not with a charge, but with the sky turning black. Egwene and Avienda begin to channel, calling down lightning to harrow the Shido positions. Then Rand reaches out to Saidin. The description here is visceral. The One Power is not a gentle stream, but a raging torrent of fire and ice, coated in the oily filth of the Dark One's taint. He has to fight the nausea, the madness, and the voice of Luz Therin murmuring inside his head just to control it. He rains fire upon the hilltops, methodically destroying the Shido threats from miles away. It is destruction on an industrial scale, impersonal and terrifying. Meanwhile, Mat Cawthon is attempting his escape. He has ridden south, intending to put miles between himself and the killing. But the pattern is not so easily cheated. Every direction he turns, he finds geography and troop movements herding him toward the conflict. He is trying to run away, but he's being funneled into the very heart of the war. From a ridge, Mat spots a disaster in the making. A column of Tyren and Caer-Hienin troops is marching blindly into a valley where a massive force of Shido lies in ambush. The Tyren commanders, arrogant and inexperienced, have no idea they are walking into a slaughter. Mat pauses. He is out of it. It is not his fight. But the core of who he is, the hero buried under the gambler's coat, will not let him watch them die. He rides down, intercepting the column. He finds that the incompetent High Lord Wairamon has been sent away, but the remaining lordlings are eager for glory and completely inept. Mat uses the only currency they respect, his proximity to the Dragon Reborn. He bullies them, claiming orders from Rand, and takes command. He finds a competent second in the Caer-Hienin soldier Talmanes, a man who recognizes competence when he sees it and asks no questions. Mat's transformation is complete when he begins barking orders. He arranges the foot soldiers into a hedgehog formation, a hollow square of pikes and archers that is devastating against charging savages. He splits his cavalry for a flanking maneuver. And then, in the heat of the moment, the old blood takes over entirely. He raises his black-hafted spear and shouts, "Los! Los Cabadrin! Forward! Forward, horsemen!" in the old tongue. He didn't mean to say it. He didn't mean to lead the charge. But as the lightning falls and the trap is sprung, Mat Cawthon, The man who only wanted to leave finds himself galloping down the hill, screaming battle cries, plunging straight into the blood and chaos he tried so hard to escape. The gambler has rolled the dice, and they have come up with war. Chapter 44. The Lesser Sadness. The winds of the Jangai Pass have given way to the gusting gales of Kyrian, carrying with them the scent of ozone and the heavy metallic tang of blood. We find the Dragon Reborn standing upon a wooden observation tower, a structure that feels increasingly fragile against the weight of the destiny he shoulders. The physical toll is immense. Sweat plasters his shirt to his back, and his body screams with the exhaustion of a runner who has long since passed the finish line, but is forced to keep sprinting. Yet, Rand al'Thor is not entirely present in his own flesh. He is wrapped within the void, that mental fortress of emptiness that allows him to touch the true source. Here, we see the terrible dichotomy of channeling Saidin. To the observer, Rand is merely a tired young man gripping a railing, but internally, he is engaged in a titanic struggle. He draws upon the one power through the angreal in his pocket, the carving of the fat little man, and it amplifies the flow of magic to a torrent. But the power is tainted. It is described not just as energy, but as something rancid, a sweetness coated in corruption that threatens to drown him. He must fight the power to use the power, resisting the seductive urge to draw too much and burn himself to ash, while simultaneously battling the nausea of the Dark One's taint. It is a downward spiral of addiction and endurance, highlighting the psychological horror that accompanies the male half of the source. Below him, the battle for Kyrian rages, a chaotic tapestry of Aiel against Aiel, Shaido against the clans loyal to the Kara Khan. Rand rains down lightning, striking with the precision of a surgeon and the devastation of a god. He is stronger than Egwene, stronger than Aviendha, both of whom are exhausted from manipulating the weather. But Rand's strength is brittle. He is burning the candle at both ends, driven by a desperate need to minimize the slaughter of his own people. Suddenly, the threat shifts from the chaotic battlefield to a precise, malevolent will. Lightning from a clear blue sky strikes the gathered maidens of the spear below the tower. This is not the random violence of war. This is a challenge. Rand recognizes the signature of the weave immediately. It is Samael. The Forsaken has been baiting him, striking at the aisle to draw the dragon out. The bolts walk toward the tower, shattering wood and bone alike, until the structure itself groans and topples. In the wreckage, we see the fragility of the man behind the myth. Rand, battered and barely conscious, is tended to by Aviendha. Her panic is palpable, stripping away the stoic mask of the Maiden of the Spear to reveal the terrified young woman beneath. She speaks of carrying his corpse to Elaine if she must, a desperate promise that underscores the complex web of obligation, love and Giotto, honor and obligation, that binds them. When Rand struggles to his feet, refusing healing because there is still work to do, we witness a crucial evolution in his character. He burns with the desire to lash out, to chase Samael and end the threat. But the battlefield demands his presence. The Aiel need their chief. The Shaido are breaching the walls. In this moment, Rand chooses duty over vengeance. He accepts the lesser sadness, the burden of the immediate necessary tragedy, rather than indulging in the personal satisfaction of a duel that could leave his army leaderless. It is a mark of the hard maturity forcing itself upon him. Meanwhile, in the hills, the narrative shifts to Matrim Cawthon, the man who insists he is no hero even as the pattern bends the world around him to prove otherwise. Mat is miserable, soaked by rain, and looking for a way out. This is the quintessential Mat Cawthon experience, a desperate desire to escape responsibility that inevitably leads him deeper into the heart of conflict. He is trying to guide a ragtag group of Tyren and Karhienin soldiers to safety, But the fog of war has trapped them. Matt's tactical genius, derived from those ancient alien memories swirling in his head, comes to the forefront here. He isn't throwing fireballs. He is reading the terrain, understanding the flow of infantry and cavalry better than the high-born lords surrounding him. He realizes they are cornered. The Shido, led by Couladin himself, are advancing. The resulting clash is a masterclass in irony. Matt, who wants nothing to do with the Dragon Reborn's war, organizes a defensive line of pikemen to protect the flanks. He orchestrates a feint, tricking the Aiel into overcommitting. And in the chaos, the reluctant general finds himself face to face with Couladin. The Shido leader, with his false dragon's tattoos glittering on his arms, seeks the Karakan. Instead, he finds a gambler with a black-hafted spear and a truly terrible amount of luck. Back on the heights, night has fallen. Rand, still delirious with pain and exhaustion, tries to remain in the saddle. He is drifting, his mind fraying at the edges. The boundary between his own thoughts and the voice of Luz Therin Telemon is thin. He hallucinates, confusing the past and present, fighting battles that ended 3,000 years ago. When he finally collapses, succumbing to the physical trauma he has ignored for hours, it is a stark reminder that while the dragon may be a soul reborn, the vessel is merely human. Chapter 45. After the storm. The sun rises on the aftermath of carnage, bringing with it the stifling heat of a Cairienin day. We find Matt sitting on a boulder, nursing his wounds and a profound sense of grievance. The atmosphere has shifted from the frantic energy of survival to the weary, raucous relief of the survivors. The camp is a cacophony of celebration. Tyrant defenders and Aiel savages are drinking together, dancing and singing Dance with Jack of the Shadows. This scene serves as a sharp contrast to Matt's internal state. He feels no joy, only the crushing weight of the pattern. He tries to leave, to slip away now that the fighting is done, but he is intercepted at every turn. Melindra, the maiden of the spear who has taken a proprietary interest in him, brings him alcohol and praise. But the true horror for Matt, and the dark humor for the audience, comes with the revelation of what happened in the previous day's chaos. Matt did not just survive, he conquered. Couladin's head now sits atop a pole nearby, a grisly trophy of Matt's reluctance. He killed the man who plunged 2 nations into war, yet Matt remembers it only as a desperate scramble to stay alive. The disconnect between his internal narrative, "I am just a gambler trying to leave," and the external reality, "I am a legendary warlord who slew the false dragon," is at its peak. The trap snaps shut when Talmanes and Nalessian, representing the Cairienin and Tyrian forces respectively, approach him. They don't just thank him, they pledge to him. They argue over who gets to be his body servant, who gets to buy him new clothes, who gets to carry his banner. Matt has accidentally become a lord in truth, if not in title. He realizes that the more he struggles against the weave of the wheel, the tighter the knots bind him. He is a tavern caught in his own gravity well. He drinks the rough brandy not to celebrate, but to numb the realization that there is no escape. We then cut to the silence of the dragon's tent. Rand wakes, not to the sound of cheers, but to the quiet tension of politics. He is weak, naked beneath his blankets, stripped of the armor of the void. Moiraine has healed him, draining herself to the point of collapse, a testament to her dedication to the mission, if not the man. The dynamic in the tent is fascinatingly complex. You have Avienda, the warrior woman who acts as his conscience, scolding him for risking his life and failing his tow to his people. She represents the grounding reality of the Aiel culture. A chief cannot be a reckless hero. Then there is Asmodean, the Forsaken turned bard, lounging in velvet, offering cynical commentary. He is a dark mirror to Rand, a reminder of what happens when power is chosen over morality. Rand learns that the battle is won, but the war is far from over. The Shido have been broken and have fled across the river, burning bridges behind them. But the immediate threat is now political. The High Lords of Tyr, led by the ambitious Melan, have arrived. They are posturing, offering Rand the city of Caerhien as a gift, a transparent power play to assert their own authority. The Caerhienin nobles, masters of the great game, are already sneaking into the camp to switch allegiances, terrified of being on the losing side. This is a critical moment for Rand's psychology. He sees through the flattery instantly. He quotes old Two Rivers wisdom about holding onto your purse when a man claims to be honest. The innocent farm boy is gone. In his place is a ruler who understands that a smile often hides a dagger. He realizes that Malin and the others wish to control him, to make his entry into the city a pageant where they pull the strings. Rand's reaction is decisive. He refuses to play by their rules. He will not wait for a grand procession organized by ambitious lords. He will enter Caerhien on his own terms, claiming the city not as a gift, but by right of conquest and stabilization. As he prepares to rise, weak but resolute, we see the hardening of the Dragon Reborn. He is surrounded by manipulators, Aes Sedai, wise ones, Forsaken and High Lords, all trying to steer him. But Rand is beginning to steer himself, navigating the treacherous waters of leadership with a cold, iron will. He orders his horse, Jedien, effectively silencing Avienda's protests and Asmodean's cynicism. The storm of battle has passed, but the storm of politics has just begun, and Rand al'Thor intends to be the eye of that hurricane. Chapter 46. Other battles, other weapons. The silence following the storm of battle is rarely peaceful. It is a heavy, expectant pause. Within the dim warmth of the dragon's tent, Rand al'Thor wakes not to the glory of victory, but to the sharp, grounding reality of Avienda. There is a profound psychological duality at play here. Outside, Rand is the Karakan, the he who comes with the dawn, a messianic figure who has just shattered the Shido army. Inside, he's merely a man, bruised and shaking, hunting for his boots, while a woman he cannot quite understand lectures him on Jieto, the code of honor and obligation. Avienda's behavior is a study in Aiel contradictions. She sits atop his crimson coat, hiding it, forcing him to acknowledge his physical weakness, reminding him that he is flesh and blood before he is a legend. She speaks of his toe, his obligation, with the ferocity of a warrior, yet attends to him with the intimacy of a wife, channeling warm water for his shave, watching him with a possessiveness she verbally denies. It is a grounding mechanism, essential for Rand's sanity as the voice of Luz Therin Telamon begins to whisper more frequently in the back of his mind. When they finally emerge into the harsh sunlight, the cost of their crusade becomes visible. They are joined by a strange, somber procession. There is Asmodean, the Forsaken, masquerading as a gleeman, draped in dark green silk and cynicism. And there is Pevin, a Caerhienin refugee who carries the dragon banner. Pevin is a man hollowed out by tragedy, his entire family lost to famine and war. He is a vessel of pure apathy, living only for the vengeance the last battle promises. But the most disturbing sight is among the Aiel themselves. Rand notices the Siswai Aman, the spears of the dragon. These are Aiel, some even Gaishain, wearing scarlet headbands marked with the ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai. They have abandoned their clans and customs to serve Rand alone. Avienda explains this with a heavy heart. The bleakness has taken hold. The revelation of the Aiel's true history, that they were once dedicated to peace, has shattered their worldview. Some believe they are merely a sacrifice to atone for ancient sins. Others believe they are figments of Rand's dream. It is a cultural existential crisis, a collective trauma manifesting as fanatical devotion to their own destruction. The journey into Caerhien is a descent into grim reality. The sky is choked with vultures and ravens, a spiraling black funnel feeding on the carnage of the Shido retreat. The foregate, once a vibrant, chaotic district of wooden buildings, is now a band of ash and charred timber. Yet, as Rand rides through the Jangai gates, the reception shifts from horror to adoration. Here we see the stark divide in how the Dragon Reborn is perceived. The Tyren High Lords, led by the arrogant Melan, attempt to orchestrate a grand controlled entry. They view Rand as a weapon to be wielded, a figurehead to be managed. But the common people, the ragged, starving survivors of the siege, surge forward, cheering wildly. They do not see a political tool, they see salvation. They reach out just to touch his boot, their desperation transforming into religious fervor. Rand's arrival at the royal palace becomes a masterclass in Dice Daemar, the game of houses, though played with a blunt force that stuns the nobility. The Grand Hall of the Sun is packed with Tyren conquerors standing proudly at the front, while the Caer Hyenin nobles, the rightful owners of this land, hide in the shadows of the rear. Rand, seated not on the sun throne but on a simple chair, a visual rejection of traditional kingship, shatters this hierarchy. He commands the nobility to sort themselves by rank, forcing Tyren and Caer Hyenin to stand side by side. It is a brilliant, destabilizing maneuver. By stripping away their national segregation, he forces them to recognize a new order where he alone is the center of gravity. He then delivers the final psychological blow. He acknowledges the debt Carrion owes to Tear for the rescue, feeding the Tyren ego, but then orders the Tyren banners struck down. The rising sun of Carrion is to fly again over the city. The reaction is explosive. The Caerhyenin, known for their icy reserve, erupt in joyous celebration, their national pride restored in a single sentence. The Tyrens are left off balance, unable to protest without insulting the dragon. Rand has effectively neutralized the Tyren dominance without firing a shot, securing the loyalty of the locals while keeping his southern allies in check. As the chapter closes, the High Lords and Ladies come forward to swear fealty. Mylan, Colliver, Torean, they kneel one by one. But as they look up into Rand's face, their political calculations turn to fear. They do not see a young man playing at politics. They see the hard, cold eyes of a man who is merging with a memory thousands of years old. They see the dragon, and for the first time, they understand that they are standing in the presence of a fire that could consume them all. Chapter 47. The Price of a Ship. The heat in Samara is not merely a weather condition, it is a physical weight pressing down on the traveling menagerie of Valan Luca. Inside the stifling confinement of their wagon, Nynaeve Almiara wakes not to peace, but to the lingering, oily residue of nightmares. Her sleep has been invaded by images of Moghedien the spider closing in, and of the prophet's mobs tearing through their sanctuary. It is a psychological siege, born of 3 days of waiting, 3 days of blindness, metaphorically and literally, as she stands before the throwing board, waiting for a ship that feels like it will never come. The tension within the wagon is palpable, a reflection of the blistering sun outside. Nynaeve finds herself at odds with the silk shift she wears, a garment that feels precarious and revealing, much like her current situation. She scrubs her teeth with salt and soda, trying to scrub away the anxiety about Egwene alongside the morning taste. The world of dreams has become a frantic meeting ground. Egwene appears in their dreams, speaking of Rand's victory in Caerhyen, a monumental shift in the world's balance that feels distant yet dangerously relevant to their own survival. There is a fascinating dichotomy between Nynaeve and Elaine Trakand here. Elaine, the daughter heir, adapts to the circus life with a strange, reckless ease, braiding her dyed hair and wearing spangled breeches that scandalize Nynaeve's Two Rivers sensibilities. It is a clash of coping mechanisms. Nynaeve clings to propriety to maintain control, while Elaine embraces the absurdity of their disguise to hide her fear. They bicker, their words sharp and acid-dipped, a release valve for the terror of being hunted by a Forsaken. They discuss the use of the twisted stone ring Terangreal, debating the risks of entering Tel Aran Rayod. Nynaeve, usually so headstrong, is now the cautious one, terrified of the spider waiting in the web, while Elaine, perhaps underestimating the danger, pushes to learn more. The illusion of their circus safety is shattered when the outside world bleeds in. Birgitta enters, followed by the revelation that Tom, Marilyn, and Juilin Sandar have returned from the town, beaten and bloody. The sanctuary is dissolving. The two men, looking like they have been trampled, bring news that Samara has erupted into chaos. The mobs are hunting anyone who does not hail the prophet, and fires are beginning to stain the sky. This is the tipping point. The waiting game is over. Uno, the Shienaran soldier, confirms the disaster. The prophet's followers are fighting white cloaks in the streets, and an invasion of Amadicia is being launched. But amidst this collapse of order, a strange salvation arrives in the form of Galad Damadred. Galad is a character defined by a terrifying purity. He arrives at the wagons, handsome enough to stun the performers, and reveals he has secured a ship, the River Serpent. But the price of his integrity is high. To keep his promise to Nynaeve and Elaine, he has essentially started a war, seizing the vessel and sparking the riots that now consume the city. It is a profound insight into his character. Galad does what is right, regardless of the cost, even if doing right means burning a city to the ground to save two women. He does not understand nuance, he understands duty. The departure is frantic. Valan Luca, the showman to the end, tries one last time to claim Nynaeve. In a scene that balances humor with Nynaeve's deep-seated longing for stability, Luca proposes marriage. He offers her a life of adventure and adoration. Nynaeve, though she rejects him for her betrothal to Lan, is flustered. For a woman who often feels unappreciated, Luca's melodramatic devotion is a balm to her ego, even if she tosses his drought-withered flowers to the ground once she is out of sight. It highlights her vulnerability. Beneath the braid-tugging exterior, she desires to be cherished, a stark contrast to the hard road she has chosen. Meanwhile, Elaine attempts to save Serendin, the Shonchan beast handler, by revealing her royal identity. The interaction is tragic and illuminating. Serendin, indoctrinated by the rigid caste system of the Shonchan, cannot accept Elaine's truth. To her, order is paramount, and Elaine is merely a confused performer who needs to know her place. It is a clash of cultures that foreshadows the difficulties the Westlands will face in understanding the returning invaders. Chapter 48. Leave-takings. Back in the wagon, the act of packing becomes a ritual of shedding their disguise. Nynaeve changes into sturdy grey wool, a return to her true self, armor against the chaos outside. As she gathers their most dangerous possessions, the terangreal and the magical collars, she brushes against something far darker. Hidden in a wash-leather purse is the seal on the Dark One's prison, made of unbreakable Quendilar. Nynaeve touches it and recoils. The sensation of evil is palpable, a slick, oily darkness that seems to seep into her skin. It is a chilling reminder that while they run from Mogadian and White Cloaks, the ultimate shadow looms over everything. She packs it away with a shudder, burying the cosmic horror beneath mundane clothing. The farewells are hurried. The circus folk, Clarin, Aludra, Petra, offer their goodbyes, a poignant moment of human connection amidst the rush. These people, odd and outcast, had become a temporary family. But the road calls. The group that leaves the menagerie is a deadly one. Shienaran soldiers with two-handed swords, a warder in training, a thief-taker, a gleeman, and two powerful channelers, all led by a white-cloaked prince. They march into the teeth of the riot. Samara is a broken city, Smoke columns act as pillars holding up a sky grey with ash. The streets are littered with the debris of lives interrupted, shattered glass, abandoned furniture, and the bodies of the dead. The atmosphere is heavy with the roar of the mob, a beast with 1,000 voices. When the violence finds them, it is sudden. A mob, rabid with religious fervour, charges them. Here the narrative shifts from tension to kinetic brutality. Nynaeve, terrified, reaches for the one power, but it is steel and wood that save them. The Shienarans form a wall of discipline against the chaotic wave. Birgitte, the legendary archer reborn, looses arrows with mechanical precision, every shot finding an eye. Tom and Juilin fight with the desperate skill of survivors, but it is Galad who commands the scene. He does not just fight, he dances. There is a terrible beauty in his violence. He moves through the mob like a scythe through wheat, untouched and unstoppable. He creates a zone of death around him, his grace making the carnage seem almost artistic. It is a stark display of why the White Cloaks, for all their zealotry, are feared. Galad is a weapon honed to a razor's edge, and for a moment, Nynaeve is sickened by the efficiency of his slaughter. They break the mob and reach the docks, where the river serpent waits. The captain, Agni Neres, is a sour, pragmatic man, unhappy with the chaos and unhappier still with his passengers. He is a man of profit, not charity. However, upon reaching the dock, they find a huddle of refugees, desperate mothers, children, and old men, yearning for escape. Here, Nynaeve's character shines brightest. Despite the danger, despite the cost, she refuses to leave them behind. She bullies and threatens Captain Neres, using her formidable will to force him to take the refugees aboard. It is a moment that defines her. She may be prickly and temperamental, but she is a wisdom at heart, a protector who cannot walk past suffering without trying to heal it. As they board, the final irony of the chapter unfolds. Galad, having spent his coin and risked his life to save them, stays behind. He warns them, with genuine concern, to stay clear of Randall Thor. He calls the Dragon Reborn a breaker of worlds, a source of destruction. He has no idea that the women he has saved are inextricably bound to Rand, or that his own path will one day intersect with the dragons in ways he cannot imagine. The ship casts off, leaving the burning city of Samara behind. They are battered, exhausted, and fleeing into the unknown, but they are free of the immediate trap. As the distance grows, the silence between Elaine and Nynaeve speaks volumes, a mix of relief, trauma, and the unspoken acknowledgement that their survival depended on the very men Nynaeve so often disparages. The river offers a path forward, but the smoke rising behind them is a testament to the price paid for their passage. Chapter 49. To Boanda. The exodus from Samara begins not with the fanfare of heroes, but with the desperate scramble of the displaced. The docks are a cacophony of fear and frantic motion as Nynaeve Almeara secures passage for the huddled masses of refugees. Here we see the quintessential Nynaeve, a woman who grumbles about the cost of charity, while simultaneously ensuring not a single soul is left behind. She counts out the gold for their fares with a grimace, the memory of Tanchico's poverty driving her hand, proving once again that her compassion is a compulsion she cannot resist, no matter how much she complains. To ensure Captain Neres, a man whose soul seems as cramped as his cargo hold, remains cooperative, Nynaeve employs a subtle threat. She utilizes Uno and the Shinarans, 15 hard-faced men with top-knots and sharpened steel, to radiate a silent, violent promise. It creates a salutary effect on the captain, a necessary friction between the rough nobility of the borderlanders and the greed of the river trader. The vessel, the River Serpent, is a fat, ungainly craft, now teeming with humanity. It is here that the traveller's true ordeal begins. The ship is claustrophobic, a physical manifestation of the tension brewing between our three protagonists. Neres, forced out of his own stern cabin, reveals a profound and irrational misogyny. He views women as the source of all ruin, a worldview that Nynaeve finds bafflingly alien. It is a psychological curiosity that Nerys would rather face financial ruin than endure female company, viewing them as agents of chaos who cost money and start fights. Ironically, his sour demeanor forces Elaine and Birgitte to adopt masks of sickly sweet politeness, a facade that slowly bleeds into genuine camaraderie, uniting them against their common irritant. As the river serpent churns down the river Eldar, the journey becomes a study in leadership and the burden of power. Elaine, ever the daughter heir, takes it upon herself to channel the one power to manipulate the winds. It is a reckless display of strength that terrifies Nynaeve, who lives in constant shadow of the forsaken Moghedien. Nynaeve's fear is palpable. She sees the spider in every shadow, while Elaine, emboldened by her heritage and youth, charges forward. This dynamic highlights the rift between Nynaeve's trauma and Elaine's growing confidence, or perhaps her arrogance. Amidst the cramped conditions, Nynaeve turns to her oldest comfort, healing. She tends to the refugees, and in doing so, we are introduced to three women who act as mirrors to the Aes Sedai's own journey. There is Nicola, a weaver with the spark of the one power, seeking a life her dead fiancé can no longer give her. There is Marigan, a weary mother and village healer fleeing the accusations of mobs, reflecting Nynaeve's own roots as a wisdom. And there is Irina, a wanderer and would-be hunter for the Horn, possessing a sharp tongue and a bruised face, echoing Nynaeve's own combative spirit. These women cling to Nynaeve, drawn to her strength, creating a small, impromptu retinue that underscores the magnetic pull of Taveren associates, even if Nynaeve herself is not one. But the physical journey is only half the narrative. The true voyage takes place in Tel'aran'rhiod, the world of dreams. Here the psychological landscape shifts. Nynaeve, tired of feeling like a coward, forces herself to confront the dream world alongside Elaine. They use the ter'angreal, the twisted stone ring and the iron disc, to walk the dream. We see Elaine's deep-seated homesickness as she manifests the royal palace of Caemlyn, only to find it hollow and empty, a ghostly echo of the home she left behind. They visit Eamon's field, seeing it strangely prosperous, flying banners of the Red Eagle and the Wolf's Head, symbols of Manetheren and Perin-Ibara, though they do not yet fully grasp the implications of the two rivers' rise. Their reconnaissance leads them to the White Tower, where they find evidence of Elida's crumbling authority. The usurper Amyrlin is frantic, dealing with silence from the west and insubordination from borderland monarchs. The tower is fracturing, flailing in the dark. The climax of these dream walks occurs in the heart of the Stone of Tyr, where they meet Egwene Alvera and the Isle Dreamwalkers. This meeting serves as a crucial junction of information. Egwene, shedding her village identity for the Shawl of the Wise Ones, delivers staggering news. Rand al'Thor has conquered Cairhien. The narrative scope widens instantly. We learn that Mat Carthan, the gambler and reluctant hero, has slain Couladin of the Shaido, a feat of martial prowess that seems impossible to Nynaeve. We also gain insight into the Dragon Reborn's mental state. Rand is driving himself mercilessly, practicing sword forms and unarmed combat, and inexplicably founding a school for philosophers and inventors. It is a glimpse into Rand's desperate desire to build something lasting, a legacy of creation to balance the destruction he is prophesied to bring. However, the reunion is not without friction. Egwene, adopting the imperious tone of the Isle Wise Ones, scolds Nynaeve and Elaine for their loose lips regarding their location. The power dynamic has shifted irrevocably. The apprentice is now the teacher, and Nynaeve's struggle to accept Egwene's authority is a bitter pill, exacerbated by her own embarrassment at being caught off guard. Back in the waking world, the river serpent reaches Boanda. The refugees disembark, their fates now their own, though Nicola, Marigan and Irena refuse to leave Nynaeve's orbit. Nynaeve, armed with knowledge and desperation, coerces Neres into one final leg of the journey. She directs him toward a name that has become a beacon of hope: Salidar. Neres claims Salidar is abandoned, a ghost town left to rot since the White Cloak War. The tension on the final stretch is thick. Nynaeve has wagered everything on a rumor, dragging her companions and these strays into the wilderness of Altara. When the ship finally anchors and puts them ashore, they are deposited on a muddy bank surrounded by unbroken forest. There is no welcoming committee, no sign of civilization, only the dense, silent woods. As the river serpent pulls away, leaving them stranded, the chapter closes on a note of precarious hope. They stand on the edge of the unknown, armed with little more than Nynaeve's stubbornness and Elaine's royal confidence. They have travelled halfway across the world, outwitted the Black Arja and braved the world of dreams, only to end up on a lonely riverbank, searching for a sanctuary that might not even exist. Chapter 50. To teach and learn. The heat in the room is stifling, a physical weight that mirrors the suffocating pressure of authority clamping down on Nynaeve Almiara. We find ourselves in Salidar, in the makeshift headquarters of the rebel Aes Sedai, but the atmosphere is far from a welcoming homecoming. 4 hours of interrogation have passed, sweat slicking Nynaeve's skin, not merely from the unseasonable warmth, but from the crushing realization that their heroic journey, hunting the Black Arja, facing the Forsaken, saving a Panarch, has been reduced to the misadventures of runaway children in the eyes of the White Tower. The setting itself tells a story of fallen grandeur. The sunlight cuts through cracked window panes, illuminating a dusty table where the spoils of their journey are laid out like evidence in a trial. The 6 Aes Sedai leaders of this rebellion, including Sheriam and the icy Carlinia, sit behind a screen of the One Power, their mouths moving in silent conference. To Nynaeve, this exclusion is a slap in the face. She stands there, clutching her skirts, vacillating between fury and hysteria. It is a stark reminder of the rigid hierarchy of the Aes Sedai. Even in exile, even when the world is crumbling, protocol and rank supersede achievement. What is particularly jarring here is the presence of Siwan Sanche and Liane Sharif. The former Amirlin Siat and her keeper, once the most powerful women in the world, are now reduced to silence, standing on the carpet like servants. Nynaeve notices a profound change in them beyond their youthfulness, a side effect of their stilling. There is a tangible absence around them, a missing limb of the soul where the true source once flowed. Nynaeve perceives this lack as a raw wound, perhaps the most devastating injury a woman of power can suffer. It creates a psychological chasm, separating those who can channel from those who have been cut off from the universe's driving force. When the silence finally breaks, the interrogation resumes not with praise, but with condescension. The Aes Sedai examine the terangreal brought from Tanchico and the Aiel Waste. They look upon the silvery Adam, a device of slavery, with revulsion, yet their pragmatic ambition shines through when they handle the twisted stone ring of the dream terangreal. They immediately grasp its tactical value, a way to communicate with Egwene, and by extension Moiraine, to exert influence over Randall Thor. This is a critical moment of insight into the Aes Sedai mindset. Even rebels ostensibly fighting for a better cause instantly revert to the desire to control the Dragon Reborn rather than support him. They see the artifacts not as wonders, but as tools for manipulation. Siwan plays the role of the penitent perfectly, ducking her head and accepting the sisters' scolding for sending babies to hunt the Black Arja. But Nynaeve, with her characteristic fire, bristles at being called a baby after thwarting Moghedien. She is silenced immediately. The verdict is delivered with crushing bureaucratic weight. Nynaeve and Elaine are to resume their studies as accepted. They are to be students again, scrubbing pots and learning basics, despite having surpassed most living Aes Sedai in practical combat against the Shadow. However, there is a twist. They are ordered to teach the sisters how to use the Dream Terrangrail. The irony is palpable. The children must instruct the masters, yet they must remain subservient while doing so. Before they are dismissed, the Grey Sister, Beonine, draws attention to the most terrifying object on the table, the broken seal of the Dark One's prison. This black and white disc, shattered into fragments, represents the crumbling reality of the world. The sisters' reaction is a mix of denial and quiet horror. They try to rationalize the breakage, but deep down, the existential dread is setting in. 3 seals remain intact. The clock of the apocalypse is ticking, yet the institution focuses on laundry lists and hierarchy. Dismissed from the presence of the 6, Nynaeve and Elaine step back into the common room, which is a beehive of activity. Here, we see the stark contrast between the high politics of the Aes Sedai and the grounded reality of their companions. Tom Merrilin, Julin Sandar, and the Shianaran soldier Uno are waiting. The Aes Sedai may dismiss these men, but Gareth Bryne, the great general now commanding the rebel army, does not. Bryne approaches them, radiating the weary competence of a veteran commander. He ignores the Aes Sedai politics and speaks the language of soldiers to Uno, recruiting the Shianarans for his cavalry. He then turns his attention to Tom. There is a fascinating subtext here, a recognition of dangerous men by dangerous men. Bryne challenges Tom to a game of stones, hinting that he knows Tom is more than a simple gleeman. It is a moment of masculine respect amidst a sea of female political maneuvering, grounding the narrative in the strategic realities of the coming war. But the most significant psychological confrontation occurs when Siwan Sanche corners Nynaeve. The meek, broken woman from the interrogation room vanishes instantly. In the privacy of a cramped dormitory, Siwan reveals that her submission is a calculated mask. She is still the Merlin seat in spirit, manipulative, fierce, and indomitable. Siwan blackmails Nynaeve. She knows the girls have been posing as full Aes Sedai, a crime that would see them severely punished. She offers a trade, silence for silence. Nynaeve must teach Siwan how to use the Dream Ring, which does not require the power, and in exchange, Siwan will allow Nynaeve to study her condition. This reveals Nynaeve's driving motivation, healing. She refuses to accept that stilling is permanent. While the Aes Sedai view it as a hopeless death sentence, Nynaeve sees it as a medical problem to be solved. This deal marks a shift in power. Nynaeve is no longer just a student, but a researcher on the cutting edge of the impossible, while Siwan grasps for a way to remain relevant in a world that has discarded her. Outside, in the fading light of the stable yard, Elaine seeks out Min. We get a glimpse of the humble reality of the rebellion. Min, a woman of unique prophetic talent, is reduced to doing laundry. But the conversation quickly turns to the personal destiny that binds them. Elaine confronts Min about a viewing regarding Rand al'Thor. Min confirms the prophecy. 3 women will love the Dragon Reborn. They will not fight over him, but share him. The revelation that Min herself is the second woman, alongside Elaine, hangs heavy in the air. Elaine's reaction is a testament to her royal upbringing and her growing maturity. She does not scream or deny it. She processes the information through the lens of Tavaren, the pattern weaving lives together whether they wish it or not. There is a profound melancholy in Min's admission. She didn't want to fall in love, but the pattern gave her no choice. They are, as Elaine notes, chips caught in a whirlpool. The identity of the third woman remains a mystery, though Min confirms it is a woman with a temper, and definitely not Nynaeve. leaving a looming question mark over their future. The chapter closes with Elaine using the one power to heat water for Min's laundry. It is a small, domestic use of a power that can destroy armies, symbolizing their acceptance of this strange, humble purgatory. They are powerful women caught in a web of prophecy, politics, and war, forced to scrub shirts and endure lectures, while the seals on the Dark One's prison crumble into dust. The lesson is clear. Before they can save the world, they must learn to navigate the treacherous currents of their own allies. Chapter 51. News comes to Cairhien. The unnatural heat of the Dark One's touch lies heavy over the city of Cairhien. We find Rand al'Thor standing upon a stone balcony of the royal palace, a pipe clenched between his teeth, watching the smoke drift against a sky that refuses to behave as autumn should. The sun is a dying red ball, casting long shadows over a garden that is withering despite the water carried by shirt-sleeved men. It is a stark reflection of the world itself, parched, straining, and waiting for rain that does not come. Here we see the isolation of the Dragon Reborn. Even in a moment of rest, he is besieged. Selanda, a Cairhienin noblewoman involved in the complex, treacherous game of houses, presses close to him, offering a secluded pool and herself. It is a clumsy attempt at manipulation, a common thread in Rand's life now. He sees the trap, the political maneuvering disguised as romance. To escape, he does not use diplomacy, but fear. He speaks of Saidin, of the madness waiting for him, of holding her up in the water with the one power. He uses the very thing that terrifies the world, his ability to channel, as a shield to drive her away. It is a tragic necessity. To maintain control, he must embrace the persona of the monster they fear he will become. Inside the palace, the atmosphere is no less stifling. Asmodean, disguised as the bard Natael, plays a harp, the music shifting to match the tension in the room. Rand sits upon a new, gaudy throne carved with dragons, a gift from the Tyrant Lords meant to flatter him, yet he uses it to dominate them. We see the Tyrant High Lords and Cairhienin nobles, historic enemies, now united only in their wariness of the boy from the Two Rivers. They try to play their games, resisting his orders to move troops south, hoping to carve out their own kingdoms here. But Rand is no longer the farm boy they can bully. He cuts through their webs with blunt force, commanding the Tyrants to march toward Tyr. It is a feint, a setup for his strike against Samael in Ilion, but to these men it is simply the crushing weight of the dragon's will. The dynamic shifts as the nobles are dismissed and Rand's true council arrives. Moiraine, Egwene, and Aviendha. The arrival of letters from the White Tower exposes the fracture within the Aes Sedai. One letter is from the Amaelin seat, Elida, offering an escort, a thinly veiled threat of capture. The other is from Alviarin, the Keeper, dripping with sycophancy and urging Rand to mistrust everyone but her. Rand, growing sharper and more cynical by the day, sees the truth immediately. The tower is divided, and both sides seek to leash him. He is learning that safety is an illusion, and trust is a commodity he cannot afford to spend. Then, the catalyst for the chapter's tragedy arrives. Mat Cawthon enters, looking for an escape, but finding none. Moiraine corners him with praise for his leadership of the Band of the Red Hand, or Shen and Kalhar. Mat denies his role, rejecting the hero's mantle, desperate to remain just a gambler and a rogue. But the pattern does not care for his wants. The conversation turns dark as Mat delivers the news that shatters Rand's focus. Morgis, Queen of Andor, is reported dead. The psychological impact on Rand is immediate and devastating. He has been focused entirely on Samael in Ilion, playing a long, careful game of strategy. He ignored the situation in Caemlyn, believing the Forsaken Ravin, disguised as Lord Gabriel, would wait. Now, guilt consumes him. He believes his inaction killed Elaine's mother. The cold, calculating strategist vanishes, replaced by a man burning with the need for vengeance. The careful plans for Ilian are cast aside. He declares that he will go to Kemlin, not with an army, but effectively alone, to rip Ravin's heart out. It is a terrifying moment of hubris and rage. Moiraine, Egwene, and Aviendha do not try to stop him. They know the wheel weaves as it wills, and sometimes a man must be allowed to walk into the fire. However, they refuse to let him go alone. The bond between these women and Rand is complex, duty, love, and exasperation intertwining. They will stand against a Forsaken with him, risking their souls, not because he commands it, but because the pattern demands it. Rand turns his fury on Mat next, using the Foxhead Medallion, the ter'angreal that makes Mat immune to the One Power. As leverage, he demands Mat take command of the distraction force for Ilian. Rand is exploiting his friend, using Mat's unique immunity as a tool of war. It shows how far Rand is willing to go, sacrificing friendship and safety for the sake of the light. The chapter closes by following Mat to his own quarters, where the theme of betrayal comes full circle. He is packing, the dice in his head tumbling violently, warning of imminent danger. Melindra, the Isle Maiden of the Spear he has been sleeping with, confronts him. In a heart-wrenching twist, the intimacy they shared dissolves in an instant. She attacks him with a knife, revealing herself not as a lover, but as a dark friend. The fight is brutal and short. Mat, acting on pure instinct and reflex honed by memories that are not his own, kills her. The tragedy of Mat's character is laid bare here. He seeks only joy, a dance, a kiss, yet violence finds him relentlessly. As he examines the dagger she tried to kill him with, he sees the hilt is inlaid with 9 golden bees, the symbol of Ilian. The realization hits him, and us, with chilling clarity. This was not random. Samael, one of the Forsaken, knows who Mat is. The Shadow is not just watching Rand, it is watching his friends. Mat realizes he cannot simply ride away. The game is everywhere. He sits in the wreckage of his room, the body of the woman he slept with lying nearby, and listens to the dice rolling in his head. The news that came to Cairhien was not just of war or politics, but of the inescapable nature of destiny. There is no running from the wheel. Chapter 52. Choices. The razor glides across skin, a mundane act for a man preparing to commit murder. Rand al'Thor stands before a gilt-framed mirror in the sun-drenched warmth of a Cairhien in morning, stripping away the stubble of the night, preparing to make himself presentable for the death of Ravin. There is a terrifying calmness to him now, a bubble of rage floating up from his gut that he ruthlessly suppresses. He forces himself to be cold, for heat leads to mistakes, and mistakes today mean the end of everything. In the room behind him, the cultural chasm between the Wetlands and the Waste is on full display. Aviendha sits upon her pallet, uninterested in the soft beds of the palace, and equally uninterested in the modesty that defines the lands west of the Dragon Wall. She dresses openly, her nudity a challenge Rand tries to respect with averted eyes, though the image of her haunts him. When they speak, it is a dance of obligation and affection. Aviendha reveals that the Maidens of the Spear did not watch him out of distrust, but out of a fierce, protective loyalty. She had not asked them to guard him, they simply claimed the right. There is a psychological weight to this interaction. Rand attempts to thank her, to offer chivalry, but Aviendha rejects the implication that she needs protecting, or that her actions were for his comfort alone. She dresses with the speed of a sudden storm, transforming from vulnerable flesh to a warrior of wool and algoed. She questions his plan, his intent to skim directly to Caemlyn to strike at the Forsaken Ravin. She fears the unknown magic, yet her loyalty to the Karakan overrides her terror. Then the shadows lengthen. As Modaen enters, the Forsaken-turned bard, shivering in his black coat despite the heat. He is a creature of fear, clinging to Rand's success, because his own survival is tethered to it. He offers to accompany Rand, not out of bravery, but because he needs to be seen as loyal. Rand senses the faint, twisted trickle of Sidene within the man. Weak, barely a thread compared to his former glory, thanks to Lanfear's shield. Rand accepts the offer, but the dynamic is stark. A master and a leash holder. The gravity of the coming violence settles on Rand. He considers the artifacts of power available to him, the sword Kalendor hidden in Tyr, or the access key in Ruidian. He could level cities with them. He could obliterate Ravin in a heartbeat. But the temptation of that much power, the fear that the taint would seize him and leave nothing but destruction, stays his hand. He will use the fat little angriel in his pocket, a lesser amplifier, but safer. He is a man walking a tightrope over an abyss, whispering to himself that the world rides on his shoulders. Matt Cawthon awaits them outside, wearing his wide-brimmed hat and carrying the outcome of his own dark night. He reveals that Melindra, the maiden he had been with, tried to kill him, a dark friend assassin. Matt killed her. There is a bleakness in Matt's eyes, the weary resignation of a man who just wants to escape the patterns weaving, yet finds himself snagged at every turn. But the departure is halted by Moiraine. The Aes Sedai appears regal, shimmering in blue silk and sapphires, a stark contrast to the violence they march toward. She brings letters, one for Rand, sealed with the serpent ring, and one for Tom Merrilin. She is calm, terrifyingly so, urging them to make a detour to the docks. Rand resists. Every second of delay gives Ravin time to prepare, but Moiraine is insistent. She speaks of trust and the pattern. There is a sense of finality in her demeanor, a woman tidying the threads of her life before the shears cut them. Reluctantly, Rand agrees to 1 hour. At the docks, the heat is oppressive. The merchant Kadere sweats among his wagons, a man trapped between masters. He fears the Aes Sedai, he fears Rand, but most of all, he fears the woman who steps from his wagon. Lanfear. She has returned, and she is no longer the composed manipulator of dreams. She is a storm of jealousy and power. She holds the flayed skin of Kadere, a grotesque display of her displeasure, and hurls it aside. Her rage is focused entirely on Rand and the women near him. She believes Rand has slept with Aviendha, and that betrayal of her possessive love has shattered her sanity. The key explodes into chaos. Lan, the warder, reacts instantly, charging the Forsaken with a speed that defies belief, but he is swatted aside like a fly, blasted through the air by a weave of air. Moiraine, too, rushes forward, only to be flung beneath a wagon. Rand stands amidst the carnage, the screams of the dying filling the air. He seizes Sidene, the molten river of the One Power, and wraps the area in a shield of grey mist to contain the devastation. But now he faces the Daughter of the Night. She attacks not to kill him immediately, but to make him suffer. She demands he profess his love, claiming him as Lews Therin. And here, Rand's fatal flaw is exposed. He fights her, cutting her weaves, blocking her strikes, but he cannot bring himself to kill a woman. It is a block deep within his psyche, perhaps a scar from Lews Therin's memory of Ilyena, or simply his own Two Rivers upbringing. He has the power to destroy her, to crush her with the One Power, but he falters. He tries to shield her to knock her unconscious, but against one of the chosen, half measures are suicide. Lanfear realizes this. She laughs at his mercy. She begins to torture him, driving needles of pain into his body and soul, promising to make him watch Aviendha and Egwene die. Rand is trapped in agony, paralyzed by his own morality. Chapter 53. Fading Words. The stalemate of agony is broken not by the dragon, but by the Aes Sedai. From the wreckage of the wagon, Moiraine rises. She does not channel. Lanfear would sense it instantly. Instead, she physically launches herself at the Forsaken. It is a moment of pure, desperate heroism. Moiraine tackles Lanfear, driving them both backward toward the twisted redstone doorframe. The terangrial that leads to the realm of the eelfin, the same device Rand once stepped through to receive his answers. As they strike the threshold, a blinding white light swallows them. The connection is violent and unstable. The terangrial begins to melt and burn, lightning arching wildly. Rand staggers up free of Lanfear's torment only to see Lan, the unshakable warder, stumbling forward. The bond has been severed. Moiraine is gone. The redstone frame collapses into a pile of slag and smoke. The aftermath is a tableau of grief and shock. Egwene is injured, drifting in and out of consciousness. Avienda is shaken, her Aiel stoicism cracked by the realization that they only survived because of Moiraine. But for Lan, the pain is unique. He reveals that Moiraine did the impossible. She altered his bond. It did not snap with her death but transferred to another. He is compelled to leave, to find this new holder of his bond, denied even the right to die avenging his Aes Sedai. He gives Rand a final, grim piece of advice. If he ever loves a woman, he should leave her, for men like them bring only death. With a salute to the fallen Malkia, the Golden Crane rides west, leaving Rand alone with the weight of his survival. Rand retreats to the dockmaster's hut, seeking a moment of solitude to process the impossible. Moiraine, the woman who had guided, manipulated and badgered him since the Two Rivers, is dead. He opens the letter she left him. Her voice echoes from the page. She knew. Moiraine explains that her visit to the Rings of Ruidian had shown her this future. She knew that on this day at the docks she would face a choice. Let Rand die at Lanfear's hands, let him be enslaved by her, or sacrifice herself to take the Forsaken out of the pattern. She chose the sacrifice. She walked to the docks, knowing it was her grave. The letter warns him of the future, not to trust Verin or Alviarin, to be wary of the influence of the tower. She confirms she knew Asmodean's true nature all along, a final testament to her competence. You will do well, she concludes. The words cut Rand deeper than any knife. She died because he was too weak to kill Lanfear. Her death is a debt on his soul. But there is no time for mourning. Sulin, the Maiden of the Spear, enters the hut. She is furious. She has discovered Rand's plan to leave the maidens behind, to take only men to Caemlyn. To Rand, this was an act of protection. To Sulin, it is a theft of honor. She sits before him and snaps a spear across her knee, then another. She tells him that if he denies them their place in the dance of spears, he strips them of their purpose. If he treats them as helpless women rather than warriors, they have no Ji, no honor. Rand tries to argue, his heart sick of women dying for him, but Sulin is immovable. She forces him to confront the reality of the Aiel culture he now leads. By trying to save them, he is destroying them. Finally, broken by the day's losses, Rand relents. He cannot save everyone. He must allow them the dignity of risking their lives. Outside, the maidens are waiting, a sea of veiled faces ready for war. Mat is there too, leaning on his spear, the reluctant hero. He looks at the carnage, at the smoke rising from where Moiraine vanished, and shakes his head. The time for hiding is over. It's time to roll the dice, Mat says. Rand nods. The grief is a cold stone in his chest, but the rage is hotter. Moiraine is dead. Lanfear is gone. Ravin waits in Caemlyn. The Dragon Reborn turns his eyes toward the city, and the wheel turns with him. Chapter 54. To Caemlyn. The sun beats down upon the royal palace of Caerhien, yet the heat does nothing to thaw the icy resolve hardening within the Dragon Reborn. The courtyard is a sea of Cardin's ore, the browns and greys of the ale filling every inch of stone. 500 maidens of the spear stand ready, alongside stone dogs, thunderwalkers and black eyes. It is a gathering of lethal intent. Yet, amidst this warrior throng, isolation clings to Rand al'Thor. He is the Kar Akan, the chief of chiefs. Yet he stands apart, flanked only by the mute dedication of Pevin, his banner-bearer, and the complex presence of Avienda. There is a palpable tension between Rand and the Isle Girl, a heavy silence born of the previous night's passion in the snows of the waste. A moment of vulnerability Rand now tries to bury beneath layers of duty. The wise ones watch them with unreadable, matriarchal eyes. Amy's and Sorilea exchange knowing glances, hinting at machinations that go far deeper than mere romance. They are breeding a savior, and Avienda is the anchor they have cast to keep him human. But Rand resists this humanity. He looks at Avienda and recites his internal mantra, a desperate prayer against the madness and the pain. I must be hard. It is the tragedy of his existence. He believes that to save the world, he must sacrifice the very heart that makes it worth saving. Beside him stand Matt Cawthon, grumbling and adjusting his hat, and the gleeman Natael, the forsaken Asmodean in disguise. They are the motley court of the dragon. Rand seizes Saidin. He does not weave a gateway for traveling. He does not know the destination well enough for that instantaneous transport. Instead, he weaves skimming. A vertical slash of light opens into a void. It is a gateway, not to a place, but to the space between places. They step through onto a grey platform suspended in absolute crushing blackness. This is the logic of the one power applied to physics. They are moving yet motionless, hurtling through a dark that has no concept of time. Here, Rand's psychological burden manifests physically. He expands the platform to hold the thousands of Aiel, but feels the edges grow thin and brittle. It is a reflection of his own soul, stretched too thin, barely holding together the weight of the world, terrified that one wrong step will plunge everyone into the abyss. For what feels like an hour, they drift in this obsidian nothingness. The darkness breeds fear, even in the Aiel. One warrior falls from the edge, vanishing silently into eternity. Rand feels the loss like a knife wound, but forces himself to remain stone. A spear is a spear, he tells himself, trying to adopt the Aiel acceptance of death, but the man from the two rivers weeps inside the void. Then the destination manifests. The platform connects with reality, opening a gateway overlooking the slopes of Camelin. The morning sun shines on the golden domes of the royal palace of Andor, the lion banner rippling in the breeze. It seems peaceful. It is a lie. The moment the Aiel flood into the streets, the trap springs. This is not a battle. It is a slaughter. The trap was laid by Ravin, the Forsaken holding Camelin. He knew Rand would come. Lightning creates a cage around them. It does not flash and fade. It hammers down in a continuous blinding barrage, liquid fire from a clear blue sky. Trollocs and Myrddraal pour from the buildings, a black tide of shadow spawn. Rand instantly weaves a shield of air and fire, straining to hold back the heavens, but he is a fraction of a second too late. He looks around, and his world shatters. Matt Cawthon lies sprawled on the stones, smoke rising from his boots, his silver foxhead medallion useless against the physical reality of lightning called by the power. Asmodean is a charred husk, and Avienda, the woman who held his heart only hours ago, lies still, her spirit gone, her flesh cold. The grief does not break Rand, it unmakes him. The void, usually a tool for focus, expands until it consumes his humanity. The voice of Luz Therin Telemon screams in the back of his mind, and for once Rand screams with him. Ravin. He stops thinking of tactics. He stops thinking of safety. He becomes an avatar of destruction. He unleashes balefire and lightning, incinerating the Trolloc hordes, not to survive, but to clear a path. He rips open a gateway, not to the street, but directly into the grand hall of the palace. He steps through, the Dragon Reborn in his wrath, coming to face the shadow that took everything from him. Meanwhile, in the reflection of the world, Tel Aran Rayod, a different battle for survival is waged. Nynaeve Almeara is struggling, not with Trollocs, but with her own insecurities. She is trying to teach Xuan Sanche the rules of the dream, but their session devolves into a physical brawl, a release of pent-up frustration between the former Amelin and the Wilder. It is a moment of human folly before the terror sets in. Nynaeve spots a face watching them, Mogedion, the spider. Panic, cold and absolute seizes Nynaeve. She sends Xuan away to safety and flees through the dream to the only place she feels might be safe, a memory of Jureen in Cairhien. But one cannot hide from the spider in her own web. Mogedion appears, clad in black, dripping with malice. She does not attack immediately. She savors the fear. She mocks Nynaeve, paralyzing the accepted with the sheer weight of her reputation and power. Nynaeve, whose strength relies on anger, finds herself drowning in cowardice, unable to channel, reduced to begging on her knees. Suddenly, an arrow flies. Birgitte Silverbow, the legendary hero torn from the pattern to wait in the dream, steps in. But even a legend is nothing against a Forsaken in this realm. With a casual flick of will, Mogedion transforms the heroic archer into a weeping child, stripping away her memory and her strength. It is a violation of the soul, a display of cruelty that snaps something inside Nynaeve. The sight of Birgitte broken overrides Nynaeve's fear. The block crumbles, not from anger but from a desperate need to protect. Nynaeve visualizes the one thing she knows can hold a channeler. She imagines a silver bracelet on her own wrist and a silver collar around Mogedion's neck, an Adam. Because this is the world of dreams, where will is reality, the Adam manifests. The link snaps into place, the predator becomes the prey. The shock on Mogedion's face is total. She tries to channel, to crush Nynaeve, but the Adam allows Nynaeve to feel the surge and clamp down on it instantly. The Forsaken is leashed. Nynaeve, fueled by the adrenaline of near-death, ruthlessly interrogates her captive. The spider breaks. She spills the secrets of the Shadow's grand design. She reveals that Rand is walking into a meat grinder. Ravin is not alone. The Forsaken have laid a complex snare involving Gryendal, Lanfair and Samael, all waiting to crush the dragon between them. Nynaeve realizes with horror that the lightning and death she senses echoing through the pattern are happening now. Rand is fighting Ravin in the waking world, and he is walking blind into a convocation of the Forsaken. There is no time to wake up, no time to send a message. Nynaeve looks at the leashed Forsaken and makes a terrifying choice. She will not flee. She will take the spider with her to the reflection of Keemlin. She will enter the nightmare to save the man she once thumped with a stick in the two rivers. The chapter ends on the precipice of catastrophe. In the waking world, a grief-maddened Rand stalks a Forsaken. In the dream, Nynaeve drags another Forsaken toward the same battlefield. The threads of the pattern are pulled taut, ready to snap. Chapter 55. The threads burn. The corridors of the royal palace in Caemlyn have become a landscape of charred ruin, a physical manifestation of the violent dance between the Dragon Reborn and the Forsaken named Ravin. Rand al'Thor moves through this destruction, wrapped tightly in the void, that mental fortress where emotion is starved and thought is crystalline. Yet the boundaries of his own mind are fraying. As he passes scorch marks and the bodies of men broken by the one power, the voice of Luz Therin Telamon bleeds through the cracks. It is a haunting psychological intrusion, a grief spanning 3,000 years, weeping for Ilyena, the wife Luz Therin murdered in his own madness. This creates a terrifying duality, the icy calm of Rand-wielding Saidin and the screaming guilt of the ancient man living inside his skull. Rand is not merely fighting an enemy. He is fighting for his own identity. When he encounters a trap, a squad of Myrddraal and soldiers, he reacts with a complex weave of air and water, freezing them instantly, shattering the halfman like glass. It is a display of power that terrifies even the bystanders he saves. But the greater terror is internal. As he stares at his own arm, he sees the dragon tactics of the Age of Legends superimposed over his own. Luz Therin attempts to seize control, to overwrite Rand's existence. It is a desperate metaphysical struggle for the soul, a man shouting his own name into the emptiness to remind the universe that he is Rand al'Thor, not the kinslayer of the past. But the battlefield itself is unstable. They are not just in the palace, they are in the world of dreams, Tel'aran'rhiod, though Rand has entered it in the flesh. This is a violation of natural law that grants immense power but carries fatal risks. Ravin, utilizing his mastery of this realm, begins to warp reality. Hallways loop, architecture shifts, and matter itself becomes fluid. Parallel to this, Nynaeve Almiara drags the captive Forsaken Mogadian through the shifting dreamscape. This offers a stark contrast in perspective. While Rand relies on raw, brute force amplified by a powerful Angreal, a statue of a fat little man, Nynaeve must navigate with cunning and the stolen strength of her prisoner. She realizes the terrifying truth that Rand and Ravin are physically present in the dream. For a dreamer, a stray thought can manifest a weapon. For someone there in the flesh, their will can rewrite existence, but if they are killed, there is no waking up. The hunt converges in a garden that defies logic. Ravin strikes with the fluidity of the dream, turning the air into water to drown Rand, then warping Rand's own body, devolving him into a beast. It is a horrific violation of self, stripping away humanity. Rand, fighting through the animalistic panic, manages to reclaim his form just as Nynaeve intervenes. She unleashes a torrent of fire, distracting Ravin, stripping away his defenses and leaving him burned and vulnerable. It is then that Rand strikes with the ultimate weapon. He weaves balefire, not merely a destructive force, but a temporal one. The bar of liquid white fire hits Ravin, and the Forsaken does not simply die. He is burned out of the pattern itself. His thread is severed from the tapestry of time before the moment of his death. The paradox of balefire takes effect immediately. The damage Ravin caused in the moments preceding his erasure is undone. However, the cost of this victory is a cold detachment. When Rand meets Nynaeve, his humanity seems distant, shielded behind the trauma of the battle. He asks her to tell Elaine to forget him, a heartbreaking attempt to protect the woman he loves from the doom he carries. He believes he has become too hard, too dangerous to be loved. Stepping out of the dream and into the physical reality of Caemlyn, Rand finds a chaotic skirmish. Trollocs are routing, but the cost has been high. He sees the bodies of his friends, Mat Cawthon, Aviendha, Asmodean. They lie dead, victims of the battle that raged while he hunted Ravin. But here, the terrifying mechanics of balefire reveal a sliver of mercy. Because Ravin's thread was burned backward in time, the actions he commanded, the beasts he sent in those final minutes, never struck the killing blows. Reality corrects itself. As Rand watches, Mat and Aviendha are alive, confused but breathing. The psychological whiplash for Rand is immense, the grief of their loss colliding with the euphoria of their return. It reinforces the seductive danger of the power, the ability to rewrite death itself. Chapter 56. Glowing Embers. The dust settles over Caemlyn, but the geopolitical landscape has been irrevocably shattered. Rand stands in the royal palace watching his resurrected friends in the garden below. There is a sense of fragile peace, but it is deceptive. The narrative shifts from the metaphysical battles of the one power to the concrete maneuvering of nations. Davram Bashir, the Marshal General of Saldea, arrives. This introduces a new critical alliance. Bashir is a man of legendary tactical acumen, and he brings the might of the Saldean cavalry. He has come hunting Mazrim Taim, the false dragon. But Rand upends the established order of the world with a single decree. He declares an amnesty. No longer will men who can channel be hunted down or gentled. He intends to gather them, to weaponize them for the last battle. This is a radical, terrifying shift in the world's paradigm. Rand is effectively building an army of potential madmen, arguing that the coming apocalypse outweighs the risks of the taint. Meanwhile, the narrative ties off a loose thread with chilling ambiguity. Asmodean, the forsaken turned unwilling bard and teacher, wanders the palace halls. He believes he has survived the purging of his peers, finding a dark humor in his continued existence. He opens a pantry door, expecting wine, and finds his end. He recognizes his killer, crying out, "You! No!" before death claims him. It is a swift, silent exit for one of the chosen, underscoring that treachery is the truest language of the shadow. Finally, far from the halls of power, a ragged group of refugees rides toward the border of Amadisia. Morgus Trakand, the rightful queen of Andor, is alive. The world believes her dead, slain by Gabriel, but she endures, stripped of her crown, but not her dignity or her iron will. As she rides into exile, ignorant that her lover, Gabriel, Ravin, is already dust, the wheel turns. The Dragon Reborn has conquered her city. Her daughter is an initiate of the tower, and she is a queen without a throne, determined to claw her way back. The prophecies are fulfilling themselves. The dragon acts as a prism, breaking the world apart to forge something new, leaving no life untouched by the storm. Thank you for joining me tonight on this journey through the 5th book. If you enjoyed this deep dive, please subscribe to William's Audiobooks, where we continue to explore the vast lore of the Wheel of Time novels.